Oh, we're covering something different today.
Yeah.
A wonderful, fantastic movie that definitely has no problems at all. I hate it.
Yep.
Normally I would have said I effing hate it, but we're still in the first few seconds of stream. I don't want to get demonetized. I'm
Yeah.
tired of every stream getting demonetized.
Yeah.
But yes, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing well today. I am existing.
Uh, I'm doing all right. Annette seems like she's doing better. So that's good.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got a lot of she got a lot of the protein milk and getting milk mixture in today. Tried to give her some soft food kibble. So basically wet food, I should say, kibble. Tried to give that to her. We couldn't get her mouth open though, and she rejected it pretty heavily. But we got a lot of gravy sauce in her and a lot of the protein mixture in. So she was doing better. She's up and walking around a lot more. Uh, and yeah, she's right now she's just napping, which you know she looks a lot more like content. At least I hope she is.
Nice. Um, since people are already asking questions about the whole YouTube stuff going on, I did make a community post the other day saying I won't be able to stream for 2 weeks. I was wrong about that. It was my understanding that when you get a strike, then you can't stream for 2 weeks, and that's only if um, your active stream gets struck. So, like, if this stream were to get struck for something, then I wouldn't be able to stream for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Um, so, in other words, it seems like we're safe from that.
Yep.
I didn't think I was, but I am. So, ah, um, yeah, we're gonna be covering a video today that is talking about a certain movie with a certain old man, elder abuse.
Yeah.
Wow. Might be a little harsh to call it elder abuse, but I mean, come on, look what they're doing to him.
I mean, it feels like it for sure.
If nothing
I
else,
guess
it's abusing a beloved character from a old franchise.
yeah. I guess before we do that though, hey, what have you been up to for the last 2 weeks?
For the last two
Stag.
weeks, oh god,
Yeah.
oh god, I don't know. Was Fan Expo before or no? That was before the last stag, so I talked about that then.
Hmm.
I've been on vacation. I've been relaxing. I've been streaming. I've been getting copyright strike by a fat blue idiot. Fun times.
Yeah.
Um, I played the Holocure game, which I actually really like. It's a fun Vampire Survivors like game. It's the first of its kind that I've played. Um, and I've been playing Sharkfield, which is it's a video game, and I hate it.
Yeah.
I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt for a really long time. I was seeing things I wasn't liking. I was like, yeah, but I can't call it bad yet. I can't call it bad yet. Right now, it's just boring. Right now, nothing overly terrible is happening. Sure, some of the character dialogue is annoying, and other parts of the game is not that good. Um, I feel pretty confident in saying it's bad now. I'm almost at the end of the game. I'll likely be finishing it on Wednesday when I'm off work
Nice.
again.
Nice. What about you, Pagan? What have you been up to for the last 2 weeks?
I have been on Cree stream every day since the last stag, so that's been my life so far this week. So yeah,
Wow. Very interesting life. Me, my community finished out the John Wick quadrilogy. I guess would be the way to say it. It's man, oh man, that series got away from itself for sure, real fast. Number four at least went back towards what made the first movie good, but it was still really like goofy and clunky and everything. A lot of tism still. And then yesterday we watched The Man Who Knew Too Little, which Cree got to see as well.
Yeah.
So I guess a brief divergence. Cree, what'd you think?
Um, it was a decent movie. I thought it wasn't laugh out loud funny. Like there's no point where I was actually laughing, but it was amusing. Where it's like, yeah, that's a cute joke. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was decent.
That's one of those older comedy movies. The premise being that it's a guy who comes over from America to surprise his brother. It's his birthday. The guy from America. It's his birthday. He comes over to Britain, and his brother cannot have him around. So, because he's doing a business meeting with a bunch of Germans, and he's trying to get his investments into his company and everything. So he sends his brother to this pretentious theater called the Theater of Life, which is supposed to be like an improv theater for people that are willing to pay pretty decent money. This was back in just after the Cold War had technically it had kind of petered out to nothingness, and it was about I think they said it was 127 pounds or something like that to just for 3 hours. So yeah, it's kind of their entertainment and way to have fun. So he goes there and they get a phone call before the Theater of Life starts, and it spirals into this whole thing where now he's in this international conspiracy between the British government and the Russian government, who are trying to reignite the Cold War to give funding back for their now neglected spy programs and everything. And he has no idea what's going on. He thinks it's all just an act. He thinks it's all improv. So he just improvs his way with the luck of the gods through this entire situation where a bunch of ambassadors are supposed to be assassinated. Yep. Yeah, yeah, no spoil Sarko. Mm.
I was muted. Just quickly, don't spoil Starfield's ending, please. I want to get my reaction to it live on stream. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a fun movie. And just a whole goofy situation all through, and plus it was fun for me, like nostalgia of old games and stuff like that were shown off or they were playing to pass the time, like Kerplunk. Like, it was fun. And everybody was funny. Everybody in the chat was like, "Is that kind of like Jenga or something?" It's like, no. You just pull out little rods. Each rod you get is a point, and the whole point of it is not to drop any marbles. So it's kind of like reverse Jenga, I guess. Yeah, and then for the rest of it, let's see, when was the? I gotta make sure based on from now to last stat.
Yeah.
27. So I started Armored Core last stag, and I finished Armored Core now. Armored Core 6. Good game. Hate all the bosses. Like it's just not for me. The boss fights are just not for me. But I love the rest of the game.
You also played Shartfield.
Yep, and I played and finished Starfield. And then I went back. Starfield is awful, genuinely awful. Like for For anyone wondering how terrible Starfield actually is, I was mid-combat. Mid-combat. And combat's supposed to be the exciting parts, not the rest of it. The combat is supposed to be the thrilling, action-packed thing. I went into combat and I fell asleep mid-combat while I was fighting. And I actually had my body jerk itself awake. And I was like, holy crap, I just can't believe I actually fell asleep. During an actual, like, engaging moment. You know, or what's supposed to be an engaging moment, because it's combat. It's combat.
I was
What's
about
supposed
to
to be.
say, you just gave it credit by calling it an engaging moment.
Yeah. Then I had to, preface that I meant what's supposed to be an engaging moment. But yeah, it's just wild. Uh, it's so bad, and it just gets so much worse. Just way worse. I am very confident in saying Starfield is a 2 out of 10 game. I struggle to think of anything that Starfield does great. Everything that it does is kind of mid. And the quality of life improvements are like nice on some things, like the ability to vault and climb up stuff. That's nice, but yeah, no, it's just bad. It's just genuinely bad. And the cope and seethe for Starfield has been hilarious. Obviously, everybody defending it has like something to do with Bethesda in their pro titles or
Or
something like that, or
Microsoft.
their hardcore Bethesda shill, or their hardcore Xbox shill. Who they need Starfield to be successful because they had spent so long right before Starfield released into early access and everything, claiming that PlayStation fanboys are just mad and haha, you guys have Baldur's Gate 3 and that's not going to live up to Starfield. You know, you're all a bunch of losers and everything. Nobody's ever heard of Baldur's Gate 3. And now Baldur's Gate 3 released to raving acclaim and tons of viewership and people buying it, and is a genuine like leap forward for the entire industry. And Starfield releases to an utter disaster, an absolute disaster. And as PC Gamer said, shockingly, by the way, PC Gamer said it's a fumbling step backwards for the industry.
Yeah, I said this on stream
That's true.
yesterday. I'm not a fan of mainstream journalist outlets, gaming outlets.
Yeah,
But the fact that one of them is saying something like that is a good thing, I think, because it's what a lot of the normies are probably going to read, and yeah.
yeah. And even better, that article is titled "Baldur's Gate 3 ruined Starfield for me," because Baldur's Gate 3 has so much reactivity and so much good and clever writing. I mean,
You mean a bad
it just
game
blows
is
it out of the
bad
park.
in comparison to a good game?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Even better was right before that PC Gamer article dropped. They had another article which was from Bethesda themselves. People said it was Todd. I didn't check to see who it is. Go check real quick. But Bethesda itself made a cope statement. They said the reason the thousands of planets are so lifeless and barren is because when the astronauts first went to the moon, they weren't bored.
Oh god,
I
I keep
kid you
hearing
not,
that
that is
quote
an
and
actual article.
I keep hearing that quote and I keep dying a little inside. Today, not tomorrow, today. Fucking
I
hell.
gotta see who actually said this. Ashley Cheng, Bethesda's managing director, and Todd Howard, who is Todd Howard. It was a New York Times interview. Oh, good lord. Oh, that's so much worse.
We'll probably do the Starfield breakdown stag, next stag, which is 2 weeks from today, the 24th. Seems like a good time to do it to me. Right?
Yeah. And this article was written with the author is also coping real hard too. As someone who continues to derive a frankly bizarre amount of joy from jetting to random uninhabited parts of the galaxy in Elite Dangerous and wandering around in awe on the barren planets generated by that game's stellar forge tech, Starfield's planets have, to me, felt more like little independent slices of any other Bethesda game that I now have to fast travel rather than walk between. Hoping that will change as I get further into the game, but right now, Starfield's planets aren't boring enough. Like, what a weird statement. What's the bizarre statement?
Creetosis, to make the analysis of Vidya, don't you have to experience the side content as well? Yes or no. It depends on what parts of the game I'm covering. I don't think I'll be able to get a Starfield video under fucking 12 hours if I'm covering everything.
Yeah.
I've only experienced a fraction of the side... I don't even know how many side quests are in this game anymore. Is it a Fallout 3 with 17 side quests, or is it a Elder Scrolls with 100? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to see. And there's all these factions as well that I have to join and do missions for, and
apparently there's a faction that's entirely not present in the game, even though they were marketed and hyped up and talked about, and that would be the Snake faction. It's you barely run into a couple instances. I ran into 2 separate instances of the Snake faction. Technically 3, if you count the one character executing one of the zealots. But that's it in the entire game, and they were supposed to be a faction, and they're talked about as a faction and everything, but they don't exist, like, at all. So that's nice. Yeah, it's wild. Starfield is just such a bad game. Patrician says the game's a 4 out of 10, and so I'll be curious to hear how he justifies it being 4 out of 10 and not lower. But that's the beauty of long-form content. We'll actually get to hear the justifications and the evidence for why he thinks it's 4 out of 10, right? So, again, just proving why long-form content is superior.
Yep.
Don't worry, they'll be in the DLC. Yeah, I'm not touching any DLC. I did $10 for Game Pass, and I feel like I got ripped off.
Are you telling me you don't want to pay more money to play more of Starfield? Oh my god.
Not at all. It's just crazy.
Anyway, should we get on with the video?
Sure. Sure. I mean, it's a long one. This is a chunky video, everybody. It's 41 minutes and 14 seconds. I didn't get much of the preview done of it. I got through 5.5 minutes, and it was really bad in that 5.5 minutes.
Yep.
This is some pure copium.
Yep. The video is Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is actually good, and the thumbnail is it looks like a drawn picture of Indiana Jones and things from the movie with the text on it, a beautiful end. Before we actually, even get into the video, a beautiful end? No, that's one of the most stupid endings I've ever seen to a film.
It really is. It is truly terrible.
But since he has that in the thumbnail, surely he'll be talking about that in this video, so we can cover it then. Dilation and depression.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
You're gonna hear some insane cope in this. And his apparently the people that watch this video agree. It's 1.7 thousand upvotes and 1.5 thousand downvotes. So this video has not gone over swimmingly either. Yeah, the copium is insane in the start of it, and it is we're talking some grand delusional statements are going to be made pretty fucking quick.
Damn.
Yeah.
Desire of Deletion. Desolation of Dopamine. These alternate titles are way better. The one I've been using is The Diarrhea of Destiny, because that's a pretty good way to describe this movie. It was destined to be fucking shit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Alright,
It's pretty easy to be cynical about the state of Hollywood right now. Studios would rather grind the industry to a standstill than pay their writers fairly, all the while.
by the way, I'm gonna just point out, the writers of Hollywood are so bad. I am more on the side of the studios than I am on the
same.
writers.
Yeah.
None of these writers deserve to work. They don't. They are actually terrible. But grade schoolers could write better than these people.
I'm not gonna say none of them deserve to work. I'll say most of them don't deserve to work, because there are still some decent writers that like in there here and there that are part of the strike because they're kind of obligated to.
Because they have to, because it's union. And this is another reason why unions are terrible. Because they will protect the worst of everything, and they don't actually do anything beneficial to anybody.
Yeah. Because remember, these are the people who wrote stuff like Netflix Cowboy Bebop or Star Trek Discovery, STD.
Or any of the Star Wars movies, or the Disney Star Wars movies.
Everything.
Or any of the Marvel movies. Like this is the level of writing quality we're talking about, where they can't write.
Yeah.
They physically cannot write.
The people who wrote Obi-Wan turning off a laser gate he can walk around so he can walk through it instead. That person is on strike right now, asking for more money.
Yeah.
The people who wrote She-Hulk are on strike right now, asking for more money. Somehow Palpatine returned. That guy is on strike right now, asking for more money.
Yep.
Yeah, and the fact that this guy is like trying to say, you know, like, oh, this is part of the reason why it's so bad, and it's like, no, they are part of the reason why it's so fucking bad.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean?
They are the reason that things are so awful.
Yeah, like they are like the main reason.
Studios aren't innocent in this. They're not. It's not a case of good versus evil. This is like evil versus evil. You know.
Yeah.
Or more like incompetence versus incompetence.
Yeah, this is a situation where, I've said it before, I hope this goes on as long as humanly possible, because I hate both sides, and the longer this goes on, the more both sides get fucked over, and that makes me happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna grab these 2 super chats from earlier. 10 pounds from Corktail, thank you. Dr. Weedman, in the crib, or should I say, in the trap, I took the liberty of relieving you of your strains, as they were plug property. What the fuck? But as for the blunt, I think you deserve it.
No. I get what he's doing. Dr. Weedman.
Oh.
In the crib. Or should I say, in the trap? I took the liberty of relieving you of your strains, as they were plug property anyways. But as for the blunt, I think you deserve it.
Alright, that was a G-Man thing.
Yeah, it's G-Man.
Alright. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Am I banned from commenting? Every time I try to comment something on this stream, it gets instantly deleted. You shouldn't be. Like, the fact that you sent a super chat through means you're not. You're not. Because even people, like, if you block someone on YouTube, they can't send you super chats either. Creetosis, as it turns out, mouth breather without a space is a no-no. Oh. Well, don't space your mouth breathers, then.
Yeah. You know, kind of like how they part their lips. Oh no, Nitty-Bitty's up.
Also,
I might have to go try to feed her soon, unfortunately.
Alright. Also, why are we starting off with talking about the writer's strike when, like, that has nothing to do with this movie being a piece of garbage?
Oh, no, it's gonna do with this movie. It's gonna do with this movie. He ties it in.
How?
Because the writers are the ones that made this a quality, great movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creetosis, an update from yesterday. The sleepy thoughts won over the intrusive ones. Oh no. The, Starfield was definitely good at invoking sleepy thoughts.
Treat those writers help create like disposable consumer products. Mid-budget films have all but ceased to exist, and anything not based on a piece of existing IP is seemingly not too far behind. Meanwhile, general audiences fed on a steady diet of empty nostalgia have become chronically challenge-averse.
How can you call Rise of Trashwalker empty nostalgia when you're defending Dial of Destiny?
Yeah, I don't understand what his standards are where, well, this one's bad, but this one's really good. And it's like they're basically the same.
I mean, yeah.
More than the opportunity to be reminded of things they've seen before. Nothing epitomizes pop culture's current obsession with its past more than the rise of the Legacy sequel.
Look, I'm not gonna say Legacy sequels are entirely bad. Top Gun Maverick was good. I do think it's something that can be done well. The problem is that when it's done, oftentimes, it is not because of any genuine want to return to the thing. It's because, hey, people love this old thing, let's make money off of it.
Yep. We don't have to put that much effort into it. It's old. People will remember it. We only have to put in the most minimum effort and people will come.
I'm also glad he put the text on the screen because I might not have understood what he was saying without it. $5 from Prime Souls. Thank you. I thought I'd enjoy Starfield more since I don't have to play Nate or Nora, but it's so boring. Yep. Boring is the word of the day when it comes to Starfield.
Yep. Like, it's crazy how much of a step backwards it is, where as bad as Fallout 4 is, at least you can enjoy parts of the game if you just ignore the main story. But Starfield, it's like, what is there to do that's fun?
Maybe the side content will be good.
But the combat is so bad, and that's like the majority of what they expect you to do. And it's like, if you can't even enjoy the combat and the writing is awful, what's left?
Yeah, I don't even know. What the hell were they even doing with the development time? 25 years in the making, guys. Man, that is gonna bite them in the ass with some of these reviews. I'm not even talking about my own, but like, when people like Patrician make their videos and an old 25 years of development thing comes up, it's gonna be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't have said that, Bethesda. Is Blade Runner 2045, I thought it was 2049, bad? I can't really tell the issues with it because, maybe because I never watched the original Blade Runner. I've seen the original, I haven't seen the sequel.
And I have seen neither.
We do need to watch Blade Runner at some point.
Yeah.
Designed to capitalize on our affinity for dead franchises by raising them from the...
Also, he keeps showing clips of not the 2016 Ghostbusters, but the newer one. And I've heard mixed to decent things about that. I haven't seen it myself, but from what I understand, from what I've heard, it's mostly, if not completely, respectful to the original. And it's like not terrible. It's not Ghostbusters 2016 bad. It's not Rise of Trashwalker bad. You know?
Mm. Yeah, I remember it just kind of disappearing. Like,
yeah.
Like, there was a bunch of talk about it before it came out, and then it came out, and then there was nothing.
Sometimes not the worst fate you can have.
Yeah, which I was gonna say. It's like, which is far better than coming out and everyone being like, oh my god, this is the worst thing ever.
The Rise of Skinwalker. Yeah. I never even heard of it. That's fair. I kind of missed its release too.
Commodification of nostalgia. And don't get me wrong, legacy sequels can be meaningful explorations of why we fell in love with a particular story in the first place. But more often than not, these films exist first and foremost to revamp an expired brand. Worse still, their proliferation has effectively killed the idea that the stories we love can ever just be over. And
I don't think they've killed the idea that the stories can be over, because there's a lot of people saying that, hey, just let this thing end. I'm kind of in the middle, where if there's a good thing I like, I definitely want to see more of it. As much as I like the original Star Wars trilogy, I do want more good Star Wars, I just don't want it to end there. You have an entire universe to explore, and it would be interesting to see more aspects of that universe than what you see in the original trilogy. But then we get more, and it's stuff that isn't good. The prequels, the Disney movies, the Disney shows, with the only exception being Andor, which was good.
Yeah, I can agree to that to a degree, but at the same time, I also think, man, I wish it was harder for people to get access to make these things.
Oh yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah, it's like I want more of said thing, but I also want it to be difficult for people to be able to get a hold of it and be like, I'll do it. Like, it should have to go to someone who's actually going to be, willing to put in the effort, and they're going to have to, like, impress the stockholders or something, like there has to actually be faith that the project will actually be good. Because right now, as it is, it's literally just, because of what it is, they just don't have to put any effort into it because the brand.
Yeah.
People recognize this. People recognize this thing.
That's actually kind of the annoying thing, is that all these bad additions to Star Wars have been chipping away at it for a while, but there's a lot of those things are still considered good. Same for Marvel. Are still considered good by a lot of, like, the hardcore fans, where it's like, yeah, Multiverse of Madness is great, yeah, not Kenobi, that's one of the ones people start turning, Mando, yeah, Mando Season 1 and 2 is great, it's like, no, they're not, though, those things are terrible, and it's taken this long of getting bad thing after bad thing after bad thing for people to start going, these Marvel and Star Wars things are not so good anymore, are they? Like, you even had people defending Solo for a long time, of all fucking things. It's like, why? Why would you even do that? It's utter garbage. Mando absolutely sucks? Yeah, it does. And that's the annoying thing, too, is you had a decent concept to work with for a Star Wars show. Oh, it's Space Bounty Hunter Man. Look, he's in armor that is similar to an iconic armor from the original. It reminds you of Boba Fett. Isn't that cool? Hey, let's see his adventures. And the whole thing shits itself. Like, you couldn't even take a simple concept and make it work.
That's kind of funny. Well, what the voices will not stop in chat says, Andor, the show where I scrolled up, the show where they've got unmodified regular AKs in space. The funny thing is, that show is so good, I didn't even notice. Like, I noticed that they were holding AKs, but it was so good, I just forgot that is technically an issue.
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't even, like, cross my mind. Because it feels more like... The aesthetic feels different, which I like, actually. I think it's better than a lot of the normal Star Wars stuff. It has almost sort of a Cold War aesthetic to it in a way, but, like, sci-fi-ish. So it just fit in. It just didn't feel out of place to me.
It also feels like a world that's lived in, which really works too. I think that...
Yeah.
Because that was one of the problems with the prequels, is everything being fucking sterile.
Yeah, I can't stand that. I'm so glad they didn't do that with Andor. And even the places that are kind of like sterile-ish, they're still done in a way that where it's like, yeah, that makes sense. I really like that.
Like the prison.
Yeah, the prison and the senator's mansion, which actually looks really good.
Yeah, it doesn't look like generic sci-fi slop like a certain big AAA game that was just released. Oops, did I say that out loud? Did Such go AFK to feed his cat?
I believe so.
Okay, because I did say he had to do it soon. I don't know what soon means, though, because that's different for everyone, you know?
Yeah.
Soon could mean...
I think he did.
Yeah. Soon could mean in a minute, soon could mean in, like, 3 hours, which, obviously, I don't think would have been that long, but still. The only prequel movie I love is Revenge of the Sith. I do have a soft spot for Revenge of the Sith. I would say it's the best of the prequel trilogy because there are a lot of moments there that would be great in an otherwise good film, but because the film does have so many issues, I can't... those great moments are weakened by that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
The prequels are good stories told very badly. That's something I could agree with, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you could see the hints of good writing in there, and we just never get to it, really.
Mm-hmm.
Longer periods, but commas, impermanent pauses until the next entry comes along to pick up where the previous left off. With
Okay, but that's all sequels. Like, by function of how movies work, that's how all sequels work.
Yeah.
and if there's been any changes since the last time, which there almost always are, you've learned through the worldly character dialogue what those changes are, through the visuals and stuff.
so many sequels as of late, it'd be pretty easy to write off Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny as just another cynical attempt to resurrect a beloved series for a quick buck. Disney and Lucasfilm dragging Indiana Jones out of retirement for a belated sequel, 15 years after his previous belated sequel. And indeed, many have been quick to level this exact criticism against the film.
Okay, first of all, what if they're right? Secondly, the movie is bad, though. Like,
yeah.
It actually is really, really bad.
It is god-awful. Like, we struggled to decide which one was worse for a while, Crystal Skull or this one, because they're both so bad. And I think we've came to the conclusion that this one is worse. The ending really tips the scales.
Yeah. Yeah, the ending definitely tips the scales. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, which, keep in mind, anyone who's seen Crystal Skull knows, like, the ending is one of the worst parts of that film, and it is really, really bad. So the fact that Dial of Destiny's ending is worse than that should tell you a lot, because, oh god, both of those movies are terrible.
They are.
Empathize with their skepticism, it feels a tad misplaced here, because somehow, against all odds, Dial of Destiny manages to be the complete opposite. The rare legacy sequel content with simply saying goodbye.
But
no.
by the fact that it exists, it is not content with saying goodbye.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. It's like, well, it literally can't, because it's a sequel that decided to make a sequel of another sequel. So no, you can't say that it's willing to just say goodbye when it's literally... It's resurrecting the dead and putting words in their mouth.
It's not content to say goodbye because Indiana Jones's character wasn't completely ruined and turned into a fucking loser in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, so we had to go back and do that.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't get is how can this guy defend this? The Crystal Skull was bad, but at least it gave him something. Or at least he gets a family at the end and gets married and has a son. And it's like, this movie was awful and shit, but at least he gets this ending.
Yeah.
But then this film comes along and it's like, nah, man, his son's dead. His wife left him and took everything. He doesn't even live in his own house anymore.
It cannot be overstated. At the start of the movie, Indiana Jones has pretty much nothing. He has lost everything. Everything that made him who he was. All his possessions and achievements and everything. He's just a fucking loser now. He's a loser who complains to the neighbors when they play their music too loud. He's a grumpy old man. He doesn't have his house. He doesn't have any of his, like, collectible archaeological things. He doesn't have a fucking car anymore. He's not the vice dean of his university. In fact, he seems to be working at some other university. His students don't care about him anymore, or his work or anything. They're all bored and not paying attention in class and not studying. And he has his class interrupted by people. And keep in mind, this is when the moon landing was happening. What year was that exactly, the moon landing? 69?
1960... It might have been 69.
Okay, let's just say 60. Point is, it's in the 60s. They roll into class with a magic TV that turns on to the moon landing without even having to plug it in.
Yeah, that was so weird. And that's one of the biggest things that really pissed me off, too, was the fact that not only has he lost all this stuff, but nobody seems to respect him.
Nobody
Which
does.
makes no sense whatsoever, because it's literally the equivalent of, like, being taught by Einstein in college, and it's like people would be clamoring for the chance to have that. It's like they would not be so dismissive and, oh, you're old, you're an old man, your opinions don't matter anymore, we don't care about you. That would not happen. That would absolutely not happen. That makes no sense, especially with how well known his adventures are. Everyone seems to know the things that he's done in, like, most of the movies, including this one, yet they have no respect for him whatsoever. And I'm like, that makes no sense. That just doesn't make any sense.
Well, also remember, in Last Crusade, he was a fucking rock star. He had to sneak out of the university through a window in, like, the library or something, because there are people swarming him in the hallways and outside ready to, ask him questions and get his autograph and stuff.
Yeah, to the point that, like, he's so well known for going on these, like, wild, crazy adventures that when he slides into the library on a motorcycle with a greaser, one of the students literally doesn't even, like, have a reaction to it. He just asks him a question about his homework.
Man, that moment was dumb in Crystal Skull, though. I hated
that. Was super dumb. It was super dumb. But it's also like, we're coming off the heels of that to this, where he just has no respect, no nothing.
Yeah, he's
and
lost
it's just
everything.
Like, what are you doing? Like, why are you writing him this way? Why are you taking this beloved character and turning him into a curmudgeonly old man who has nothing?
That actually just reminded me of something. Not just a curmudgeonly old man, but like a senile old, like, rambly old man. Because there's a part in Dial of Destiny where he's being chased by a bunch of goons with guns who are trying to kill him in America. And he runs up to a cop, and rather than be like, yeah, there's people after me, they've got guns, they already killed someone, I tried calling, they stopped me. He does the stereotypical old man thing. Oh, there's people, and it's so fucking stupid. I hate it.
Yeah, I hate that. I hated that too. I mentioned that.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah, while we were watching it, I mentioned that because it was so... it's just so odd for his character, because he's so experienced and used to this kind of stuff that he would not react that way. He would be a lot more level-headed and have some idea of what to do in that situation. And here, it's treated like it's his first time ever seeing something like this.
Yeah.
when it clearly isn't.
When, if we take the 4 movies, he's done these situations for what we can assume are... Well, we've seen at least 5 or 6 on screen if we count, like, the flashbacks and stuff in the 4 previous movies. But you can assume that he's getting in, like, up to a lot more adventuring in the movie, like, in the time we don't see from the movies. But then there's the entire series. I haven't seen an episode of it, but the Adventures of Young Indiana Jones. Point is, he's done this kind of thing dozens upon dozens of times. There is no fucking way in hell that he'd be confused, rambly old man.
Yeah, he wouldn't act that way, and this ties into the fact that the way he reacts and treats his friend for discovering something that he should absolutely, like, if not outright believe, at least entertain the idea that it could be possible, considering all the things that he's come across, like the Ark of the Covenant,
the blood of Kali and those magic stones. I forget what they're called.
Yeah,
the chalice of
Holy
Christ, the Holy Grail. Yes.
Yeah, the Holy Grail, and then the Crystal Skull, where he literally saw interdimensional aliens.
Yep.
You know, and it's like, but no, a device that lets you travel through time. No,
that's too
there's
much.
no way. Yeah, no, that's too much. I can't believe that. So I'm gonna treat you, one of my like personal favorite colleagues, at like an insane person who has no clue what he's talking about, and I'm gonna berate you and shit for believing this stuff instead of taking care of your daughter more. And it's just so weird. And throughout the film, even as like he's being told explicitly that it's real and that there's like evidence to back it up by dozens of different characters, he just refuses to believe it until it happens. And I'm just like,
yeah,
why? You've experienced so much more weird stuff than this. Oh, it's so weird.
Yeah, this is Ohio Joe.
I am back. Kathy's
Welcome
in bed,
back.
and I did some cleaning too around her. So
Nice. $2 from some shambler. Hi, Pagan.
Hey.
Thank you for the super chat. Also from D-Nod in chat, the dude literally used the chalice of Christ to heal his father, but somehow doesn't believe in the mystical. Yeah, I don't get that. It's stupid. I don't know how you get to the 5th Indiana Jones movie after you've seen, like, the mind-controlling blood of Kali, the Ark of the Covenant melting people's faces off, the chalice of Christ healing people's wounds and keeping a middle-aged knight alive for like 1,000+ years and healing his own father, and then the stupid crystal aliens in Crystal Skull, and not believe, there are some usual things out there that might actually be explained by magic.
Story about our relationship with nostalgia and how attempts to cling to the past prevent us from living in the present. To put it simply, James Mangold knocked it out of the fucking park.
No, he didn't.
How embarrassing.
Not
How do you write that and not realize what a clown you sound like?
Yeah.
And you're showing this scene. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
If you're going to defend this movie on anything, you have to ignore everything from this point going forward.
Yeah.
yeah, all of the actual time travel stuff is absolutely like no. You got to make sure that people don't realize that it's a time travel movie.
So
yeah, the movie was already really bad, and then the moment the sky butthole appears, the movie just dips.
So I watched the EFAP. Well, actually, I listened to it when I was at work, like a month or two ago. I listened to the EFAP about this movie, and they got into a big discussion of how the fuck does the time travel even work? Because like, is okay. Archimedes, he didn't create the time travel actual mechanic. These are just rifts that open up. So first of all, do random planes accidentally fall on these from time to time since they're in the sky? Secondly, he made a device that pointed people in the future to the exact portal that sent them back to the exact time he needs them to scare off the Romans. And, like, okay, but does it lead you to any other portals? Is there any other time you can go to? Like, there's so many issues with the time travel when you start getting into it.
Yeah.
Creetosis, I'm going to nitpick a bit, but they didn't see the arc melting faces, they had their eyes closed. The fact Indy was the one who told them to close their eyes strengthens your argument.
Well,
okay,
even more than that, you can figure out what happens when everything's all said and done and he opens his eyes, he sees everybody's melted.
I was going to say, let me put it this way. You have a bunch of people there opening the arc. Indy says, close your eyes. A bunch of stuff happens. He opens his eyes, and there's a bunch of skeletons all about. I think you could piece 2 and 2 together there. Really easily.
Yeah.
Delivering and resonant swan song to one of the greatest heroes
God.
in all of cinema. No small feat.
One of the
A swan
thrilling and
song.
resonant swan song for one of the greatest heroes in all of cinema.
No, this was an
Again,
exercise
what
in
movie-
embarrassing him.
Yeah, what movie did you watch? Because this whole thing goes out of its way to constantly make fun of Indiana Jones. Constantly. And it takes away all of his accomplishments and achievements, like, at the very beginning of the movie. Not the very, because that's back in, WW2. But
Oh, God, that fucking segment.
that whole scene is terrible as well. But no, it removes all of his things. He loses his vice dean chair. He loses his housing.
Yeah, we've been
He
through all
loses
that.
the respect of his peers. He loses the respect of the students.
We've been through all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Fair.
while you were gone, we went through all of that.
Yeah, fair enough.
And just a guy from Alabama's right, I did miss 2 super chats there. $5 from Kelbeck, thank you. These weren't dead franchises until they were murdered in their beds, Macbeth style. Oh.
Yeah.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama, thank you. I have a regular customer at the store I work at. He won't shut up about Starfield and how much he loves it. Confusingly, he dislikes Fallout 4. How the fuck do you like Starfield and not like Fallout 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, also, I'm not opposed to something like an Indiana Jones movie being made today that just isn't played by Harrison Ford. Like, as long as you get somebody who's competent enough to play the role and it's well written, I don't mind
Yeah.
that being done where, like, the same character can be played by different people, like the Joker.
Yeah.
It's still the Joker no matter who plays him, as long as it's done well.
I have heard from a lot of people online that only Harrison Ford can ever play Indiana Jones, and I see their perspective on that. I do understand it, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah, but we can have other people play him, though. I do believe we can have another actor play him and do a good job with it. Though I do agree 100% with Nerdrotic that Indy should stay in that 30s, 40s era fighting the Nazis.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing, too. It's like, it needs to be recognizable
Yeah.
that it is Indiana Jones. You can't go completely out of left field and do something different. It needs to still have the core bits to be, like how it is with James Bond, where I've actually had like a bit of a thing with James Bond. So obviously you can have different actors play the same character of 007 and it still be 007, but they need to fit that character. So they need to be British, they need to be competent, and I'm sorry, but they have to be a certain race. you can't race swap certain characters. There are just some characters that are just too iconic to be race swapped.
I mostly agree with that. People did float the idea around of Idris Elba as Bond, and that's one I think I could accept.
I don't know.
I would have to see it in action for that. I'd have to see him like play a scene. I don't need to see a full movie, but if he plays a scene, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can believe that's Bond. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I'm also just getting so tired of
the pointless race
swaps. Only one way.
Yeah, especially with like established characters that are supposed to be a certain way, and then you hire someone to play that role that kind of defeats the whole backstory or character design and all that stuff.
Are you telling me you're not excited for the Star Wars remake where Luke Skywalker is played by a fat, independent black woman who don't need no man?
Yeah, exactly. Like, even to the point where... So, again, I brought up the Joker. Jared Leto. Awful. Awful Joker. Like, you can't even look at him and like, if you showed me a picture of his character in that movie and then, you know, just asked me without me having no knowledge at all, and you said, what character is this from this movie? I would not have a single clue who that is. And if you told me that was the Joker, I'd probably kill you. Because his design is not only bad, but it also contradicts of what the Joker is supposed to be. The Joker would not have a grill. Okay? He's not about the money and the bling. Okay? In fact, he's kind of the opposite. He kind of doesn't give a shit about that sort of stuff. So the fact that they gave him a blinged out grill kind of defeats the whole purpose of the character.
Yeah. I was going to say, someone like, I think he might be getting up there too late. It might be too late for him to do it, but I would have loved to have seen Carl Urban as Indiana Jones, in fact.
I think he could have done that well, yeah.
Yeah. But then I also remembered, like, wait, weren't his sons, like, didn't he name his sons, like, really weird names? And one of them was, like, thematically appropriate. So I looked into it. Carl Urban had his first son, Hunter Urban, and his second son, Indiana Urban. I'm like, wait, why? That's your first name? Okay. Shit, maybe his son, Indiana Urban, if he's a decent actor, should play Indiana Jones in the future. Indiana. He doesn't even have to pretend. He's like, what's your name, Indiana?
Yeah, I've actually never considered, like, the Carl Urban casting for Indy before. I do think that would work.
Yeah, I think he has the ability to be stoic when needed. Yeah. And, of course, is just I'm going to just say it. He's got those rugged looks, right? He has that kind of rugged, kind of handsome look to him that someone like Indiana Jones should have.
Yeah.
Which, again, remember, his students and everything were fawning over him constantly because he was good-looking. He was a really good-looking professor who was also, like, a war hero and an action man. Like, holy shit.
Billy Butcher from The Boys? Yeah, that guy.
What the... I'd watch a radical Muslim Jamal Bond running a kebab shop while stealing intelligence from the M16. But in a huge plot twist, it's actually a double, quadruple Mossad agent.
Jamal
less
Bond.
convoluted than real life.
You know what? Yes, fund it. I want to see the first Jamal Bond movie.
Yeah.
It has to be made by Bollywood.
Oh my god, yeah. Bollywood movies are fascinating because they're so bad, but they have so much heart and energy and passion put into it. It's hilarious. Like, they're not good movies, but they're those movies you can't look away from because you have no idea what crazy, insane, like drug-fueled nonsense you're gonna see next. And when I say drug-fueled, I mean the writers, the directors, and everyone were on drugs when they did
Yeah,
these.
oh, their films are so crazy. I love that
Like-
one where the dude just like slaps people into the ground and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I love that.
Yeah. Dude, or the one where he's literally like outrunning vehicles on foot, and every time they look at him, they make tiger roar noises.
Yeah, yeah.
And he actually like punches cars and flips them over himself.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just the insane stuff he does, like where he'll kick someone's feet and they'll do a complete flip. He'll rip a flag or he'll like a light pole out of the ground and then use it like a baseball bat to hit him out of the air while he's spinning or some crap. And it's like,
Yeah.
what the hell? Oh, I love it. It's so good. The TV shows they make too, the edits, just oh my god, you know the one I'm talking about. The woman in the car and the window comes down and the guy sees her and angle. It's like, what is happening?
Everybody in a Bollywood production is coked out as shit.
Yeah.
Every single person.
Are we talking about Bollywood or Metal Gear Rising?
Bollywood. Absolutely Bollywood. Metal Gear Rising is tame in comparison to what Bollywood puts out.
Yeah.
Feet we had to fill. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, two titans of industry, stepped back from their respective roles as writer and director this time around to instead serve as executive producers. And while I'd be lying if I said their absence wasn't felt on some level,
You mean like every level?
Yeah, like
what
every
a
single
statement.
level.
Again, it's just one of those statements of trying to feign, like, to be fair, sort of thing, without actually giving credence to any of that sort of argumentation.
I think they stepped back because they knew what an embarrassing shit show this was going to be, and they've already had their turn being embarrassed by Crystal Skull. They're like, yeah, we've done this rodeo before. We know what this is going to result in.
Yep. Oh, just wait till he compares this to Crystal Skull and talks about how bad Crystal Skull is, and this is so much better in every way. Oh.
How, though? How do you come to that
Right.
conclusion?
Yeah, I don't think our friend Film Speak here lives in reality.
Manny Hand guides the ship with incredible zeal. He's no Spielberg, but then again, who is? But one of the film's greatest strengths is Mangold's ability to recognize that about himself. Dial of Destiny.
The fuck does that even mean?
Oh, what a statement. What a statement, right? Well, I realize I'm not as good as somebody better than me. It's brave that you recognize that about yourself. Look, what the fuck does that have to do with making a movie?
It just seems like an empty statement to pad out the video. He's not as talented as the super talented guy, and he recognizes that, and that's the strength of the movie. It's like, you didn't say anything. You did not say a single fucking thing there.
That doesn't tell us, if the movie's good or not. It doesn't say literally anything.
Oh no, Cree. This specifically.
Uh-oh.
Cree.
What?
It's organized chaos.
Oh
It's talking
no.
about something that we can't show. But I am terrified what somebody on that level of dumb could have to say about that episode in particular.
Oh no, don't tell. Hold on. I have to bring Discord up on my phone to, see this. Jesus Christ. I mean, at least he's saying it's the best episode, but...
But I don't know if he's going to understand why. Like, at all. He might just be parroting.
Of course he's not going to understand why. He thinks that it's fucked up when Rags said that Obi-Wan wanted Luke to kill Vader, which is no less than the objective fucking truth of what Obi-Wan wanted.
Multiple times, in fact.
Yes.
Yep.
In fact, they thought they thought Vader was so far gone that he could not be convinced to come back to the light under any circumstances, and they thought Luke was going there to fucking die.
Yep. Oh man, I just realized I'm bleeding.
You're bleeding.
Yeah, my cat really does not like being fed like that, but we have to.
You might want to go wash that up.
Yeah, I shall. Please continue.
Got people are already clipping me. I checked the server and there's already a clip of, oh, what an unfortunate misspeak with me tagged, and it's you guys like talking over me for a moment, so it makes my words sound wrong.
Sorry.
And it makes it sound like I say something really bad.
Uh-oh. Sorry about that.
I did not say the R word. I swear, YouTube, do not demonetize our stream.
What, retreaded?
No, grape.
Oh!
I did not say that. That's not the word I said. They were trying to speak at the same time I was, that it all kind of came together to make a not so good word.
Yeah, you can't say the grape word without the G, which leads people saying sexual assault instead, which muddles the definition of sexual assault, because everyone now assumes that it means the R word. Good job, YouTube.
Yep.
You have done a dum-dum.
In the visual language of Indiana Jones that Spielberg established, but it thankfully doesn't devolve into a facsimile of a Spielberg movie. Mangold brings
But it literally does. I mean, okay. I can't say I know very specifically what a Spielberg movie is like by directing, but like through direction. But I have seen all 5 Indiana Jones movies, and this feels like a cheap imitation of those other... Don't want to say 3 or 4. It seems like a cheap imitation of a cheap imitation of the other 3. That seems like the best way to put it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You say that like muddling language isn't the goal. Yeah, that's true. The fucking 1984 Newspeak shit. Yeah.
Yep.
They simplified the language to the point that it was impossible to lie.
his own to the project, imbuing the film with a cynicism and introspection that recalls his past works like Logan and Copland.
Yeah, but the cynicism worked in Logan because he was a character that was being torn down. Like he was by time, not by the movie itself. Here, Indy was torn down by the movie, not because of anything he did or because of his characterization or anything in the like logic. It was because the plot demanded it.
Yeah, it was just
It was cynically destroying Indy, not to pay homage to Indy or anything, but to show him as a washed up has-been, a loser now.
yeah, and they don't even build him back up at the end. He's still in the same crappy apartment, and the only thing that gets undone is, oh yeah, his wife came back to him for some reason. I don't know why. We took her away purely so we could give her back at the end of the film. That's literally the only time she shows up.
And they also forgot the fact that Indy is wanted for, double homicide.
Yeah, which he tried reporting, and I don't know, they assumed it was him because his fingerprints were on the phone in blood. Why would he call the cops on himself? I don't know.
Yeah, but that's, again, the government, as we know, will totally cop to, no, that was one of our rogue agents. No, they're absolutely going to let him fry for that.
Yep. Oh god, I just remembered that stupid line of, oh, now you've conquered space, what's next? And
we've
now that you've
space.
landed on the moon, what's next? Are you going to go are you looking to explore deeper into space? And he's like, no, we've already conquered space. Next we're gonna conquer something else. Does he say time outright?
Time, yeah.
Landing landing on the moon isn't conquering space.
I don't know how that'd be driven, but conquering space would be like you set up multiple planets. You now have multiple planets that are your species.
Not even that.
That's
Conquering
pretty fair.
conquering space is fucking owning space. Like, you are the empire across, like, billions of light years worth of stars and systems. Like, you are an unstoppable juggernaut.
Yeah, absolutely.
$5 from Rogue Internet Man. Thank you. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well, man. Saw Acerthorn is still giving you crap. I'm rooting for your inevitable victory against the Turkey, man. Godspeed. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, he is still seething and being a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, and trying to abuse copyright strikes, and man, oh man, that should be punishable by him no longer allowing to have copyrights ever.
Yeah.
That'd be amazing.
Yep.
Harv 3034 for $5. Thank you. I'm late. What did I miss? Setch, I taped a pic of Baltos to a target and blew it away with a 12 gauge. Made me feel better after AC fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
You missed us talking about this terrible film in this video, talking about this terrible film and saying it's actually good when it's not.
Yeah.
I really hope. I mean, it's unlikely with all the people we've covered, and they never do, but I really hope that this guy will actually try to explain why he thinks this stuff, and it's not just going to be nothing platitudes about how good this film is because he says it's good. And I hope he'll actually do some homework and show us the work he did.
Well,
to get to this point.
Yeah, he does have time. It is a 41-minute video.
Yeah, but I will say up to the 5.5 minute mark, no, he doesn't.
Oh.
But he'll do one that is the most like embarrassing thing I've ever heard. For like his stance on when he knew this movie was going to be a great movie, and it was the opening title scene.
You mean he says something more embarrassing than the embarrassing things he's already said?
Yes.
Oh no.
You would think 40 minutes would be enough time to like explain like how you reached a conclusion, but keep in mind we tried covering Super Rad's video and that was over an hour long, and he mostly just repeats stuff that we already know about the game.
Super Rad's video was 5 hours.
Oh yeah, it was 5 hours. Yeah.
And he's literally just telling you exactly what you're seeing on screen at that moment. Like he's reading the script to you, which is the most annoying thing in the world.
Not just that, but he's also like almost kind of reading out the the Fallout wiki, like descriptions of things. This is what the vaults are, and here's why they were made, and when they were made, and some of the secret experiments behind them, blah 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 blah, in the most like boring way, and not actually talking about what any of those things means, but just describing them and moving on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, like, that's fine if you're establishing information for the sake of talking about something else, but the point is he doesn't talk about something else, he just moves on.
Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. He just explains things in, like, the most driest of terms, where it's literally, like you said, reading the script or reading the wiki page, and then just doing that until he reaches the end of the game. And it's like, okay, that accomplished nothing.
People have said that he does talk about actual things in the game properly at some points. It's just, we skipped around that video a fucking lot after we realized what he was doing, and like every single time we stumbled upon him describing things, then describing things, or describing things, but not talking about things.
Yeah. He wasn't making points, or he wasn't making statements of quality or fact. He was literally just regurgitating. He was parroting what was happening.
Yeah. Also, I have to get this. I went to Acerthorn's Twitch stream the other day, and he said, "Oh, I got a second viewer," and I immediately closed the window.
Wow.
Wow. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Also, the fact that he owned himself again in his response to Kree, where he basically admits something he didn't mean to admit because he's so stupid.
Yeah, I'd rather not talk about that.
Yeah,
Don't
I
interrupt
won't,
an
I
enemy
won't.
when they're making a mistake.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mention what it was, but he did do that. It's pretty funny.
Quite as tight as Spielberg's 4 efforts, clocking in at just under 2.5 hours, that time never feels wasted. And while your mileage may
That
vary,
entire time feels wasted. What the fuck are you
Yes.
talking about? Jesus Christ.
There's so much padding and just plotting towards stuff that just doesn't matter, meaningless garbage and nonsense. It's ridiculous. Like, oh, the whole mafia boyfriend lover thing was so stupid.
Yeah, okay, so just to set the scene up for everyone in chat to understand what's happening here, they just came out of a black market auction with the Dial of Destiny part. There's 2 halves to the Dial of Destiny, and they have 1 half of it. Multiple people want this thing at this auction. That tends to be how auctions work. But one of them is Big Bad Guy Man himself, and actually, does he leave with the part, or do they have the part and he gets it from them, then the chase starts? Either way, Bad Guy Man has the dial part, and they have to go on a chase after him. But as they're about to chase him, the ex-boyfriend of Helena Shaw shows up, and he's the son of a mafia boss, and the mafia boss said, like, told his son to kill her. For some reason, they bailed her out. She was going to marry the son, and he's like all heartbroken now, and he's like, "Oh my God, you sold the ring, didn't you?" And then he goes, "I'm going to kill you." A big chase starts.
Well, the dumbest part was the fact that she not only admitted to it, she gloated about how much she got for it, selling the ring.
Yeah.
And that was
Yeah.
incredibly dumb.
The 2 side characters that are with Indy throughout the entire film are completely insufferable, and they're just thieves. That's like their entire character, except that the kid also likes planes. That's it.
And
That's
that
the
comes into
only
play.
character trait.
Pretend to
That
fly
comes-
planes.
That comes
'cause he's
into
never
play in the
actually flown a
most
plane. He just
stupid
pretends.
way.
Yeah, it's so dumb. But the
But-
fact that they're so insufferable and their only character trait is that they're dishonest thieves that you cannot trust, like, it doesn't help me to like them in any way.
No.
In fact, it just makes me hate them. And yeah, that scene in particular was really bad, where she's just like gloating to this person who is clearly upset about the separation.
I don't even think there was an official separation. She just ran off and sold the engagement ring.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And,
when he finds out what
I was just going to mention the fact that he's so angry about this that he, because he already has a sword in his hand, and he like raises it above his head and is like, "I'm gonna kill you," and tries to kill her, and then like a few seconds later into the chase, he's suddenly like trying to stop his own men from killing them and trying to like help them.
Yeah, he's
And I'm
simping
like-
for her again.
It just comes completely out of nowhere, where 1 minute he's ready to chop her head off, and then a second later he's literally stopping his own men from killing her by like hitting their arms and shit when they try to shoot the tuk-tuk, and he's like, "No, stop!" and like pushes his men out of the way so that they don't shoot that, and then he's like simping for her and being like, "Come back, I'll help you," and all this other stuff, and it's like, you were literally about to cut her head off like 6 seconds ago. What happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, with all that in mind, there's this big chase scene where Bad Nazi Man is running away with the Dial of Destiny part. Indy and Helena Shaw and Tommy, or whatever the dumb kid's name is chasing them. And then the Mafia guy is chasing Helena Shaw. So we've got this, like, big chase going on where everyone is constantly running into each other at random because they keep losing them. It's just like, oh look, there's a road down there where they happen to be. Let's go there. And And like it goes on for it is excessive. It is an excessive chase scene and it's
And
terrible. I hate
somehow,
it. And
the entire time, Indy and the gang will never lose the German scientist. They won't lose him throughout this entire clusterfuck situation that's going on.
yep.
Kind
And-
of. They don't lose them in the sense of like they do lose them where like, you know, the German guys will go somewhere like down a different road and they're nowhere near it and they don't know where they went, and then they'll just happen upon them like magically for some reason. And that just keeps happening where there's no way they should know where they are, nor should they be anywhere near them. Yet they'll just bump into each other again a few seconds later, and it's like that shouldn't even be possible.
Yeah, it is insanely stupid. But it's also stupid that they even introduced this mafia guy for no reason. Because you know what would have actually worked? Oh, hey, Bad Nazi Man has other, like, minions there that are chasing Indy to try and stop them. There, you've got your chase scene without the stupid extra group that exists for no reason.
Yeah.
Because the only thing, Mafia Sunman establishes to us that, yeah, Helena continues to be fucking insufferable constantly. And she's just a bad person.
With the Ace, I personally appreciate its willingness to linger in quieter moments. The film has different ambitions than its lighter, brisker siblings, and that's among one of my favorite things about it.
It's different, therefore I like it.
Also, it's happy to linger in its quieter moments, something its siblings. Did you miss all the good quiet moments in the fucking original trilogy?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Because there were
Especially
a lot...
since this movie doesn't have a lot of good quiet moments. In fact, it has very few quiet moments.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and a lot of the quiet moments are ruined by jokey jokes or, like, the two thief characters being pieces of shit. Oh, 1 second.
I personally... well, there's the just my opinion angle. Yep.
Yep.
Remember, everything is
Somehow.
your opinion and no one could ever criticize you.
Yeah. Somehow Hitler returned.
I never watched the movie, only through YouTube, and thank God I dodged this movie. Yep, you're one of the lucky ones, my friend.
Plays with the audience's expectations of an Indiana Jones film, subverting tropes and indulging in others, all without ever feeling beholden to a pre-established formula.
Oh my god, dude. It's literally Pete Hines. It's literally the Pete Hines thing. Shut up.
Um...
They're not beholden to something written 20 years ago.
I will give him the benefit of the doubt here. It is slightly different. He's saying, it's not beholden to any, like, writing tropes from before, rather than writing itself.
Technically.
I actually kind of want to hear that again, because that just seemed like a jumble of bullshit to me.
In quieter moments. The film has different ambitions than its lighter, brisker siblings, and that's among one of my favorite things about it. Mangold plays with the audience's expectations of an Indiana Jones film, subverting tropes and indulging in others, all
So we're getting the whole subversion thing. I don't know what was subverted except for everything being shit.
Yeah, I don't know what he could possibly mean by that because it didn't really subvert my expectations.
Was it a subversion that Bad Nazi Man was on top of a train and got hit by a gigantic metal pipe and should have fucking died? Because all his bones should have turned to dust, but then he was alive anyways?
Yeah, oh my god, that scene. He gets railed in the head by a metal pipe while he's like holding onto the side of the train that's going full speed. and it's a stationary pipe that's sticking out of like one of those water tower things. Cracks him over the head, and then he falls to the ground.
Yeah, off the train.
Off the train where there's like trees and stuff that he would absolutely get mangled into once he hit the ground. He should absolutely be dead. And then we see him again later in the movie, and he has like...
He doesn't even have a scar.
I was going to say, did he have a tiny little scar that you could barely see on like one side of his forehead, or did he just not have any?
Well, if you could barely see it, then I almost certainly didn't notice it.
I thought I might have seen one, but it's so minor that it's basically nothing.
That should have killed, if not crippled for life from brain damage. No, that would have killed. That outright would have killed. There's no surviving it.
Yeah, no, with the speed that the train was going and the fact that it was a stationary pipe, absolutely would have killed him.
In fact, that probably would have fucking torn him in two.
It would have ripped his head off. His body would probably still be clinging to the side of the train for a moment before it fell off.
Yeah.
Also, the stupid gun scene. Oh my god, where the AA gun gets shot by a plane and falls over and just starts, for whatever reason, well, they try to explain it, sort of. There's a dead body still on the trigger, but it starts shooting the train itself, and then as it reaches the end of the train so that they need to go by it, it just runs out of ammo right then and there.
Oh, that's not even the worst part, though. Like, that is dumb. But, like, okay, one of the train cars is, the door is jammed by Indy, so the Nazis can't get in after him, so they're running forward through the train. So, all the Nazis are chasing him, and there's, like, a fuckload of them. They start climbing along the outside of the train, and when this anti-aircraft gun gets partially blown up, and continues firing, it fires at the back portion of the train, and it oh so conveniently picks off, like, every single Nazi except for, like, big bad guy Commander Man.
Yeah, like, perfectly spaced, where there's gaps, there's fairly decently large gaps between the soldiers, and somehow the gun is timed so perfectly that it nails almost every single individual Nazi on the side of the train.
Yeah, it is cartoonish.
Yeah, because keep in mind, it's not a rapid-fire machine gun. There's actually a bit of, like, space between each shot because it's an AA gun.
Because it goes like chunk, 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 rather than
chunk,
chunk, chunk, chunk, chunk.
Yeah, it's not like a, like an MG42 or something where it's literally just like a laser beam cutting down the thing that would have made sense. That would have actually hit everybody on the side of the train because it's so fast. This thing is going super slow and just happens to be timed so perfectly that it nails almost every single Nazi on the side of the train individually. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, we didn't even talk about the scene before that. When he's at the castle and the bomb and him being hanged. Oh my god, that scene is so bad.
Or the fucking motorcycle where there's a Nazi in the side compartment and he crashes into a tree to get rid of the side compartment and there's no damage to him or the main motorcycle.
Yeah, it doesn't even veer him, like, slightly. He stays perfectly straight when he hits the tree, which would not happen.
Or all the fucking cringe where he's pretending to be an officer on the train and they realize that, hey, you stole that uniform because there's a bullet hole in the front. And then it lines up with a bullet hole on the back, and there's blood on both sides, so you clearly killed someone and stole it.
Yeah, which they should have noticed way sooner.
Yeah,
but they don't.
I'm sorry, if there's a hole in your clothing with blood on it, people are going to notice pretty quick.
Yeah, I find it odd that it wasn't until he turned around to walk away, after they had been staring at him for like a solid minute and a half, before they realized, oh my god, he shot somebody for that uniform. It's like, yeah, no shit. You could tell that from the hole in the front. You didn't need to see the hole in the back.
Yep. $5 from Ambrose
so
O'Leary.
dumb.
Thank you. So, on Indiana Jones mainly taking place in the 30s and 40s, wouldn't that mean he would have fought in World War One? I'd be down for an indie World War One movie. I mean, possibly.
That's among one of my favorite things about it. Mangold plays with the audience's expectations of an Indiana Jones film, subverting tropes and indulging in others, all without ever feeling beholden to a pre-established formula. This was made evident most immediately. As in, the opening logos immediately. Because as silly as it sounds, I knew we were in safe hands the moment the Lucasfilm logo cross-faded into a rectangular lock on the back of...
What? I'm sorry. What? That's how you knew you were in good hands when the Lucasfilm logo, which is rectangular, transitioned into a rectangular object? Are you serious?
That's fucking pathetic. Jesus Christ.
That is some of the most basic bitch editing for a movie ever. Like, that's nothing to write home about at all.
Yeah. Like, I think it's neat in the first 3 movies that the Paramount logo fades into, like, a similar shaped mountain, or a painting of a mountain, or a mountain engraved on a gong. But, like, fucking what?
Oh my god. Yeah, no, Setch wasn't kidding. That was... Holy shit. That is embarrassing. How embarrassing.
Of a little homage to the way the Paramount logo would fade into a mountain in the original films.
Why would you show fucking Crystal Skull instead of... I'm not sure which one he didn't show there. I know the gong was, why am I forgetting the name? Temple of Doom. I know the gong was Temple of Doom. That first mountain, I'm pretty sure, was Raiders? So why not show the Crusade one? Why show this? Like the one that everyone hates. Well, before Dial of Diarrhea came out.
Seem at all that significant, but it assured me that although the filmmakers were keenly aware of the traditions established by those previous films, they were equally willing to play with those expectations. And
it assured me because expectations. I mean, you realize how easy it is to copy something really superficial like that?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, oh, they added something very superficial that relates to the old film, so therefore it's just as good. Like, the writing doesn't have to be good, just so long as they keep these very superficial elements that don't matter.
You know, I knew Fallout 3 was in safe hands when I heard Ron Perlman's voice narrating the intro of the game.
Yeah, it literally would be like saying that. Ugh. Nice. What'd you break?
Nothing. I knocked something over, and I was muted for it.
Wasn't muted for me. I heard it. That's all that needs to be heard, because now I can tell chat you broke something.
I didn't break something. I knocked over... Okay, look, I have a plastic container with toothpicks in them. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 toothpicks in there, and I knocked it over.
Yeah, chat, it shattered on the floor. I heard it.
How would it shatter? I have a fucking carpet.
How did I hear it hit the ground then? What the heck? Because it sounded like it shattered.
I don't know what the fuck you're referring to, but nothing shattered. Because if something did shatter, I'd be like, oh shit, I need to clean this up. And I'm not. Cree shattered the carpet? That's not even possible. What's under the carpet? It was money.
One of those fancy glass carpets. It broke.
Just checking quickly before we continue. Did I miss any supers? I got that. 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 Okay, we're good.
Expectations the film does, taking big conceptual swings on everything from its more meditative tone and central time travel conceit. And unlike
Meditative tone?
What? This
You're
is
just-
not a slow movie. I'm sorry. This is not a slow movie. This movie is very ADHD, where there's constantly shit happening. Like, this film cannot sit quietly for 2 seconds.
Yeah. At this point, it just kind of sounds like he's saying flowery bullshit because it sounds good rather than having any kind of accuracy.
Oh, I'm certain that's exactly what he's doing, because a lot of the stuff he's saying does not line up with the film we watched at all.
Yeah. He's trying to attach higher mindset ideals to something which doesn't have any. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good description.
Yeah. It's just so annoying, too, because something like meditative tone, like, that could actually be applied as, like, a description for certain movies. Valhalla Rising, I would consider a very meditative tone film, and this is nothing like that.
Dysentery's most immediate predecessor, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, a film that also took big swings, these risks largely pay off because Mangold and his co-writers, Jez and John Henry Butterworth, commit to them. Unlike Crystal Skull's pivot away from its 50s sci-fi homage in the second half or unresolved McCarthy subplot, Dial of Destiny doesn't equivocate or deal in half measures. You get the sense everyone involved believed in the direction they were taking the story, and
What?
Yeah, it feels like he's just fucking rambling at this point.
Yeah, this is just inane bullshit at this point. Like, what are you even saying? Some of that actually got lost to me. I actually
Yeah,
started
I-
to zone out a little bit.
I'm fine with rewinding some of that. Hey Creetosis, what happened to your Acerthorn documentary video? I don't see it anymore. I had to take it down to avoid being falsely triple striked by him, which would have killed the channel. I am going to do some kind of video in the future that contains none of his content that he cannot take down. Unresolved McCarthy subplot. So, for some reason, and I kind of agree that this is dumb. Well, most of Crystal Skull is dumb, so, you know. There's a subplot in Crystal Skull that starts off early in the film where people are suspecting Indy of working with the commies for some reason. And he even gets, like, not fired from his job, but put on leave because of it. And that's just, it goes nowhere, and it's resolved by the end of the film.
Yeah. It's just forgotten about, like, not even halfway through the film, and then by the time that the film is over, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Definitely not the biggest of that film's problems.
Yeah, no. In fact, I had almost completely forgotten about it until he mentioned it.
Yeah.
big conceptual swings on everything from its more meditative tone and central time travel conceit. And unlike Dial of Destiny's most immediate predecessor, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, a film that also took big swings, these risks largely pay off because Mangold and his co-writers, Jez and John Henry Butterworth, commit to them.
Okay, stopping right there. What I'm getting from this is both Crystal Skull and Dial of Destiny took big swings, but the big swings in Dial of Destiny succeed because they... I don't know.
Yeah, are you guys sit here and tell me that they didn't commit in Crystal Skull? Because it seems to me like they committed hard. Like they were super committed to that ending.
Yeah.
They didn't pull any punches with that shit. They went all out. They completely 100% committed throughout the entire film. That's all the film was about like the crystal skull and the weird like mystery behind it, and everyone wants to get it, and we have to get to this secret location to find El Dorado and the secret within and all this stuff, and then we find out it's interdimensional aliens, and they don't shy away from it at all. Like they go a little too overboard with it, where they actually show the really bad CG alien doing a close-up to the camera.
Yeah, because it's looking at a Russian lady who's currently getting her entire brain burned out of her skull.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, they decided, no, we have to have a, like, front-on shot of the alien, like, looking into the camera dramatically from, like, a distance, then coming super close to the camera in a really dramatic, like...
It looks bad.
Yeah, it looks so bad. The CG is so terrible. So when this dude says, oh, well, Crystal Skull failed because it didn't commit, I say it was the opposite. I say they committed a little too hard. I feel like they should have been a little bit more restrained. Maybe the alien stuff should have been a little bit more hinted at or implied.
Yeah.
Rather than just outright shown through CG and all this stuff that looks absolutely terrible.
I agree. Also, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I was
We
gonna
saw
play
what
that-
you were talking about.
Yeah, that embarrassing line. I've actually
Oh my
forgotten what
God.
it was.
the
Oh, right, the lock
Lucasfilm
thing.
logo.
The fade into the
Yeah.
lock. Oh.
Fade-
That's
into
when you
the
knew
lock.
that this was going to be a great movie. Was just that. I was like, really? That's
Yeah.
all it takes for this guy.
My reaction to that sketch was, I knew Fallout 3 was going to be a good game when I heard Ron Perlman's voice in the intro. That's when I knew it was in good hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I apologize, guys. I've been trying to take care of the cat, and she's now stuck to where she'll just keep spinning in circles over and over again. So I had to look up what that was. Apparently, it's a thing that can happen in cats, and it should go away on its own.
All right.
But for now, she's just kind of stuck like that. So I've been helping her around the house.
Yeah, that's understandable. We're definitely not going to taking care of your cat against you.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
At least we're not going to hold that against you on stream. But later, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's actually 100% understandable. My cat had a similar thing. She hasn't done it in quite a while, knock on wood. But it's not that she would start spinning in circles, it's that she would start acting confused in her movements, where she's reaching one of her paws out, and she's like unsure of her footing, and she's trying to like step forward, and it's almost like she's drunk or dizzy. That's the best way I could describe how like she looks during that. That's happened numerous times, but I haven't seen it happen in a while.
Yeah.
You know, I never did do a follow-up with you about that one thing. Did she ever stop bleeding?
She did.
Okay, good. So there was no, like, infection or anything?
Yeah, well, mostly. She did stop bleeding for a very long time. I think... Was there some the other day? No, because there's no blood on the carpet. Yeah, I think it has stopped.
Okay.
They were equally willing to play with those expectations. And play with expectations the film does, taking big conceptual swings on everything from its more meditative tone and central time travel conceit. And unlike Dial of Destiny's most immediate predecessor, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, a film that also took big swings, these risks largely pay off because Mangold and his co-writers, Jez and John Henry Butterworth, commit to them. Unlike Crystal Skull's pivot away from its 50s sci-fi homage in the second half or unresolved McCarthy subplot, Dial of Destiny doesn't equivocate or deal in half measures. You get the sense everyone involved believed in the...
So wait. So then would he say that Temple of Doom shied away from its setting because the Temple of Doom took place in a completely different country in the jungle?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because that's basically what he just accused Crystal Skull of, because the entire film doesn't take place in like 1950s New York or whatever. It's shying away from its, I don't know, its theme, I guess, or whatever. But wouldn't that also apply to Temple of Doom then? Because the same thing happens there.
Yeah, I have no idea.
It just comes off as a overly long, rambly sentence that has no real substance, but sounds good for the sake of defending the film. Like, what he's saying is, Crystal Skull doesn't commit to its ideas or whatever, but Dial of Destiny does, and that's what makes it so good.
Yep. It's
Word
just
salad,
flowery
yeah.
ramblings at this point, just to make the movie look better than it is.
direct story, and it soars as a result of that confidence. This confidence also gives the film an edge that was sorely lacking from the mostly toothless Crystal Skull, where that film felt like old men revisiting their heyday with less of a stomach for the gleeful violence and moral ambiguity those films had entailed. Dial of Destiny...
What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what? No. Yeah. There's a lot of things you could accuse a Crystal Skull of being, but that ain't one of them. It definitely reveled in the violence. There were some scenes in there where it was like,
Remember
what the
that
hell?
guy who got eaten by ants?
Yeah, the ant scene is like the one thing you can especially point to as like, yeah, no, that makes that entire statement not true because the ant scene exists. Like once the Marabunta ants show up on screen, it's just, oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't they pick someone up and drag them into their, like, anthill, too?
Yes.
Yep.
He punches out the big Russian guy that's been chasing them throughout the entire film, and he falls backwards into the swarm of ants, and they, like, swarm into his mouth and eyes and stuff, and then they pull him into the anthill.
Oh, they do carry him. Okay, I thought they carried someone else away.
No, they get him. The other dude you're thinking of is one of the... Actually, I think a couple of the soldiers get, like, overwhelmed. They're not fast enough to outrun them, and they
just
fall
get
over.
covered.
Yeah, and they get covered, and they just get turned into, like, meaty skeletons.
God, it's so bad.
Yeah. And then there was also the, like, I guess that wasn't that violent. It was more funny than violent, but the little Mexican midgets that attack Indy and his son.
Oh, right, in the fucking graveyard. Like,
Yeah,
why are they
and then-
there?
Yeah, why are they there? And also, they're trying to shoot poison darts at them, and Indy just, like, disappears off screen for a few seconds while his son is, like, fighting for his life. And then he pops up right in front of one and blows into the other end of the dart gun, and the dart flies backwards into the native dude's, like, throat and stabs him and kills him.
By the way, how does it stab him from the back end?
I don't know, because the darts aren't pointed on that end, and they're supposed to have like a little bit of fluff so that they go down the tube properly. So it wouldn't actually do anything other than like put the needle in his mouth, which I guess you could, like, you know, if it's really deadly poison and it got on his tongue, that could maybe do something after some time, but it wouldn't stab him in the back of the throat and kill him instantly.
Hey, remember that scene in the movie where, like, it's towards the end of the movie, they're nearing the interdimensional alien ship thing, and there's just this room with a bunch of, like, natives built into the wall, and they all break out of the wall to go after Indian friends.
Yeah, they're just like there. They're just like xenomorph, like wall nested into the walls as they're coming in, and it's like, do you just spend all day, every day in the wall there, just waiting for some gringo to walk into your little, your little cave area so you can spook them? Like, like what is this? Like these aren't supernatural beings. They're literally just native people who apparently spend their entire day, all day long, every single day, just curled up in a nest on a wall of a cave, so that they can slowly climb down like a xenomorph and scare white people that come in.
What about the fridge scene? That made me laugh to no end. I fucking despise. What is even the point of all that?
We get to see a nuclear explosion. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Huge closer to the spirit of those original 3 entries, reveling in the weight and carnage and moral grayness of Indy's world. The characters are compromised and hedonistic, and the action is kinetic and
Compromised
Again,
and hedonistic?
I would love for him to actually explain these things. He has time to, but this is just ridiculous of just piling on and on and on all these assertions.
And like none of them fit. All these descriptions he's saying do not apply to this film at all. Like I called it out earlier when he said the meditative tone of the film, which this film is ADHD as fuck, and it does not have a meditative moment in the entire film. So I don't know what the hell he meant by that. And the fact that he's still doing it, where he's just saying random nonsense that doesn't apply to the film just to try and make it seem better than it is. It's like, this is so frustrating. Oh my god!
I'm trying to figure
I think
out what
it's gonna be like this.
I'm trying to figure out where the hedonism comes in this film. Is that Helena Shaw being a massive fucking slut?
I guess it's the only thing I could think of. Like the only sexual moments that I can even think of is her being like
horny for people for some reason.
Yeah, just the random horniness that comes out of nowhere for people. Like when she tries to come on to Antonio Banderas' character.
Was it his character? I know there was another character on that ship where she was like, she was looking for alcohol and she's like, promising. And then she sees the guy walk by and she's like, even more promising. And then she's like got the mafia ex-boyfriend and stuff.
Maybe it wasn't him. I could have sworn it was the captain, but maybe it wasn't.
Pagan, what's clicking in your background?
Nothing.
Okay.
I'll stop.
as it should be. The grit is reflected in the look of the film as well. The warm palette and stark shadows harkens back to the high contrast look of the original films, imbuing each location with a foreboding sense of peril.
So, you copied some things that made it look a certain way, but doesn't actually add any substance to this movie that's very poorly done.
Yeah.
Like, I'll agree, it helps with the tone and stuff in the original movies. Not with this one.
Yeah, no. And I have to call it out. You saw it for a moment there where the mafia guy,
yeah,
shouldered the other guy with the shotgun and like reached down and made him miss the shot. Keep in mind, the only reason that his lackey is trying to shoot them in the first place is because he explicitly told them to kill them. And he's doing his job exactly as he was told. And all of a sudden, the mob boss just changes his mind and is like, no, don't.
Hold on. That's not the mob boss. That's the mob boss's son.
Yeah, the mob boss's son, but we never see the mob boss, so he might as well be the mob boss. There's no point in making a distinction.
The reason I make the distinction is because the mob boss did order for her to be killed, and the son does want that at first, kinda, then he doesn't for no reason. Like, it's a slight distinction, and I'm making it because both things annoy the fuck out of me.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, he flies into a rage and wants to cut off her head, and they start to run away, and then he tells his men, "Get them! I want them dead!" And then, like, as they're chasing him, the dude pulls out his shotgun and tries to shoot them, and then the mob boss's son is like, "No, don't shoot my precious waifu." It's like, you literally told him to. He's doing what you told him to. Why are you stopping him? What are you doing? And then he turns into a simp out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's just a simp for the... And by the way, once we leave this zone, we never see him again. The plotline goes unresolved.
He just disappears during the chase, and we never see him again.
Amplified by Adam Stockhausen's impeccable production design that feels at once a part of Indy's world and a reminder that it isn't the same world he once knew. This passage of time also informs John Williams' brilliant score, which opens with a kind of greatest hits medley of classic motifs from throughout the series before transitioning to a more Bernard Herrmann-esque sound that evokes the 60s conspiracy thrillers the film is drawing on in its first act.
Do you have any sentences that are less than fucking 12 words?
Is he ever going to talk about something with substance that isn't just flowery garbage that doesn't even apply to the film?
No, you see, we have to talk about the music for some reason.
Which I don't get why you need to talk about the music in this. Like, there's just some things where some properties it makes sense to talk about the music because it's so stand out, and then there's others where there's not even a point in mentioning it, and this is one of those movies where there's no point in even mentioning it.
Reminds me of One Punch Man, explain in 30 words or less. Kind of. Like, look, I make long videos. I'm not going to say there's anything wrong with making long videos or anything of the sort. My issue isn't that he's explaining something that takes a long time to explain. My problem is none of this fucking matters to the actual quality of the film. Like, if you're talking about a good film that was dragged down by bad music, okay, sure. If you're talking about a good film that was dragged down by poor directing, okay, sure. That doesn't fucking factor into this, though, because we're not even at that level yet. We need to talk about the writing. All this is superficial garbage at this point. Because a bad movie having good music doesn't make the movie better.
Yep.
Williams really never misses in, anything that he ever does, but especially the indie films. But this is an especially strong note to go out on, making for arguably his best work since The Last Jedi, and before that, probably the early 2000s. A lot of the work here feels reminiscent of that era of Williams, which is my personal favorite era of John Williams. However, for all the artistry Mangold and his collaborators bring to the film, what anchors it to the spirit of its predecessors more than anything else is Indiana Jones.
What an unfortunate name, too, because my god, that's exactly what he did to this movie.
What's that?
Mangold.
Oh. Okay, that's good. That is good.
Like, ever since he said that was the dude's name, I was like, oh no, that's unfortunate.
It's actually Mangold, but Mangold is right, yeah.
If his name is Mangold, this dude does not know how to pronounce his name then, because he has said Mangold every single time.
However, for all the artistry Mangold and his collaborators bring to the film, what anchors it to the spirit of its predecessors more than anything else is Indiana Jones himself, Harrison Ford. Spielberg and Luke.
The actor who played the main guy from the original movies is what anchors this movie to the original movies.
Oh my god. And I like how we were just talking not too long ago about how, you could do an Indiana Jones movie without Harrison Ford as Indy. But no, we have to have Harrison Ford because that's what anchors the movie to being like the originals. Uh,
Is on, but the beating heart of the franchise is kept intact by Ford, the essential ingredient of the original films, given arguably a bit more creative agency than he ever has been by all accounts.
I need to hear the first part of that again, but given more creative agency, man, they turned him into a fucking loser here.
Kept intact by Ford, the essential ingredient of the original films, given arguably a bit more creative agency than he ever has been by all accounts. Harrison is the one who made this film happen, and that passion for not only the story, but the character it lovingly farewells is the creative engine that drives the entire thing.
Oh, so he's to blame. We can blame Harrison Ford for this.
Oh,
Good to know.
Lovingly. Oh, God.
I don't know how you describe this ending as like a loving send-off. The movie we shouldn't have gotten where he gets married at the end, that's a loving send-off.
Yeah.
As bad as that movie is, you cannot give him a better ending for what we see in that film. Aside from like maybe him winning the lottery or something insane.
Exactly.
The Last Crusade, literally riding off into the sunset. You cannot give him a better ending than that.
And yet somehow this movie has a loving send-off because he gets back together with his wife who left him because she felt he didn't care about their son's death.
Something that was invented for this film to get rid of her.
Yeah.
Again, they took her away just to give her back.
Yeah, and his son is gone. And even then, you know, it's still like rocky. Their marriage isn't like fixed from this. It's still very much like, I'll give it another chance, but there's no guarantee that it's going to work. And he's still living in his shitty apartment. How do you get loving send-off from that? It's just more pathetic shit like the beginning of the film. It just returns to the status quo, basically.
Yeah. The status quo of what they set up for him being a fucking loser at the start. He's still a loser,
Yeah.
he just has his wife back. I hate it so much.
I hate this.
Soulful, nuanced performance. Legitimately one of his best ever, if you can even believe that. Ford
No.
I can't believe that because as we kept saying throughout the film as we were watching it, it really felt phoned in by Harrison Ford. It did not feel like he cared about this film. It felt like he was in it for the paycheck.
Yep.
Because almost all of his line deliveries were like he was reading off of a script with no emotion.
Aspect of the film and imbues it with a sense of purpose and vision. Dial of Destiny could have very easily been just another corporate product.
It literally is! What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, how are you going to argue it's not a corporate product? It is explicitly a corporate product. It is so painfully corporate that it's insufferable to watch.
No, you don't see, guys. Or, you don't understand, guys. It's totally good, you see, because the directing respects the directing of the original when it fades from the logo to the lock. And the music, it is really good. And they have a yellow filter, which reminds me of the originals. It's a good movie, guys. Trust me.
Soul going through the motions to revive a dead franchise, but instead it feels like a well-earned epilogue to one of the greatest action franchises of all time. A deeply personal story about growing old that loves and honors what came before it.
It literally doesn't. It turns him into a fucking loser. How can you sit there and say that it loves and honors what came before when it takes everything away from him? And the only thing he gets back at the end is his wife. His son hates him and went to war and fucking died as a result. He doesn't have the prestige he used to have. He's a pathetic old man who has nothing now but a crappy apartment.
Also, I know we're only 8 minutes in, but he's just reiterating stuff he's already said a million times over.
Yep.
Where he's just trying to say flowery bullshit to make the movie look good without actually explaining any of it in any kind of logical way.
Yeah.
He's not saying anything, and I get the feeling that's all this is going to be, is just going to be him reiterating the same stuff over and over and over, but with different words that sound good to him.
Oh my god, another 33 minutes of reiteration and the shit we've already heard is going to be insufferable.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm worried. I'm worried that he's not actually going to make any points that actually have any kind of argumentation to them. It's just going to be, oh, well, it's good, guys, because I say it is. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
You're saying something there, Such?
I said we'll have to see.
Yeah.
I hope not, but
Hopefully not.
it's not sounding good.
Hold up, his son is dead? Yep. Remember how Kingdom of the Crystal Skull ended with that moment to Shia LaBeouf picking up the hat and about to put it on, implying that, yeah, he's going to be the future adventurer, which, I mean, first of all, bad choice, but whatever. Then Indy grabs it, and they're like, you know, it's a very happy ending. Yeah, at some point between then and now, Mutt decided that Mutt hates Indy, and he's going to go off to war to spite him and die. He died in Nam.
Yep.
Poochie died on the way to his home planet. Yep. Don't you love when big characters, even if they're not that great, get killed off screen for no reason just to make the main character even more of a fucking loser?
Yeah.
Mutt wasn't a good character, recast him and give a second film to fix him. Sure, Mutt could be the new Indy, better than fucking Helena. Yeah. I mean, I think it would just be better to do a new set of Indiana Jones films with a new actor, rather than this.
Yeah.
And with good writing, obviously. I mean, if you keep recasting the actor, you're going to come into the problem where, like, Indy had 500 adventures in the 1930s and 40s, but as long as you don't count them all as the same continuity, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Died with the "He shall not divide us" flag gripped tightly in one hand.
Yeah.
Good writing? In Hollywood? Yeah, I know what I'm saying is a fantasy, but, like, it's still a stipulation I have to put on.
Into facile reverence, a distinction that makes all the difference.
Okay, how?
When it was first announced that Indy would once again be squaring off against the Nazi villains in Dial of Destiny, I admit I was a bit skeptical. Although there are few greater cinematic pleasures than watching Dr. Jones sock fascists on the jaw, the Nazis are more than a little overplayed as villains in wider Indiana Jones media. They're the safe default, like stormtroopers in Star Wars or Russians in James Bond.
Okay, I don't see why that's a problem, though. Like,
Yeah.
it's perfectly fine having a recurring villain faction that, like, the protagonist deals with a lot. And I know he said wider Indiana Jones media, but when we have 3 movies and only 2 of them deal with the Nazis, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, the reason the Nazis are used so much for like weird stuff like Wolfenstein or when it comes to Indiana Jones is because the Nazis had a lot of weird science divisions and things like that and believed in the occult and paranormal and stuff. So you get some crazy interesting stories out of like dealing with Himmler's like psychic division and stuff like that. Like that stuff is interesting. Like what if the crazy nonsense they believed in was real? like in the Wolfenstein games, the crazy nonsense they believed in was real. That was what was so interesting about it.
Yeah. Do we count the Indiana Jones video games? I don't know. I haven't played them, so I don't know what's in them. I do have all 4 that are on Steam, though. I want to play them at some point.
Yeah.
At the end, only prerequisite for being an Indiana Jones villain is a desire to exploit history and its treasures in some capacity. And while the Nazis are particularly infamous for being vandals of history, they aren't the only option.
Yeah, again, he could have gone after the Soviets as well. He could have gone after the Italians. Like, they're not the only option, but again, they were the big bad threat of World War II, so it kind of helps. You have a built-in, these are the bad guys, and then you have all their background and history with all the occult, esoteric nonsense and weird science stuff that they did, trying to make like the Uber Soldatens and stuff like that. Like, it's just ripe for doing all this crazy stuff. Like, and yeah, sure, the Japanese had did the same thing. If you want to go on the Pacific Theater, they did the same type of stuff, but they didn't do that to that level. Even though they had unit,
Well, even
whatever.
even if they didn't, you could even invent a group, like a subgroup of a faction, for him to go up against, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see why this matters, whether he's fighting the Nazis or not. It's not that big of a deal to me. Of course, Indy isn't going to be the one who brings down the Nazis entirely. It makes sense he'd be encountering them a bunch in the fucking 1930s and 40s.
Yeah. The movie before this didn't even have him. We were dealing with the Red Scare communists, the Russians. So I don't know. He just makes it seem like every single piece of media is dealing with Nazis, and it's like the movie before this wasn't dealing with Nazis.
Yeah.
He did
So
also
we
say
have
wider
half of them
media,
with
though,
Nazis,
so...
half of them without.
Yeah, I guess. Still.
Also, that's just a tangent. I hate that it's called the Red Scare. It should have been called more the Red Threat.
Yeah.
Because it's more accurate to what it was.
Especially with how much they infiltrated the government.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a story set in 1969 felt like a lack of inspiration more than anything. However, I've never been happier to be wrong, because Dial of Destiny makes better use of its Nazi villains than just about any indie adventures since Raiders of the Lost Ark.
How?
Fucking how? And also, stop putting fucking text on screen of the stuff you're saying. How?
Yeah.
That text on screen thing genuinely is distracting. Makes better use of their villains than any indie movie. Did he say movie or media?
Because there's a movie.
Okay, because there's only one other movie besides Raiders that has Nazis in them, and that was The Last Crusade, which I think used them really well, especially in comparison to Diarrhea of Destiny.
Oh, absolutely.
Because what were the Nazis in Diarrhea of Destiny? They were Operation Paperclip people who wanted to use a time travel device to go back and fix World War II so the Nazis would win. It was like, okay. Sure. They're like real bad guys. I don't see how that's a better use of them, though, than the other two movies. I mean, to be fair, he didn't say better than Raiders, but... it's just fucking inane.
Aren't the only option. Dragging them back for a story set in 1969 felt like a lack of inspiration more than anything. However, I've never been happier to be wrong, because Dial of Destiny makes better use of its Nazi villains than just about any indie adventures since Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Okay, any
adventure.
Okay. So I can't speak to the comics or video games or whatever else, but any adventure since Raiders still includes Last Crusade, which absolutely used them better than Dial Destiny did.
Yep.
Wondering why, despite so many other options for antagonists, this series keeps coming back to these goose-stepping morons. Something.
Oh, that's another thing in history. The Nazis did goose stepping for one, or I think two rallies, and it was the Russians that enforced goose stepping, not the Germans. It looks good, but it just requires so much discipline and like enforced discipline that it was tiresome because all it did was, oh, it looks impressive, but that discipline goes to waste in other areas. Yeah, the Russians were the ones that were big into goose stepping. It's just funny that the not it's always called the goose stepping Nazis when it should be the goose stepping commies.
Yeah. I also feel calling the Nazis morons outright kind of undermines the threat they have in that world, because, like, you have to remember, they also existed in our world, and they posed a very real threat, and, like, there was the possibility they could have won and fucked over our entire timeline. Did they do some dumb things? Like, yeah, obviously, but I don't know. It just seems weird calling them morons like that when, like, if they were morons, like, truly moronic, they wouldn't have been an actual threat. You know? Or at least not as much of a threat.
The film especially well is framing the Nazis as the antithesis of everything Indy stands for. Across the previous films, we've come to understand Indy as a kind of protector of history. In the words of Indy's compatriot Basil Shaw, they simply want to save history.
I mean, you don't need to quote Dial of Destiny to make that point when It Belongs in a Museum was part of the original movie. Wasn't that actually in the first movie?
I remember it in God, I don't remember what movie he was in. I just remember he was aboard a ship and he was screaming, "It belongs in a museum," and then the bad guy was like, "So do you."
Yeah, that was Crusade. It was in
Yeah.
Raiders. Okay, so it's a line they brought back then if it was in both Raiders and Crusade. So yeah. You could have just played those two clips. It belongs in a museum. And there's your whole thing. That it establishes Indy's beliefs right there. These are historical artifacts that we can learn about ancient cultures. And people, like the average person, could go to a museum and learn about it.
Yeah.
He relics because he believes they belong in a museum. Museum being shorthand for preservation and public exhibition. History and the art and artifacts that connect us to it belongs to everyone, not some miserly collector, and least of all Adolf Hitler, and Indy fights to ensure it stays that way. As you might imagine, the Nazis are the polar opposite. They seek to control, exploit, and hoard history, something Dial of Destiny's prologue wastes no time reminding us, dropping us in the midst of the Allied incursion into Nazi Germany. The first thing Mangold...
God, every time he shows that clip of Indy putting the hat on the guy's face, then pulling it away and punching him, I just get annoyed for how fucking stupid that moment is. Like, what does that do? Why does the guy not, like, draw back? Why does he just let Indy put his hat on his face? And how is this, like, a thing for fighting? You put your hat on someone's face, and
It's
then
supposed to be a distraction so you can sucker punch them.
It's a distraction. Okay, but, like, why does the guy just not react? Why does he just stand there and take it? It looks so stupid.
Yeah. Also, I think he's going to be wrong here about this, what he's going into. But hold on. Because I think he says the first thing they show us is something, like the dial.
All right.
I don't know. I get to hear where he's going with it.
Before we get to that, on the hat thing, They do a similar thing in Crystal Skull, and I'm actually going to defend that crappy movie here for a second. When they're in the diner, and Mutt hands the one guy his hat, he's like, here, hold this. And the guy's like, huh, what? And that's when Mutt sucker punches him. That makes more sense because he's drawing that guy's attention away from, like, his upper body and down to his hand, where he's handing him the hat, which gives him the chance with the other hand to punch this guy, to sucker punch him. That makes way more sense as a sucker punch rather than, I'm gonna put my hat on your face and punch you. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Reminds me of the one scene. I think it was we were using a map or something like that, and he was trying to talk with him, and he was like trying to be like a tourist thing, like, and as you can see over here, you need to run. And he's like, what? I said, as you can see over here, run! And then he punches through it to punch the Nazi in the face. Try to distract.
Which one was that?
I'm pretty sure that was Last Crusade. Because that was the marketplace when he was trying to get him to escape.
Oh, right.
He get captured by the Nazis, and then he accidentally puts him in the back of a truck that's a Nazi truck.
Right, yeah, that was, oh god, I'm forgetting his name. John Rhys Davies' character. Oh god, why am I forgetting his name? But it was him and the other guy from the university, Marcus, yeah.
Mm.
Marcus and Sala, right.
Here it stays that way. As you might imagine, the Nazis are the polar opposite. They seek to control, exploit, and hoard history, something Dial of Destiny's prologue wastes no time reminding us. Dropping us in the midst of the Allied incursion into Nazi Germany, the first thing Mangold shows us is the Nazis ransacking their own fortress, piling as much of the ill-gotten loot as they can carry onto a train in a desperate attempt to keep it out of Allied hands. This whole sequence is dripping with disdain for the way the Nazis treat these relics. Castle walls stripped bare and floor.
Why are you not showing us that, and instead showing us, like, The Last Crusade?
I assume because he doesn't have the film. I don't know when this video was made, or if the film was out on DVD yet.
It was made 1 month ago.
Okay, so I don't think it was out on DVD a month ago.
But it's just weird to do this, because, again, to me, it's just like, you're not showing the thing because you don't have the evidence for your thing. You're showing us you're showing us a situation where actually Indy fucks this up by knocking the lighter to the ground.
Actually, I thought it was the grandfather that knocked it down.
The father. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Dad that did it, because he burnt his hand a little bit trying to get the rope, and he accidentally threw it on the ground.
Sean Connery is great in that movie.
And then he tries to blow it out. He realizes that it's lit, and he can't get his foot or anything over there, so he's like... and then it catches the drapery, and his eyes go wide, and he's like... Woo!
Yeah, we need to watch these 3 movies at some point.
He's like, Indiana, what? He's like, son, what? What? He goes, the floor is on fire. And the chair.
Creetosis, do you have a favorite YouTube video? No. I don't really look at YouTube videos in terms of, like, what my favorite is or not.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind if he shows the film later. He has been showing clips of it, but that looks like trailer footage.
Yeah, it could genuinely be trailer footage, all of it.
Lore's rates of art frame the effort as an act of desperation by a malignant entity more concerned with maintaining possession of their loot than protecting it.
I mean, if the USA was collapsing, I'm pretty sure we would be trying to, like... I'm just going to use Fort Knox as an example. I'm pretty sure we'd be trying to empty Fort Knox.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, that just seems like a logical thing to do when you're a country that's spiraling. You want to try to save the wealth of that country.
My favorite YouTube video is the one we're watching right now. Oh no.
I mean, for God's sakes, France. When France fell, they hid stuff everywhere. And that was always the funniest thing was people finding the fall of France like relics and stuff like that all over the place in people's walls, in the attics, up in the rafters and stuff like that. They even found a whole fucking tank that was hidden in like a disused barn that nobody went into. They hid an entire prototype tank, the ARL-44, inside of an old barn. And the ARL-44 was a pretty good tank for if it had actually, been put into production when it was created, but no.
Damn.
Yeah, it's just a weird
It
thing
all
to hold
feels
against the Germans when it's like every country does
Yeah.
that. Like that's like the one of the go-to things you do.
It all feels tantamount to the desecration of something sacred, a sentiment only amplified by the treatment of the Lance of Longinus, aka the spear that pierced Christ's blood or whatever during the crucifixion. It's a holy relic. Amidst their efforts to cling to their spoils, the Nazis are also searching for the fabled lance so they can deliver it to Hitler, who covets its power to alter fate. However, when this relic turns out to be fake, the Nazis seemingly lose interest in it immediately, further exemplifying their view that...
But they don't, though. Again, they haven't had time to verify it's fake. Indiana Jones, Indy steals it. Like, they don't have time to do anything to it. It's not that they don't care about it. They're trying to currently capture somebody who's aboard their train and could sabotage their efforts.
Yeah.
Yeah, also if it's a fake, it doesn't really have any value as a historical artifact or as, like what they want it for as like a source of power.
Yeah.
It just has no value. So yeah, it makes sense you would not care about it in either sense.
It's like if you found out that the Mona Lisa was a fake. Oh, I'm sorry. Then yeah, its historical value evaporates at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, if you believe... Let's say you find a magic rock that you believe will grant you powers, and then you find out, like, that it doesn't grant you powers, it's just a regular rock, it's not magic at all, you're probably going to stop caring about that magic rock pretty fast. Due to its lack of magic.
valuable in so much as it is exploitable. But beyond their function as a foil to Indy's philosophy on history, the real genius of bringing the Nazis back in Dial of Destiny is how they personify one of the film's core thematic ideas, the futility of trying to live in the past. Nowhere is this more evident.
Who the fuck is trying to live in the past?
Yeah, and it's not futile because it's an actual working fucking time machine. That's not futile anymore. That becomes very plausible.
I guess the bad guys are trying to live in the past, but it's not even living in the past. They're going to the past so they can fix what they believe were the mistakes the Nazis made in the war.
Yeah,
so they can...
again, it's
not living in the past, though.
It'd be one thing if the dial proved to be a hoax. That could have been an interesting twist. Like, the whole thing is entirely a hoax. He was a genius, and this is just one of his ones where he went off on a flight of fancy. Like the mirror thing, because that was proven to be complete bupkis. There's no way the mirror thing would work. But, yeah, again, it could just be, it was a complete flight of fancy, it doesn't actually do anything. Then that would be them trying to live in the past and not being able to move on or anything. But the time machine's real. It works. So they're not, like, living in the past. They're actively like, no, we could change history here.
It actually becomes a plot point about changing history.
Then antagonist of the film, Jürgen Voller, a former Nazi physicist living in America under the pseudonym Professor Schmidt. Voller was brought over after the war to work for NASA as a part of Operation Paperclip, an effort by the US government to recruit Nazi scientists before the Soviets could.
I'm also gonna Like, this is another historical thing. If you think the Americans only took scientists in Operation Paperclip, I'm sorry, you are naive. Because with the U.S. liked a lot of the programs, especially military programs that the Nazis put into effect, and yeah, a lot of Operation Paperclip members were actually members of the SS, who would then go on to help form the proper special forces of the United States. One of them being Lowry Turner, who went on to rename himself to Larry Thorne, was a key member of the Green Berets. Yeah, he was a Finnish soldier who hated the Soviets so much. He then went when the Finns surrendered in the Winter War. Massive emphasis. I should say more signed the treaty in the Winter War because we know the Finns won. He then went to join the Germans because he could speak German, and he joined the Germans. And he was such a good soldier. He was a member of the SS. And then at the end of the war, the Americans were so impressed with his record, especially fighting commies, and America did not like commies. So they brought him over with Operation Paperclip, and they set him up as a member of the Special Forces to form the Green Berets.
Hmm. Anyways,
Yeah,
just
he's actually the inspiration for the song "The Soldier of Three Armies." Since he fought for the Finns, the Germans, and then the Americans.
just to go back quickly to the living in the past point, because I want to elaborate on that a little bit. It doesn't really come across as though anyone in this movie wants to live in the past, because Dr. Voller and his men, their plan is to go back in time, kill Hitler, and then leave. They're not planning on staying and taking his place. They're planning on killing him and letting someone else take over, because that'll fix everything, they believe. Like, that's not living in the past, that's fixing what they think was a mistake in the past. And the only time you get close to anyone wanting to live in the past is Indy just giving up at the end of the movie. And it doesn't even tie into, like, the futility of living in the past. It's just him dying, wanting to stay there, and then getting punched out and brought back to the present. So I don't believe there's any character in this movie who truly has the desire or viewpoint of living in the past.
No, okay. Hang on, Peary. I'm not saying Turney was motivated by political reasons. He hated the commies. Like, that should be a reasonable position for anybody to have. Like, because they're a terrible, evil thing. It's not his sense of hate. Again, if they had been called anything else, it's still, he's like, okay, well, Finland stopped fighting the people that invaded my country. I'm gonna go fight for the people that are now fighting the people that invaded my country. And then America was like, no, we're gonna fight. We are going to fight the Russians as well for the Cold War. So it was just a natural transition.
There's some weird alarm thing I'm hearing outside. It is very irritating. Okay, it stopped. Good.
Of Operation Paperclip into Voller's backstory smartly roots the reuse of Nazis in a historical context, drawing on a shameful and seldom acknowledged piece of American history, while also playing to...
Whoa, shameful. What was shameful about Operation Paperclip?
Because people got off because of it, I guess.
I mean, a lot of people got hanged and killed at the Nuremberg trial because we weren't allowed to bring up that the Russians did the exact same thing they did. But again, Operation Paperclip, it made sense. Like, you have people that are masters in rocketry Like, why wouldn't we bring them over for our rocket programs? You have people that are masters in physics. Why wouldn't we bring them over? You have people that are masters in guerrilla warfare and fighting and discipline when it comes to special operations groups and everything. Why wouldn't we bring them over to train our own special forces? Especially because we know that the country is going to get destroyed. We know what the Russians were going to do. We knew the Russians were going to pillage and plunder. So yeah, why wouldn't we?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with that part of history, so I can't really comment on it much. I know the vagueness of it, I don't know, like, the details.
Yeah. There you go. Ravage could work. Yeah, instead of the other word that YouTube doesn't like.
Concerns about the resurgence of fascism around the world. True to his regressive ideology, Voller embodies a corrosive nostalgia. He is consumed with the past, refusing to accept the outcome of the war. As a result, he's a man displaced in time, convinced that the post-war world the Allies have built no longer cares about men like him. A particularly overt dog whistle for white men. Throughout the film...
Oh, fuck off!
Oh,
my
fuck off! Oh, it was already bad enough the moment he said dog whistle, but then the fact that he has to fucking incorporate that to mean like, oh, the film is clearly talking about white people.
Yeah. Holy
Shut
cow.
up.
God, these people are fucking insufferable. Not
Yep.
everything is part of your retarded political bullshit.
I like how he's talking about regressive ideology and then he spouts regressive ideology immediately after it.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I could call Operation Paperclip gray morally. Like, if they had actually stuck to just scientists and stuff like that, people who, weren't fighters or anything like that, they were just people dedicated to stuff, and they didn't take any of the scientists who did horrible things, sure. But, I don't know, I guess I see more of the pragmatic value of, especially keeping ahead of a country is going to be an enemy.
Varley attempts to disguise his contempt for America's relative cultural pluralism, condescending to a black waiter in the hotel and attempting to manipulate Agent Mason, one of the federal agents assigned to shadow him.
Also, can I just say that I hate like the character design they had for her, because she looks like a clown. I get it's the '60s and everything like that, but I don't know. You would feel like agents. They may not dress in suits and stuff like that, right? But you feel like they'd be more buttoned up than being super flashy and stand out in a crowd at all times.
Yeah.
It's just a weird choice. I think if they had just done subtle things with her instead, like get rid of the gold big hoop earrings, stuff like that. Get rid of the really loud like disco suit, stuff like that. Just give her nice period clothing. That's it.
Also, is he complaining about the bad guy acting like a bad guy?
A bit, or maybe that's explaining why.
Let's go back and...
We're
We're gonna have to hear that stupid line again, but let's get the full context.
With the past, refusing to accept the outcome of the war. As a result, he's a man displaced in time, convinced that the post-war world the Allies have built no longer cares about men like him. A particularly overt dog whistle for white men.
Okay, I have to comment on that again. We're talking about post-World War II immediately. Do you honestly believe that this character isn't built, like, oh my god. Like... I don't Aside from, obviously, what the Nazis were doing, did any part of World War II have anything to do with, like, fucking racism? To non-whites?
I mean, a lot on the American side. A lot.
Yeah,
a
but
lot.
that's part of what was already in the culture.
Yeah.
And that didn't change because of World War II, did it?
No. In fact,
He's injecting current deism? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Like, he was being obviously, like, racist in the thing, but it's like, yeah, he's a Nazi. They're racist. That's, like, one of their things, is that they believe, the whole blonde hair,
yeah,
blue
Aryan
eyes thing.
superiority thing.
Yeah, so it's like, bringing up, oh, it's an overt dog whistle for, the white people. It's like, he's a fucking Nazi. No shit.
But it's also for men like him, and again, he feels like he's a man of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's a scientist, he's a smart, intelligent, rational person. Is how he's tried to how he's framing himself, and that's how he was framed against the more militant Germans aboard the train.
Yeah. It's clear if your mind isn't poisoned by modern day politics that when he says men like us, he means the more scientifically minded, not white people. Why the fuck would he even be concerned about white people in 1960s?
Yeah, where they're like the majority and the dominant class of people.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's... It's just dumb. It is...
Rappler barely attempts to disguise his contempt for America's relative cultural pluralism, condescending to a black waiter in the hotel and attempting to manipulate Agent Mason, one of the federal agents assigned to shadow him. Likewise,
I would also like to note that she was an idiot and she was played the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, it is wild how incompetent she is. And can't read a situation, so it's one of like how were you a federal agent, by the way? Back then, when the agency had actual standards of quality.
She watched Voller's goons gun down civvies and then did nothing about it. Yep. In fact, she continued helping him after that happened, for quite a while.
Display disregard for the democratically elected government he serves, blowing off the president and instructing his inner circle of Nazi stooges to circumvent the authority of his government handlers. Something the trigger-happy American on his crew, Clobber, relishes. Although we never really learn how this American Nazi became involved with Voller,
He doesn't have any footage from the film.
From all these other movies, that weren't related at all.
This is bad editing. Like, even if you wanted to make this video, surely you could have waited another month to, like, get the actual footage.
Yeah.
So you don't do this weird in-between thing where you're taking footage from random movies and overlaying them for the character you're trying to talk about. Because this isn't even like Muller's style of editing where he takes clips from other movies to represent emotions, like Tywin sitting at the table being annoyed with Tyrion and using that for, okay, this thing annoys me, I'm gonna put this clip in here because that makes sense. It's not even that, it's here's random clips of this actor in a different film as I'm talking about the character he plays in this film, which it just comes across as really weird, especially to anyone who hasn't seen the film and doesn't know what actor that, like, the character he's talking about is. And they're going to have to randomly infer from the footage that, oh yeah, it must be this guy, I guess.
Yeah. Imagine being a progressive and fighting so hard to admit America had cultural pluralism even back when then, while also throwing in relative to minimize the impact. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
His reference to Voller as the professor suggests he was recruited during Voller's time as a professor at the University of Alabama. Clobber is one of the few elements of the film I would have liked to have seen expanded on, because what's most interesting about him is the way his presence adds dimension to the Dial of Destiny's depiction of Nazism.
What?
What? Okay, so
What?
there was a dude who grew to like Nazism after the war, and that adds dimension to the Nazism in the film.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fucking nothing character. Like, what can you even say about him?
I mean, he's tried some pretty wild leaps in logic. Like, it's clear he was recruited to the team while the guy was still a professor at the one place. That's why he keeps calling him professor. Like, what if he just calls him as a term of endearment? What if it's literally just that? Like, calls him
Okay,
professor just to highlight he's intelligent.
I'm going to go into some Doctor Who-tisms here. All the companions I've seen call the Doctor, because that's what he introduces himself as. And I haven't seen much of this one companion's time on Doctor Who, but Ace from, I believe it's the 7th Doctor's run, the final run of the original Doctor Who series before it was cancelled in the 80s, she always called him Professor. It fucking happens.
Yeah.
In fact, it makes sense that you might call someone professor if, like, you learn... Like, okay, let's say you meet someone and start working with them on fucking whatever, it doesn't matter, and then you find out, oh, this person's a professor? Maybe I should just start calling them professor then, because that makes sense.
Yeah. And like I said, it can just be a term of endearment. Like, you're just acknowledging the person being intelligent,
Yeah.
right? Because that's the assumption for professors, is that they're intelligent,
Yeah.
regardless of what the actual evidence is.
Non-German Nazis in Raiders and Last Crusade, Belloc and Donovan are shown to be opportunists willing to lie down with fascists to get what they want, but not committed to the cause. But Clobber, oh, that guy's a true believer for sure, emphasizing the fact that Nazism is an ideology that extends well beyond Germany's borders. Even more interestingly, the Belloc-Donovan role of an opportunist willing to lie down with the Nazis is this time filled by the US government, who tries to appease Voller to get what they want, in this case help developing the Apollo rocket. And they are repaid.
But they're not appeasing him by helping him with this Dial of Destiny shit. They're treating it like, yeah, okay, you know, fucking weirdo, your thing. Yeah, if you want to go after it, you can, but we're not helping you that much.
Yeah, in fact, they go after him when it's clear he goes rogue.
Yeah.
Like, good God.
Like, they genuinely make it... They get fucking taken in one of the cities where they're put on a plane or a helicopter, for some reason unrestrained, when they've already proved they're, like, gonna be violent. And the only reason they get away is because everyone in that scene is fucking stupid and just let them take over the plane. But, like, they go their way to pick him up and drag him back home because, yeah, we've had enough of your shit.
Yeah.
That's not helping him.
Nazism with a swift and violent betrayal once Voller no longer...
Oh, you saw it right there in that footage. See, oh, he does have footage of the film because that was a completely different quality. That's clearly downloaded. So
Yeah.
now there is no excuse for just showing generic shit before clips from other films.
Yeah, if you're already gonna do it anyways to show something, like, you're already gonna show a pirated copy anyways. So
Yeah.
why not just go in now?
I haven't watched the movie. He survives that. He He so would have been dead. Yeah, watch this clip very carefully, chat.
Valor to get what they want, in this case help developing the Apollo rocket. And they are repaid for their cynicism with a swift and violent betrayal once
Bong.
Valor...
Right on the head.
Yeah.
He survives that.
Yeah, and it looks even worse. Hang on, I'm gonna go back slightly.
they want, in this case help developing the
I'm gonna
Apollo rocket.
pause
And
it
they
real
are
quick. All right, right here. We're gonna go slow motion, chat, just for this.
His spine would have been knocked from his torso.
paid for their
Paid.
cynicism with a swift and violent betrayal once
Thunk. There should have been
you just need a Taco Bell ding right there for that.
Also, notice how in every single instance we see this character after that, he has no disfigurement or anything on his face. Like,
when
it did no damage.
He should have had the very noticeable disfigurement of no longer having a head.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, that would have turned your skull into fucking paste.
Especially because he was holding on. He was holding onto the train. Like, if he had let go immediately, it would have. His body would have twisted and contorted. But he should still have like a skull fracture and stuff like that. Maybe like he needs a metal plate there or something like that. Like something that could distinguish him. So when he's not wearing a hat, maybe that's why he wants to wear a hat. Again, these are things you could do for the character. Like, here's this character that is always wearing a fedora or something like that. And when it gets knocked off him, you see that a big metal plate right there that's holding his skull together.
Yeah.
It's like, that could be interesting.
Yeah, I could even, like, excuse him surviving if he had some kind of disfigurement like that. Or some kind of big reveal like that. Like, you can even have the reveal of, rather than getting knocked off, Indy is fighting him and hits him in the head on that spot and recoils from having hit a fucking piece of metal. It's like, what the fuck?
Or somebody shoots the professor in the head, like, not realizing he has that plate there. Like, maybe we, the audience, saw it, and this could be like a reversal where he believes that the Germans should have won the war, but he also he's somebody who also agrees that the past is the past. Like, that could be a thing with the character, and it's the other group that's trying to rewrite history, and they decide, okay, Professor, you're no longer useful, so they shoot him, not knowing, though we as the audience know, that he has that plate there, and then he surprises them by knocking them over and giving Indy the upper hand or something in a fight.
Yeah. There's so much they could have done with this, and instead it's simply to get him out of the scene.
Yep.
That kind of reveal and story development would actually be on brand for Indiana Jones. Yeah.
Yep.
If nothing else, it's at least better than what we got where he took what should have been a fatal injury and apparently just walked it off.
Yeah.
My name is Four-Face. Wasn't that a Robot Chicken sketch where, you know, Two-Face had the coins, then he got, like, disfigured again, and, oh, I'm Three-Face, and there's some other method of deciding things. It just got crazy.
Yeah, eventually he got to, like,
a 1d4 at some point.
Yeah, because he's like... He gets like a 20-sided die, and he's like, "Let's roll for, you know, like, let's see,
roll for initiative." Yeah.
Valor needs them. Valor is in many ways.
Oh god! For a split second there, I saw the fucking the flak 38 right there for just a second.
Hold on. Oh yeah, we talked about the anti-air gun and how stupid that was.
Yeah.
We really went into that.
Talk about it, but oh my god, seeing it there for even a split second gave me a fucking flashback.
Yeah, one of the things we mentioned was how ridiculous it was that despite how slow it fires, it was like individually picking off Nazis on the side of the train perfectly.
It's
blind
weird that
fire
it was firing
because
that slow too, because they actually fired really fast.
Yeah.
Where's that? Hang on.
I have a D100 with your name on it, Batman.
There was a scene in Band of Brothers where they were going down during the big air raid, and a couple Flak 38s opened up, and it was devastating to watch them. Like devastating to watch them fire, and rapid fire too. It was like.
Imagine the Riddler as the ultimate asshole DM.
Trail once Voller no longer needs them. Voller is, in many ways, the uber-Nazis, the final evolution of the evil Indy has spent his life confronting, so fanatically devoted to an ideology of narrowly defined purity that even Hitler himself does not live up to his standards. Voller cannot accept that Nazism failed. Instead,
What? No. What? No. His whole thing was that Nazism, like the obsession with it, is what failed Germany. Hitler's reliance on it and everything. Hitler was the mistake. That's part of the driving force for why he wants to kill Hitler.
I think that's the argument he's making here, is that Voller doesn't believe that Nazism fails. He believes that Hitler failed Nazism.
But
like, he's a bad guy who still believes in the old, like, what he used to believe. So, like, I don't get
but
what
he didn't though. That was the thing. That was the conceit he made of like to Helen or whatever her name is. I don't know. Helena. Was that everybody like says you're one thing, so why don't you just revel in that? I became that sort of thing. Like he didn't. He wasn't a believer in Nazism. And then he decided to become one because everybody kept, comparing him to it anyways. Like, that was one of his conceits that he said to her. God, the uber-Nazi, though. Good lord. I can't believe that was actually said unironically.
It just comes across as pathetic. It's like you don't believe in your own arguments, so you have to puff them up by adding, like, Uber to it to make it sound like, oh yeah, this guy isn't just a Nazi, he's a super Nazi. He's a Nazi, but worse. It's like, okay?
Yeah. What, is he a Nazi? No, worse. What could be worse than that? A Democrat. No!
I am the Ubermensch.
He is the apex Nazi. He's a level 16 Nazi.
Oh no.
Alright, I'll be right back out of the bathroom.
Alright.
insisting that it was failed. Specifically, it was failed by the Fuhrer, who doomed the cause by provoking war. He is so fixated on this defeat that he has dedicated his entire life to correcting it, the only way a Nazi knows how, by rewriting history. But unlike real-world Nazis, Voller doesn't have to just settle for rhetoric, violence, and the suppression of information. He seeks the means to quite literally correct history by traveling back to before the outbreak of war to kill Hitler. Fittingly, the means to this end is the exploitation of a Greco-Roman relic.
It sounds like such nonsense when presented that way. I kind of want to hear that again, just to get everything, to take it all in. This guy takes forever to reach a fucking point, though.
So fixated on this defeat that he has dedicated his entire life to correcting it, the only way a Nazi knows how, by rewriting history. But unlike real-world Nazis, Voller doesn't have to just settle for rhetoric, violence, and the suppression of information. he seeks the means to quite literally correct history by traveling back to before the outbreak of war to kill Hitler. Fittingly, the means to this end is the exploitation of a Greco-Roman relic, the very cultures co-opted by the Nazi Party to ground their horrific ideology in history.
This guy has a point. I don't think there is a point other than wasting time. It does feel like a waste of time. It feels like he's rambling. I mean, I guess that's a summary of the plot. Voller wants to go back in time and fix history by killing Hitler before the war started so he could save the Nazis. I don't know, I don't feel like there's much else I can actually say on that part. He's just describing the movie at that point.
Yep.
In a really drawn-out, boring way. This guy has about as many points as a hammer.
The question is the central MacGuffin of the film, the mythic Dial of Archimedes. Like the MacGuffins of the previous entries, the dial is suitably rooted in a historical context, a fictionalized version of the oldest computing device in history, the Antikythera mechanism, an object believed to have been designed by the Greek mathematician Archimedes of Syracuse.
Do they actually believe that he made that? Because I remember hearing of this device before, and all I knew about it is that they found this thing in an ancient, like, Roman ship at the bottom of the sea, and it had gears in it, which is like, what the fuck? The Romans didn't have gears. And that was essentially it. Gary would wreck this guy on this part. Yeah, I know Gary from Nerdrotic, has, like, looked into this kind of stuff and knows somewhat about it. I'd be very curious to see how he'd respond to this.
Embellished function to track and predict astronomical phenomena, the film supposes it was in fact designed to mathematically pinpoint fissures in time that, if passed through, could transport users to a different point in time. The indie films are no stranger to the supernatural, but time travel is a fairly out there concept, even by their standards. Much like the...
Not really.
Go ahead.
I wouldn't consider time travel to be more outrageous than interdimensional aliens
Yeah. That's
that
fair.
seeded the Earth.
I was going to go in a different direction and just say that, like, out there in terms of they shouldn't have gone there. Don't fuck with time travel.
Yeah, don't do time travel shit. It never works out well.
Especially if you're as incompetent as these writers are.
Yeah.
After literal god magic, time travel seems pretty tame. Yeah.
Yeah. It's why it's so strange that Indy just acts so... what's the word?
He acts
like
as
he's so
though-
resistant
Yeah.
to the idea that this could be real, and it's like, but why? Of all the things you've seen, does this really sound like that far-fetched compared to the things you've already seen before?
Not really. I mean,
Exactly.
he saw an alien interdimensional ship, like, zip away, and in its place, a giant crater that filled with water. I don't know how you see that and be like, man, time travel definitely doesn't exist in any circumstances. In fact, if I had seen, like, the shit India's seen, and I heard there was a time travel device, I'd be fucking super paranoid and scared of it. And, like, maybe we should destroy this thing as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah.
I don't understand why this movie makes him the skeptic. Yeah, because there was a comment to chat earlier about Indy closing his eyes for the Ark. The fact that he thought and said, "Close your eyes," means he believed it before he saw any magic bullshit. $2 for Ambrose O'Leary, thank you. Damn, time travel's a major aspect of my story lore. I'm not saying time travel is bad. I'm saying it's really easy to fuck up, and certain properties should maybe not have it in it.
Oh yeah, time travel is very, very difficult to not destroy everything.
Yeah.
Because you can get into that often situation of why didn't you just go back in time and fix that, or like, hey, we have time traveling aliens invading. Well, okay, then you lose.
Yeah.
Like
I do like
There's no
that Doctor Who tries to explain it away, as in, like, we can't cross our own timeline. As soon as the TARDIS lands, we're a part of the events here, and we can't fuck with them by going back and changing things. Yeah. And even then, Doctor Who manages to fuck it up from time to time.
yes, Kree is saying time travel is bad. You should stop writing now. Storm sound.
Time travel is a writing trap because it requires extremely good writing. So those authors suffering from Dunning-Kruger keep trying to write it. Yeah.
Again, it's not that you can't write it or you shouldn't write it, but you have to be exceptionally careful and skillful if you do write time travel.
Yeah, because of how absurdly easy it is to fuck it up. And like the easiest example to talk about is the grandfather paradox. You go back in time and kill your grandfather, like when he's a young man, before, you know, he's married or has kids. So, by extension, you've killed, you've prevented your father from being born, and prevented yourself from being born, so you can't go back in time to kill your grandfather.
Yeah.
It's a situation where, like, as a writing thing, it seems impossible to solve without just bullshitting it, like Futurama does. Oh, you're your own grandfather. Oh, okay. I'm not sure how that works, but okay.
Or to get
The
Pop-Tarts that have
original
actual
beings in
filling.
What?
Or go back in time and get Pop-Tarts that have actual filling, yeah.
in time. The indie films are no stranger to the supernatural, but time travel is a fairly out there concept, even by their standards. Much like the interdimensional beings in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, it's a concept that skews more towards science fiction than the religious mysticism of the original 3 films. But
Yeah, I far would have preferred if they stayed with the religious mysticism shit rather than aliens and time travel bullshit.
Yeah.
But Destiny succeeds is in how it executes this fantastical idea, framing the dial more like a compass, guiding users to a naturally occurring phenomena which they must then pass through in order to travel.
This is so ridiculous on concept because even if you gave, like, the idea of a gear to, like, a Greek guy 2,000 years ago, how is he going to develop a compass that leads you to time rifts in the sky which he can't reach or detect on his own? He needs this. He's inventing a device that detects something that can't be detected otherwise.
Yeah. And not to mention, like, this conceit that, oh, it's a natural phenomena. Okay, so there should have been time travel wackiness happening everywhere, unintended-wise.
Yeah, because these are rifts that appear in the sky, so how many planes are going to be disappearing into time rifts? How many of those planes that disappear into time rifts are going to get stuck back in time and screw up the entire timeline?
But by the fact that Archimedes even knows about the rifts means some of these rifts open on the ground. So...
yeah, I guess
like,
they would have to. Wouldn't
yeah,
they?
like, they would physically have to.
Because remember, he's already building the dial in his own time. Like, it's not complete yet, but he started it. Which means he, by extension, has to be aware of it.
Yep.
So
it's just one of those things of just like, dude, seriously, this fucks everything, because it means people should be time traveling all the time in Indiana Jones, in the Indiana Jones universe.
Not just that, but the entire timeline should be Swiss cheese, because, like, Okay, what if someone 200 years from now drives their hover car back in time to fucking, like, the medieval period, the Crusades, for example, and it's got
Yeah.
this, like, hover car with laser guns on it, during the Crusades. Like, that would
Yep.
that alone would screw over the entire timeline. But imagine this happening at various points in time over thousands of years to thousands of points, like, back in time. Oh god, it's just so convoluted, it's stupid.
Mhm.
And it would have to work in reverse too, people going to the future, because that's how they get out of the past times. They go through the same portal. Oh god, fucking make it end.
Travel through. There's a tactile, analog quality to the time travel that grounds it in the low-tech aesthetic of Indy's world. Doc Brown's DeLorean, this is not. True to the hubris.
Yeah, which is the problem, because you've just said it's a natural phenomena. So the timeline should be absolutely fucked
Yeah.
in the Indiana Jones universe.
He's also still putting text on screen for stuff he's saying. It's very irritating.
Yeah. Doc Brown's DeLorean works way better in this regard.
In Nazism, Voller overestimates his own mastery of the device. For all his bluster about how the dial obeys the laws of physics and mathematics, his supposed areas of expertise, Voller misses the obvious historical context of the dial's creation. Archimedes couldn't have observed continental drift, therefore making the...
Yeah, but let's
You
also...
are not bringing up the continental drift aspect. Shut the fuck up.
Let's also mention that by the time of Archimedes to the time of the 1960s, when this is taking place, the continental drift would have been so minute. It's absurd.
We're talking about literal inches here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a couple feet at most. The entire place of the land masses aren't going to be, like, massively different.
Yeah.
You know, Syracuse, I think that's the city. It's not going to be, like, 300 miles away or whatever. It's going to be, like, pretty much where it is, but 3 inches to the left.
Yep.
Oh no, not the Dial of Destiny. Yeah, the Dial of Destiny.
Yeah. No, welcome, True Pop Culture 7.
I should have thought of inviting you on, but I know you have your own show today. But hell, if you've seen the movie, you're welcome to come on now if you want. Send me a message on Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just this wild thing. It's like, oh no, it's 3.5 inches off from where it was. So you would just go up there and like it would have made sense if there was multiple space buttholes, right?
Yeah.
Multiple time sphincters. But no, there's only a single time sphincter. Oh no, it's 3 inches away from where it's supposed to be. Well, it's just okay. There we go.
Sure, just finished. Okay, True Pop Culture 7. There should be a link in the description for my Discord server. If you join that and message me, we could create a new group chat with you in it.
Yeah.
You might have to send a friend request, though. I think that's how it works. You can't make a group chat with someone without sending a friend request. But yeah, the continental drift, with that span of time, it's going to be so minute that it's not even worth considering. It's not even worth bringing up.
Yeah.
This
isn't something like it's a 10,000 year gap. No.
Yeah. Nope, there he is there. Except...
Okay.
Alright, give me a second, I'm just making the new group. Oh, I keep misspelling Pagan's name because he spells it Pagun now.
Yep. Well, we could probably blame Daniel for that.
Yeah.
That is one of my favorite things, though. The STAG version of that.
Alright, I'm going to start the new call.
Yep. Damn, Pagan was on time.
Hello.
Oh. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Such, can you grab the Watch Together link? Please.
Oh,
How are you
This is
doing,
my-
man?
I'm doing great. This is my first time joining like a proper Discord call.
Oh. Well, your
Yeah,
audio seems to be coming through pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. I'm using the HS 80, HS Crosshair 80 headset. So it's the best mic in a bunch of headphones. So, yeah, I got the best thing I could buy essentially because I'm a little sensitive about microphones. I had a bad experience with the Blue Yeti. Yeah, that was a nightmare. Okay, join room. Sorry, I'm trying to join the watch together. Okay, am I joined?
Yes, I see a fourth person in there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're about 17 minutes into this 41-minute video defending Dial of Destiny, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty terrible.
Okay.
Welcome, pop culture, to pain. Yeah.
Oh no.
This video has not been fun, but that's usually the case.
I can't wait to dive right into this, I guess. Yeah, as soon as I saw this style, I was like, oh no. Memory flashback, PTSD. No.
Yeah, I made these two watch it a couple weeks ago, and it was a wild ride.
You guys are probably like think of the brave souls that had to watch it in cinemas and couldn't get it on ×2 speed. Like,
Well, we didn't watch it
Even
at
down
times 2 speed either.
Yeah.
I did. Like, I'm gonna admit to it.
Nah, well, not only did we not watch it at 2x speed, we went back and rewatched a bunch of shit because we were like, did that really happen? Or did they say this? Let's make sure.
Yeah. Man, when they... okay, I'm going to spoil it for chat right now because it's such an amazing moment in the movie. When they start, like, opening the door of the plane and shooting at the Romans on the ship... Oh my
Yeah.
god, I laughed so hard I was getting lightheaded. It's insane.
Yeah, I lost it. I couldn't
What?
believe they were doing that.
The fact that they even flew low enough for the fucking triremes to even attack the bomber in the first place was just absurd.
There was just no point. They could perfectly see everything from way up where they were. They did not need to fly that low. They only do it because the plot demands it.
Yeah. No, we're not joking. We are not joking. I would love to get to that point where this guy has to defend. Where he has to get back to defend.
It's...
The Germans literally pulling open the side of the bomber and shooting at them with their pistols, getting frustrated and pulling down an MG42 and just man-portable loading a 42 into a bunch of Roman soldiers.
Wow. What do Nazis do? That do evil. Let them open the door and then shoot people. Yeah, sure. You know, that makes sense.
My favorite part is how ridiculous it is at first, because he takes, like, a pistol, opens the door, and he's firing it at the ships. So, like, there's so little, like, person density on a ship in the ocean that's, like, you're not even gonna fucking hit anyone. We only see them actually hit a Roman soldier when they're firing them at, when they're on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love it when he takes the MG42 and he has to like shove it through the front like window screen of the plane so he can just shoot forward. Like, you fucking idiot.
Yeah,
He must have some sick ass aim, like, you know.
Yeah, we talked about it during the movie, but there's that. It's a very, very weird concept. It's hard to wrap your mind around how to actually fire at targets when you're in a moving target, because the faster you're moving, the further you have to lag behind the target you're actually trying to hit. And it's a weird feeling. There are games like War Thunder and its naval component actually simulate proper ballistics, So it confuses so many people when they're playing in a ship and they're going max speed and they fire at somebody and they miss by a mile. It's like, no, you need to aim behind the ship because you're going faster than the ship you're firing at. So your momentum is carrying your shells ahead of the ship. You need to fire behind him so you can hit the ship. And again, it sounds so counterintuitive, but that's just the way it works. It's the same reason why helicopter door gunners have to practice so much, because your brain just doesn't want to naturally do it.
Yeah. Oh boy. So what has this guy been talking about? What's the 17 minutes that you guys have seen so far?
Well,
Well,
so
do you guys
far,
want to start the video over from the top?
No,
No.
Stop. No, so far it's literally just been this guy being like, the movie's totally good, guys. Trust me, bro. I don't have any evidence, but here's all this flowery language that doesn't actually apply to the film. Like, oh, it's so meditative and deep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he talked about the music. He talked about how the director knows he isn't as good as Spielberg, but there's like...
Which is the strength of the movie.
Yeah, that's a strength of the movie. He said there was a really good fade-in from the Lucasfilm logo to the lock of the car, because that's similar to the Paramount logo fading into mountains.
And that's how he knew the movie was going to be in good hands. As soon as he saw that transition, he knew it was going to be a good movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Creetosis, I wanted to tweet it out, but what's your @ again?
Oh, my new Twitter is Creetosis22.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
just confused. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
He got a friend to open up a new Twitter account for him because the old one got.
Yeah, I have a social
cheated
media
out there.
manager now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Starfield fans saw to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pro tip, don't recommend Starfield fans get Canadian healthcare because they'll fucking mass report you off of this fucking site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the video Razorfist put out? His most recent one of the glitches in Starfield. Oh, it's
I haven't seen
No,
his
what?
video on it, but I've been playing it
recognize
myself, and the glitches are fucking bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
It works. It just works.
It just works. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm delaying the inevitable with this video.
No, that's fine. The stream is
it's
all
no
about
worries.
talking. There's no problem. We're called Some Tangents Are Guaranteed because we tangent a lot. It's fine.
Okay. That's good to know.
All right.
Inaccurate. He can't conceive of history's utility as anything more than an ideological tool, and that oversight costs him dearly.
I don't.
Well,
Except it shouldn't, because it doesn't make any sense. He doesn't do anything wrong. Indy just suddenly comes up
No,
with this
I think-
whole continental drift thing.
I think he's talking about the bad guy there.
He is. He is talking about
Yeah.
the bad guy can't conceive of continental drift, and it's like, but he did all the math and everything else, things like that. He's not an idiot. It's just this one thing he forgot, and continental drift wouldn't make that huge of a difference.
Yeah.
Except that it does for some reason, because the people in this film don't know what that even means. It's a term
Yeah,
they
it's-
heard and just made assumptions.
It's ridiculous. He's trying to paint this guy as if, like, you know, it's like, oh, he's blinded because of this thing, and he couldn't even see this obvious thing, and it's like,
So,
the thing that shouldn't exist, the thing that doesn't make any sense to what you're saying.
well, Calbeck did some number crunching.
Oh
I'm
boy.
just going to go based off of Calbeck's numbers. That the drift would have been, for 3,000 years, the drift would have been 150 meters. So about 500 feet away.
Oh.
So you still would have seen it. You still would be able to see it. It'd just be, like, in a different spot. So there would have to have been multiple time sphincters. Because otherwise, why, like, this thing must have been pointing to multiple time sphincters. But it's not, because this is the only one that it points to. So
Yeah.
again, it doesn't work in the
It's-
story we have.
It just seems a little lame that this device thing just uses like what, math to time travel out of all the things. Like other Indiana Jones artifacts, they were supernatural, mystical, mysterious, and this one just yeah, you have science, math,
Yeah.
and that's just a little downgrade, if you ask me. It seems to ruin a little fun and
Well-
immersion.
Well, that's part of the problem is the dial itself isn't what's causing the time travel. It just leads you to the time travel. And
Yeah.
for some reason, it leads them to the exact time travel portal they need for this thing to even exist, because that's how Archimedes gets the idea to, like, finish this.
Yeah.
It gives him the final, like, inspiration he needs to finish it.
Yep. It's so frustrating because by saying that this is a natural phenomena means that the timeline should be completely ruined. People should be dropping into past events or future events all over the place
Yeah.
in the Indiana Jones universe now.
Yeah, like I said, the
Because
entire
why
timeline
would-
is Swiss cheese.
Yeah, because why would Archimedes ever even start building this thing if he didn't experience one of these portals on the ground where
Yeah.
he could see it? Like, he would have to interact with it to know what it does and know why you would want to build a thing that points and, like, discovers these things to begin with. So he wouldn't, like, be looking at ones that are up in the sky. Like, that would just be, oh, that's an interesting sky phenomena. Then that's it.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no worries. Also, I'm just trying to figure out, is this device designed purely to lead them to the exact portal that'll lead them back to Syracuse during the Roman attack? Or, like, can you use this thing to find other portals in the sky or elsewhere to go back in time to?
Well, that's what the doctor said. Sorry, the professor said, is that you can actually put in the time coordinates you specifically want,
But he did
and
that.
that will, yeah, and then this will lead you to the portal that will take you there.
But that,
Thus implying that there should be these portals all over the place.
I think I know what you're gonna say, Creetosis, and they try to explain that away by Indy's whole. But he could have never experienced continental drift. He never, he never accounted for that.
Okay, so that... Oh god, that's even more dumb than I thought. Okay, so because he couldn't experience continental drift, the dial is malfunctioning by unintentional design because it can't detect that the continents have moved and therefore the portals have moved. So the portal, like, it would have worked
Oh.
if it accounted for that, but because it didn't, then it sent them to a random portal, but that random portal is still the random portal that sends them to the exact time that they need to go to allow this thing to be created in the first place.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh
my
my
thing-
god, that is so much more fucking stupid than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's really bad. And one of the things that bugs me though is they're so the way they explain it, it makes it seem more like it's gonna spit them out in the wrong place, not the wrong time. Because, like, why would continental drift affect time? It would only affect location. But for some reason, instead of showing up in, like, the 1930s, they go all the way back to, like, the Roman Empire. And it's like, how the fuck does that work?
Mm.
Like, how does continental drift affect it so much that it goes that far back in time when they were only supposed to go back to the 1930s? And as far as I can tell from the movie, like, there's no reason that continental drift should affect the time that it spits you out of.
Well,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm getting at, is I thought the continental, like, from what you were explaining, I thought the continental drift was accounting for the portals being in the wrong spots, because because Archimedes couldn't detect continental drift.
Well, it would be the portals in the wrong spot. So this just happened to point them to a portal in this exact spot that it said it would be in, but it's the wrong one of the portals
Due to
because it's in the
continental
wrong
drift.
spot because of continental drift. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh,
Yeah, that's what
get
I
it
thought you
now.
were getting at, Pagan.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Wait,
there is a
so-
portal that would have taken them to the 1930s somewhere that would have been 500 feet away from that portal, or should have been.
Just a concept that is so dumb. Yeah, the portal to 1933 is 500 feet away from the portal to Syracuse 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Wait. So if you told the guy, "Hey, account for continental drift," you'd have a working time. And then there's another layer of paradox there, of him just noticing that.
Yeah, there's no fixing this. There's no fixing it.
Yeah, because why would that other portal be there? Like, why would the portal to ancient Greece, when the Romans are attacking Syracuse, be there at the same time? This implies that there are portals literally everywhere at all times. Because how did this thing point perfectly to a portal? If continental drift is supposed to be a thing, then wouldn't it have pointed to nothing, and then they would have been disappointed that there was nothing there?
I guess the right mentality was like, oh, okay, they have the device, they need to go straight through the portal, and they didn't really think through how, what, where, when it should work.
Also, the
ideally, they should
design.
need to, yeah, they should decide. They should go to Syracuse on that spot where you need to time travel. That's, I think, the ideal scenario you'd want. Like, okay, so we travel in Greece at this time period. We come back out in Greece at the same place. I mean, stuff like that would make sense, would it not? But hey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, that could have worked better. Where this isn't the device that looks for the portals. This is the device that creates the return portal. Like, this lets you travel time by going back to the time machine built in ancient Greece by Archimedes. That would have been more interesting. And so they were forced to go to ancient Greece to then try to take over that time machine to then go to 1939 instead. Or 1936 or whatever they actually said for the rally.
So he just assumed that he'd get to Germany. 'Cause
Yeah.
where were they on the continent? Like I'm
I don't know
forgetting
how they got to Greece in the first place, because people that know geography might know that Greece and Germany are not in the same location.
They're not?
Yeah, so I have no idea how he suddenly appeared in Greece.
Oh my god, next you're gonna tell me that Japan and the UK aren't in the same place, you fucking madman.
I know. They're both islands. It's very confusing.
Yeah. Oh fuck, you know what else is an island? Australia. They all three of them must be in the same place.
Yeah, the Irish get along with the Japanese very well. They make return trips all the time.
Yep.
Oh my god, but also the design of the portal would, so it's like this like clear open sky, nice weather on the other side inside of like a storm cloud.
Shouldn't the
And-
storm clouds be going through the portal as well?
I feel like that, yes, but also how are planes not flying into these things? Like
All the time.
I feel like that would be like the one thing. Like if you're in the middle of a storm and you see a perfectly clear opening, you're gonna fly through that shit with your plane to try and get out of the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know with their whole plan too, based off of where this portal was. Somehow they would have to know somehow that the portal was going to be in the sky, which what led them to that conclusion to begin with, because Archimedes would only have ever known of portals on the ground because he couldn't fucking fly.
And keep in mind too, they had these planes ready to fucking go.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. They had to know that this was in the sky somehow, so they had to get these specific planes put together, fueled, and all the uniforms and everything put aboard said planes, with all the munitions and everything, for this trip. And which also means then they would have had to know where the portal was roughly going to be to begin with. So they technically, because you would have to be you need an airstrip near the portal entrance. So they didn't even need this fucking dial, is what I'm getting at. They knew it was in the sky somehow. They knew roughly where it was going to be somehow before they had the dial.
Oh my god, it's just so fucked on so many levels.
So this thing isn't even a time machine. It's a compass to a time portal thingy.
Yes.
That's so lame. I don't know. It's just not fun as a concept.
Yeah, like I said, the rewrite for this would have been that this is a thing that opens a return portal to an actual time machine built in ancient Greece. And then you use that time machine to go where you want.
Also, apparently these portals are opening and closing at random all the time for some reason, because when we are on the other side of the portal, they're like, oh my god, the portal's closing, we have to get back quickly, come on, let's go.
Wait.
Well, they give it exact
This is why
time.
planes disappear. How does that happen? Like,
It's the
literally,
Bermuda Triangle.
My riot air just disappeared, like literally, and ended up in 1930s Germany. You know, it was a terrible.
But that's also the problem, is all that technology going back in time is going to screw up our timeline. That's the whole problem. If you send a modern day, let's say a Tesla, back 200 years, that's going to affect the fucking timeline.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if they can't use it or anything. The fact that it's there to begin with is the problem.
Yeah. The fact that it exists in that time is going to screw everything up. Like, okay, if it lands in some random cave that no one has explored, okay, sure, whatever. It's not going to affect that much.
Well, to be fair, that was the conceit for Army of Darkness, which was funny as hell.
Are you telling me that Army of Darkness has better time travel mechanics than Dial of Destiny?
Yes,
That's not how
the Bone Flute Army of Darkness has better time travel mechanics than Dial of Destiny.
God, I love that movie.
That movie is so great because it's B movie cheese, but it's bad B movie. But
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell carries it because Bruce Campbell is a legend.
This is my boomstick.
But guys, you don't understand, okay? Our history has been influenced by this very phenomenon. The wheel was created because Elon Musk accidentally sent a Tesla back in time to before
Stone
wheels
Age.
and wagons had been invented, and they saw one and they were like, "Oh!" And so they were inspired to create the wheel, which eventually became the wagon. So eventually, history recreated the Tesla through all the years. That's why we have the wheel.
Earth was flat until someone tossed a globe back in time.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there we go. My sound cut out. I only heard Elon Musk sent. My sound cut out. Damn it!
I said Elon Musk accidentally sent a Tesla back in time, which inspired people to create the wheel and the wagon, which eventually recreated itself back into a Tesla millions of years later, or thousands of years later.
I'm pretty sure, like, by the way, guys, that the first time I watched this, I'm pretty sure it just sounded made up of this dial, and I thought Archimedes was a fictional historical figure, but I think he was real.
Yeah, he was real.
And apparently this dial is based on some sort of thing they found in Greece that had actual gears in it, which was,
this
impossible.
guy mentioned that, but only briefly, to say that this is based on that.
Now, first time watching it, I just thought it was all BS because it sounded quite lame and boring. And it's just like, okay, you've got this interesting concept and you don't do much with it.
Yeah, their handling of it is definitely very boring and lame, especially if you're going so far as to travel back in time to meet a historical figure, and his entire character is like, huh? Oh!
Yeah.
You take back with you. Oh.
Also, keep in mind, as lame and simple as this thing is, this is also where Indy draws the line of, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Hey, I've seen the Crystal Skull aliens, I've seen the Ten Commandments obliterate, but time travel, impossible.
Yeah, exactly. I've literally seen the cup of Jesus himself that has actually resurrected somebody in front of my eyes, And yeah, no, and my own father, mind you, by the way.
Well, not
no, I
resurrected.
can't believe time travel just too much.
Not resurrected, but
Yeah.
saved him from death.
Yeah.
All right, fair
Yeah.
enough. Fair.
But a compass that leads you to a natural phenomenon. No. Can't believe that.
Imagine if Sean Connery was like immortal after that. He couldn't die.
Yeah, my point, Rex, is I'm trying to overly dramatize it. Yes, I mean the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
But yes, the cup of Jesus.
Cup
Because
of
remember, the whole thing that why Indy picks the right one is because he remembers Jesus is a carpenter. Was a carpenter.
Yeah.
That's how he picks the right cup.
Yeah, I really love that moment. That's no cup of a carpenter.
Yep.
And he pulls this, like, really, like, dented, old-looking cup out. Not one of the bejeweled ones. And it's like, yeah, of course that's going to be, Jesus' cup.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's get back to this video.
I guess.
Oh, by the way, just to make it clear, too, you're not, like, forced to be here. If you need to leave for any reason, just go ahead. Let us know. We'll, plug your channel and stuff. And,
oh, no worries.
and pause anytime. There might be a pause war there, because it often happens where the person in the video says something inanely fucking stupid, and both me and Seth are like, wait! And we start both pausing.
Over 2,000 years, the Nazi are flung into the Battle of Syracuse in 214 BC, where in a frenzied panic, they start doing exactly what Nazis always do, desecrating history.
What?
No! No!
I like that. It was just like
He's
in
actually trying to justify the shooting Roman soldiers. Oh no, you see, it narratively fits, therefore, even though it's stupid, it works.
The Nazis went back in time to Roman times, so they decided to do what, of course, the Nazis would do. They killed people from the past because they only care about desecrating history.
Yeah.
I
Right.
don't...
Here's the thing. What if you shoot some people and one of them just turns into dust because you wiped out your ancestor? Is that erasing history? Or erasing everything from time itself? It's a bit more than just history.
Yeah.
You're messing with
Well,
time.
it's the whole
I love that you
butterfly
said
effect.
that.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen one of the Nazis get randomly dusted because of a Roman soldier got killed.
I'm so glad he said that, because I was about to make that exact joke, and then he did it for me. I was gonna be like, how awful would it be if, like, during that scene where they're shooting the soldiers, they hit one, and then one of the people in the ship, like the pilot who's literally keeping the plane up, just turns to dust and fades away.
No, it's even better. It's even better that Peg. The pilot gets up out of the seat, walks back into the bomb bay, and looks at Indy. He's like, "I don't feel so good, Dr. Jones," and then
Oh, no.
disappears and ash like fucking like snap.
And Indy even, like, runs over to him and, like, holds him. He's like, no! He doesn't even know this dude.
History, no!
What if they wiped out Hitler? The guy could be his ancestors. What if they wiped out, I don't know, some other historical figures? You're dramatically.
What if
changing
Winston
everything.
Churchill suddenly no longer exists? Right? What if Eisenhower's gone? What if Bradley's gone? Like, holy shit.
What if you shoot one person and everything disappears? Like, it's just. You just don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, wait. Even better. He's just going to town and he hits one dude and suddenly the bomber winks out of existence because the inventor of that was the ancestor of the guy who invented the Heinkel.
That's also assuming, like, direct lineage. What if someone who has nothing to do, like, their entire family line has nothing to do with the creation of something like that, but, or, sorry, no direct involvement, but they were merely an influence, or something to that effect, and that still changes the timeline. Like, that's the thing you have to consider. Even if an entire family line goes on to do nothing spectacular themselves, they're still affecting the world around them. It's a whole butterfly effect thing of, if you've changed something even minor, the entire timeline is going to get fucked for it.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, why did Nazis desecrate history? Because they wanted to put their own.
Yeah.
Why did they desecrate art? Because they wanted to replace it with their own. They burned books and stuff like that.
And
This
that's what
is
every
just mindless
totalitarian regime
shooting.
does. That's what every authoritarian totalitarian regime does.
Yeah.
Like, what do you see ISIS doing? What do you see the Taliban doing? What do you see China did? Like, holy shit, the Chinese Revolution was brutal for that. And one of the biggest things they did was they made sure they went after all the teachers and the scientists and everything first, and they executed all of them. Like all of them, all of them, not a single one left.
Anyone who disagree.
Again, this is something that those regimes do.
And not just mindless shooting. It was more so methodical
Yeah.
desecration, not mindless.
Yeah,
Like,
I
P60 no scopes.
I don't believe if you were to send Nazis back in time to ancient Roman times, it'd be like, oh look, historical thing, let's destroy it.
It's
just
that sounds more like
dumb.
the Russians, to be honest. That does sound like more like the Soviets. So
Yeah.
just
Shoots random Roman soldier. Samuel Colt ceases to exist. We are all doomed.
Oh no.
yeah. Russians were nasty, man. Polish bias maybe, but you know, I don't like them.
Raining hair down on the very culture they purport to revere. The pandemonium of this moment is a highlight of the film, with Voller's existential dread upon realizing he may die in this dustbin of history as his compatriots are slaughtered around him.
Wait, again.
I mean,
none of
yeah,
it
it's a
makes
highlight
any-
of a film, but not for the reason you're saying.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't make any sense. None of them would have died if they had simply like, oh, we see triremes. This is clearly fucking wrong. Turn back and go to the portal again.
Yeah.
and again, they would just like, okay, we're gonna try again. This time, taking continental drift into account. Thank you for letting us know, Dr. Jones. Now, please execute Dr. Jones.
Also, it's very lucky for them that, considering the portals seem to randomly open and close, that... Well, actually, no, the exact one they needed wasn't there, but the exact one Archimedes needed happened to be there exactly as they got the dial.
No such. They're Nazis. They wouldn't just execute them. They have to tarnish history. So what they would do is they would open the Bombay doors, and they would take Indy, and they would take him to the over to the open Bombay doors, and they'd be like, experience history, Dr. Jones. It's what you lived for. And then push him out.
Ironically, that would have been a better villain line if this had happened. Like maybe there was a struggle to go and they accidentally trigger the dial and they go back to ancient Greece. And then the villain grabs Indy and he's gonna throw him out. And he's like, Indy, you always wanted to experience history after all, and then kicks him out the fucking plane. That would have actually been a good line.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. That's why I came up with it. Oh, it's so shit. I hate this movie so much.
It is really bad.
The Dial of Destiny are short-sighted, violent thugs who would sooner wage war.
But they aren't short-sighted.
By fact of them having aspirations as high as traveling back in time and changing the timeline to get the outcome they want, they are not short-sighted. That's
That
in
is
fact
an
very
incredibly-
long-sighted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and
an
as we saw-
incredibly, far-thinking plan. Like, holy shit. That's the exact...
Yeah, as we saw, there was extensive planning to the point of they had shit ready to go in locations that they really should not have even known where this thing was. It's like they clearly had extensive planning. This was not short-sighted.
Yeah.
Where did this guy get his image of Yazis from? Like, I know some media represent them as just their fucks and stuff like that. This cartoonish idea. I don't know. Maybe you're thinking about it a little too naively.
I think he watched too much. What was that show? Hogan's Heroes. I think he watched too much of
Yeah,
Hogan's
yeah.
Heroes.
I see nothing. I know nothing.
I can imagine that being his source on what the Nazis are like.
And it's like, yeah, it's sometimes it is fun to take someone that's a faction that is deadly serious and make them cartoonishly buffoon, right?
Yeah.
There could be amusement in that. Like Hogan's Heroes isn't a fucking documentary piece on the Nazis.
Or then cede it to someone else. And in the end, they die pathetic deaths, having lost control over the history they sought to bend to their will.
But they didn't.
That's the thing.
They actually did bend it to their will by virtue of even if they killed a single Roman soldier.
Yeah,
they bent it to their will.
That's changing history by default. In fact, we know they changed history because when they find the tomb of Archimedes, they've got an image of a dragon carved into the stone casket, and it's got propellers on it because Helena Shaw points it out. The eagle, yeah.
Yeah, and he also has a watch that one of the Nazi guys was wearing.
Yeah, I think it was actually Waller's watch.
It was Waller's watch. Which I thought it was so weird.
Actually, how did no one notice that and just think to themselves like, "Hang on, this is what?" I don't know.
Okay, look.
I thought it was so weird
because I think Waller actually does like look at it. It has a moment of from expression, but doesn't actually say or do anything. If I dug up an ancient tomb of a guy who died 2,000 years ago, and I found like my wallet in there, I would be losing my absolute shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be like, did something happen to me? I'm not usually separated from that. Did I give it to someone? Like, it'd have all these...
I would
Especially
put it down and never touch it again.
Yeah. I would probably be... that could have been the moment, too, for Waller to be like, okay, no, things we're doing are too fucky-wucky. I'm out on this plan now. Because, things clearly did not go well if my watch is in the tomb of Archimedes.
And you could still even include him in the story by having his minions go like, yeah, fuck that, we're continuing on and you're coming with us because you know how to work this thing.
And it's so paradoxical to think about because, well, history hasn't changed, so did you have an influence? But then it goes back to, it's just goes in a circle.
Yeah, because by that being there and the watch being there means they must have already done this. Mm-hmm. So I guess everything that happened there was supposed to happen.
So that Roman soldier getting shot by a gun and getting killed was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
So
because the timeline had already been affected by merit of them going back in time, so it basically creates a paradox of it was always meant to be that way.
So if we had stopped the Nazi from shooting at the random Romans, then if we had saved one of those Romans, that would also have changed the timeline.
Yeah.
See, this is why time travel stories get completely fucked when you put it behind an incompetent writer.
Why couldn't you just do Atlantis? Like, simple, easy, underwater city. It's really famous as well. You know, everyone's heard of Atlantis. You could really sell that. No, time travel device.
Yeah.
When we were watching the film, there was a moment where I was like the fact that they called it out, like they specifically showed it, I was like, oh, well, that's going to come back later. And then they showed the watch, and I was like, oh, they're calling back to it. So there's a scene where the kid steals Indy's watch, and he gets really upset about it and tells him to give it back because it was his father's. And they linger on it for a moment. And it's like, oh, okay, so this watch is going to come into play at some point somehow. Because why would you linger on that? Mm-hmm. And then we get to the tomb, and you know, they call out the fact that there's a modern watch on Archimedes, and I'm like, oh my god, is Indy gonna give Archimedes his watch as like, you know, like he meets like a man that he's always wanted to meet, that he reveres so highly, and he gives him like the most important thing to him. And I was like, oh my god, is that really what they're gonna do? And then they never bring it back up. Like the watch never comes back into play. It's the other dude's watch, and I'm like, Well, then why did you show the fucking watch? Like, what was the point of that? Why did you draw attention to it so much and then not use it for anything?
Because it's a story about time travel, and clocks have something to do with time.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if that was the reason they gave if you actually asked them why they did that.
Vaulties aren't the only ones unable to let go of the past. Like them, Indy is also consumed by an unhealthy nostalgia, pining for a time that has passed him by.
Okay, first of all, is he? Second of all, I wouldn't blame him for that when he's lost everything.
Yeah.
He's lost his wife, he's lost his son, he's... You can't really take achievements away, but you can take away the, like, the glory you have from having had those achievements. Like, he's lost everything. I don't blame him for being nostalgic for a time when he wasn't a fucking loser.
Yep. The fact that he lost respect is just insane to me. Like, all the other stuff I could see at least happening. Like, it would be... Like, it's a horrible way to write him, but I could, you know, foreseeably see that could happen to him, all those things that happen.
Yeah, like,
but,
if you're a millionaire, you always have the chance of not being a millionaire anymore and losing everything. Like,
exactly. But losing everyone's respect to the point that no one cares about what you have to say when you're, like, the equivalent of Einstein teaching classes in college, like, people would be clamoring to be in that class, but no, people ignore him or make fun of him or interrupt him with magic TVs.
that TV still pisses me off.
Or he just is old granddad knocking at his neighbor's door, you know. Turn it down, no, don't you? How far?
You damn kids!
Yeah, a curmudgeon old man who's telling them darn kids to shut their music off. Oh god, it's all so tiresome. Did you notice how he is the same person as Han Solo? Yep.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to Han
Creative
Solo.
writing, what's that?
Yep. Han Solo also lost everything. His son turned to the dark side. His wife left him. No one in the galaxy trusts him anymore.
Blade Runner 2.
I haven't seen the second Blade Runner movie, so I can't comment on it.
So, I think he loses his wife, and he has some sort of, don't know if it's daughter that he lost, essentially, and he's drinking. That's all there is to Deckard in that movie, so it is essentially copy-paste.
Don't you just love the style of writing where all of our heroes of old are turned into pathetic losers who lose everything, hate themselves, and just want to die?
No.
No.
I don't. It's getting old. It really is.
Oh, it is way beyond getting old. I am so sick of it. I was sick of it when it happened to Luke.
Communicates the importance of time right off the bat by setting the prologue in Indy's prime, courtesy of a de-aging technique. More than a mere fan-servicey indulgence, the film uses this rare glimpse of the past to bolster its narrative focus on the passage of time. While the effect isn't always convincing, the sequence successfully evokes the adventures of Indy's past, so that when we change gears and time period, the contrast between the Indy we knew and the Indy we meet is stark.
I mean, not really.
I don't disagree, but it's that was probably the intention. I'll agree with that, but it's just the Indiana Jones-esque sequence itself, I don't think is it really does try to copy Spielberg's style, but it's just like that bomb, for instance, dropping down. That was just pure luck on Indy's part to survive that, and usually Indy is kind of clever about things, you know. He manages to survive these situations on his own wit and not just blind luck.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, wit and ingenuity, not. I don't know. He just survived.
with that bomb dropping there.
Well, just
he would have
everything in that scene, though, like the Nazis being picked off the side of the train with the air gun, not the air gun, the anti-air gun. I'm trying to remember everything that happens in that scene. My brain is desperately trying to eject it out of my mind.
How long ago did you guys watch it?
Fuck, was it even 2 weeks ago? It was during my vacation.
Okay.
Yeah, it was after
I
Fan
think-
Expo.
I think it was like a week and a half ago, somewhere around in there.
Yeah.
For me, it's probably a good month or two. And trust me, I've tried my best to forget.
Oh, I don't blame you. Sorry for rekindling many of those memories by covering this video.
No, fine. I mean, Disney does this a lot, excavate dead bodies, so I guess I'll have to do that with my mind. So
It reminds me of the South Park episode where they're doing the whole poltergeist thing. Oh yeah, there's a dead Indian burial ground here. I dug up the corpses, slapped them around a bit, pissed on them, buried them upside down. Nothing much.
God, I need that Ulysses clip or like soundbite from Fallout New Vegas where he's talking about like Mr. House raising the dead and like using them as puppets and putting words in their mouths and making them speak from beyond the grave to say what they want and all that kind of shit. And I'm just like, oh god, yeah, that fits so well with Disney. Like that is literally Disney.
Mm-hmm.
By 69, years and the mileage have seemingly caught up to Indy, visibly weathered by time, sleeping alone in his recliner after having drank himself to sleep the night.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't believe this is Indiana Jones.
yeah, they kind of.
I don't believe he could, through his own decisions, make it to this point in his life. That's not the character that's been built up through 4 movies.
Even with like Crystal Skull, if you consider that movie, acknowledge that movie, like he's married.
Yeah.
It ends on a happy note, and suddenly there's this stark contrast of him like rotting on this sofa drinking, and it's not consistent.
Yeah. And as I said, by the movies on standards, he has tenure at this college. He should be vice dean, but he has tenure at this college. Why doesn't he have room and board at the college? Like he should, as a tenured professor, he should have been allowed to be at the college. Instead, we see him have to commute there, what seems to be daily. It's just, this is all just so stupid and sad, right? It is literally just designed to break the character down, regardless of everything that came before.
I want to draw everyone's attention to the scene that is currently on screen. Well, actually, it might not be for you guys. Hold on. Oh, no, wait. Okay.
I'm in the one where they're in the water,
Yeah. Me
Yeah.
too.
So am I. Okay, good. We are on the same one then.
but Kree is in the one where he's in the recliner.
Oh.
So here, let me do this.
Dress
Okay, that should bump Kree forward enough. Yep, that did. That
Yeah.
bumped Kree forward.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, so this scene. Fuck this scene.
Yeah, this scene is incredibly stupid.
It just seemed like video game puzzles. Like, how has no one solved this?
It's way worse than that. Like, how is time not solved this from one of these pillars falling into it?
Yeah.
But it's way worse than that because they start the scene off with, like, methane, don't breathe. And then that's immediately forgotten within literally 10 seconds. And then they're suddenly just both breathing and talking as normal again.
Yep. Even before the thing is like opened and they fall down the chute, the methane just like disappears the moment that they start putting the pillars in the water and it starts like overflowing. The methane just disappears. There's no longer a threat.
Yeah.
You guys remember when Indiana Jones traps were memorable? You've got the big boulder that's rolling down. You've got the spike
penitent man
traps
will
that people
pass.
do.
Penitent man will pass. The penitent man will pass. Yeah.
And it's in this one. Remind me, what were they again? I know, just that I'm struggling, man. I
It's
have no idea.
displacement or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
And that's all it was. It was just water displacement. That's literally the only thing this
Oh,
trap
don't forget
puzzle is.
electric eels, because they're kind of like underwater snakes.
Yeah.
No, I didn't catch that until like 3-4 weeks after the movie. Like, oh no, wait, Indiana Jones is scared of snakes, and those. Oh, I did not connect the dots at all. I don't know what gave them that smart idea.
I'm surprised because there's the kid literally says like immediately after they mention the eels and Indy has that look on his face of oh no. The kid immediately follows that up with they're like snakes and Indy's like yeah, I got it.
And he just winks at the camera because Indiana Jones is scared of snakes. Wink, 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 wink.
That's literally what it was like. Like we called it out when we watched the movie. We were like, "Thanks for telling us. We would have never noticed it if you hadn't explicitly told us that eels are like snakes." Thanks.
Yep. But then you also had where Indy was afraid of bugs for some reason, which was never his fear. Like
Yeah.
in Temple of Doom, like he had to calm crazy lady down. I guess I can remember her name.
He shrugged off spiders as well.
Yeah,
With him in
spiders, centipedes, all kinds of nasty, creepy crawlers were all over him in Temple of Doom, and he was fine.
And it was funny because it's just like, out of all those things, he's scared of snakes. You know?
Yep.
And a comedian.
I did like the young Indiana Jones part where he was, they're fighting in the above all those giant, just open containers of snake pits, and they're like, why? Why is this train transporting shit tons of snakes?
I think it was like a circus train, from what I remember, like lions and
Oh
lightning in
yeah,
that many
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
But it was just weird that it was these massive containers of snakes, and one of the bad guys gets knocked into it.
Actually, should you store snakes like that? That's the question.
Probably not.
No,
probably
that's
not.
very bad for snakes.
Well, snakes
No,
are
they would.
snakes are very long
snakes.
creatures, and they're very round, so you could store them in a tube.
I knew you were going to say that.
Why? Because so I could say tube.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say tube. But yeah, no, they would definitely just put them in like individual boxes, like little containers, like Tupperware containers, and they would just slot them like on shelves on top of each other. That's how they would transport them. They wouldn't be in a giant pit you could fall into and die.
Yeah. And where they could also attack each other for territorial reasons or all kinds of things, or spread disease amongst each other. So
Yeah, or smother each other to death because they're all stacked on top of each other, burying.
yep.
Morning, Stag. Who's the guest? The guest is True Pop Culture 7. Go check his channel out. He does streams on Sunday as well.
Yeah.
And you also make EFAP and Friday Night Tights memes, right?
Yeah, plenty of open bar as well.
Nice.
It seems to be really liking with people. So yeah, I also do like occasional movie reviews. I'm pretty sure I did like a what if Marvel breakdown at one point. I want to make more of those, but I've been kind of lazy and slacking off with those because those take time to edit.
Yeah. The editing process is one of the worst for me, and when I had to edit the Bebop Flicks video, even though that's only like a 40-minute video, that took a long time to edit. So I know the feeling.
Yeah. But yeah, movie reviews coming soon, I guess. I'm tempted to do something on the One Piece Netflix anime. I was kind of impressed.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying good things about that. Especially the Geeks and Gamers guys have been saying good stuff about that. It's like, damn.
It's certainly better than Cowboy Bebop. That's for sure.
It's not hard to be better than Netflix Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah. But that's what everyone was expecting. And it's a welcome surprise, I guess. now I'm interested in the anime, and that's what a live action thing should do. Ideally, you watch it. Hey, this is pretty good. What's it based on? What's in it? Blah blah blah. I don't think I don't know. Many superhero movies are doing that these days, getting people to read comics. I mean,
Not really.
not really.
Like, a lot of the movies that have come out recently aren't what have inspired me to pick up some more comics, because I picked up a bunch when I was at Fan Expo. The movies aren't what inspired me to pick them up. It was people like Az and Gary talking about, oh, this and this run of Batman or The Flash or whatever. Goodbye, Pagan. Oh no, he's dead. But anyways, yeah, Az and Gary and other people talking about comic runs is what has gotten me to pick up comics rather than the actual movies.
Definitely.
Discord crashed again.
Rip.
Yeah.
What's
I
that
thought I
squish?
crashed.
Sorry, go ahead.
I thought I crashed for some reason. Sorry.
Yeah.
What is that squishing noise? I hear running water. Y'all got any of that rushing water? I've got a plate of spaghetti in front of me that I was mixing, and I didn't think it was making that much noise that you guys would be able to hear it.
Yeah, earlier I was fiddling with the lid on my drinking thermos, and Krieg called it out. I was like, "What's that clicking?" And I was like, "I did not think you could hear that."
Yeah. There's a lesson here. If you don't think chat can hear it, they can.
All right, I'll be careful when I'm drinking my apple juice.
10 pounds from Threadnought. Thank you. I like this movie because it tells you that this white male was never good in the first place because he's a white male. Now, if you excuse me, I have to whip myself. Film speak.
Yeah. But it's,
In a nutshell, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by
Did
the
you
way,
see that part?
That's one of the parts that happened in this video that we all said fuck off to.
yeah.
He referred to Voller saying men like us and how the world isn't made for them anymore. And this guy was like, in other words, white people. It's like,
There's
what
a
the
dog
fuck are you
whistle.
talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he says it's an overt dog whistle that is directly referencing white people.
Wow. Okay. That's some baggage there.
Yeah.
Don't know what you have against white people, but okay, yeah, sure. White guilt. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they found out their ancestors were like slave owners or something, and on ancestry.com. I don't know. Like that's your problem, dude. What's that got to do with your Indiana Jones review?
Yeah.
Yep.
God, you just reminded me of how maulding people are getting because the whole president thing going on right now. Setch might know what I'm talking about.
The mugshot memes are glorious.
Oh, those are great, but also the fact that, you know, Trump never owned slaves
But all the
And-
other ones did.
and all the other ones have, and people are like losing their minds because they want to call him racist. It's like, well, you see, actually, Joe Biden and all these other presidents owned slaves, but not Trump. His family never did because they didn't come here till after that was all done and over with. So
I'm pretty sure there were like several actors who found out that they own like slaves, like Benedict Cumberbatch maybe. I can't remember. And yeah, they were like, this actor is pretty sad to hear that. Oh, of course you'd be a bit sad, but it's just like, okay, it's just your ancestors. You can't really
Yeah, it's
control
my
it.
ancestors.
Come on.
Yeah, you shouldn't pay for the sins of your father.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most absurd insanity ever heard. But because trust me, because like, okay, so if we want to go down that route, I got news for all the black people out there. Most of your ancestors were also slave owners.
yep.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Dressed in nothing but his boxer shorts. Like Voller, Indy is fixated on a loss he wishes he could change. But unlike the Nazi, the loss isn't political, but personal. The loss of his son Mutt, who was killed in Vietnam, only having joined in spite of his father. This loss has
didn't make
destroyed
sense.
Indy's marriage to Marion. The decision to
Which
kill
also
off
didn't make sense.
Yeah, none of that makes sense. It's... I don't know, I'm just annoyed that he's a pathetic loser now for no good reason. Because, like,
Yeah.
that's the thing. Before Dial of Destiny existed, you could have done anything. Now that it's in stone that he's a loser, it's just... Like, you didn't have to do this. You could have told a story of Indy having regret and wanting to do something, and wanting to go back in time to change it, without taking everything away from him.
Yeah.
Mutt. Oddly controversial since the film's release, with some critics likening it to a blood sacrifice, killing Kingdom of the Crystal Skull's most divisive new character as a new kind of narrative penance for the film.
But I mean,
Well, it's
it
more
is-
the fact that it killed Indy's son on top of all this other stuff that just makes him look more and more pathetic, and is just actively trying to strip away everything he has. Like, Crystal
It's-
Skull was a shit movie, but it had a good ending, like as good of an ending as it could possibly have, where, you know, he gets kind of a storybook ending
yeah.
to his life, and then here we are picking it up again where we don't need a new sequel, and it takes all of that away from him.
Well, not just that, it's the whole devil in the details thing, too. It's not just that Mutt has died. Mutt went to war to spite Indy. So,
Yeah.
making his death partly Indy's fault.
Yeah. But also not to mention that Mutt could handle himself. Like, not as well as Indy, but he was inexperienced. But he was clear he could handle tough situations. Like, as dumb as Crystal Skull was, he wasn't a complete lodestone to everything, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's just like plot needs to happen. He needs to die. No one likes Shia LaBeouf anymore, so he's not marketable. So yeah, it just went with I guess the easy way around. It just all seems kind of forced, and this like kind of, I don't know what you describe it as, nihilistic mentality of breaking down your characters.
Yeah, breaking down what people loved so they can
Yeah,
no longer
yeah.
take refuge in that escapism.
Yeah. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, and it's funny to compare it with Crystal Skull, because Crystal Skull doesn't have any of that. If anything, it's just stupidly thought out.
Yeah, Crystal Skull's stupid, but it doesn't cut anyone down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tries, much
How many
unfortunately,
years is it?
to Harrison Ford's age, to keep Indy as just as badass and rip-roaring as he always was. But it's not believable anymore. Because,
Oh.
unfortunately, Harrison Ford is getting up there in age.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yep.
Crystal Skull was 2008. It's 2023 now, so that's 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of 15
Yep.
years can happen between the mentality of writing, I guess.
Also, don't forget that whole CGI indie intro bit
Oh, and
where they did like the Luke Skywalker thing where yeah.
I
At that
didn't...
point, I would just recast if you have to do it.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier.
You
Well,
mentioned some people. Like I think Kurt Urban would be interesting as Indiana Jones because I think he has the stoicism and everything down packed, and the kind of action bravado that Indy is known for. Again, Indy's supposed to be someone who was so hot that as a professor at a university, for God's sakes, the girls were swooning all over him every day. Like, holy cow. So
Yeah.
Indy should be like a rock star kind of look. He should have that male handsomeness to him.
Yeah.
People have been saying Chris Pratt as well.
That's-
I don't know.
That's one I've heard. I can imagine him in the role. My problem is when I hear Chris Pratt now, I imagine Jurassic World
Mario.
for like an almost kind of sort of similar role of like action hero man who's like mostly your everyday man.
Yeah.
And those movies are fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, you love Dominion. I remember you telling me how much you absolutely loved Dominion. You thanked me for showing you the movie.
That statement made me so sick I have to take another week off of work, you fuck.
You're welcome. Don't worry. One day we'll watch Fallen Kingdom, and then you can see how good it truly gets.
And then I don't know, man. How could Fallen Kingdom be worse than Dominion?
Honestly, I don't think it is worse than Dominion. It's just really bad.
I'm gonna do videos on them someday, okay? I despise Dominion so fucking much. I hate it.
It's just I don't know which. From what I'm hearing, I don't know. Jurassic World is dumb, but at least somewhat tolerable. I don't know.
No, I don't think Jurassic World is
Is good either.
Out of
I
the
thought
three,
it was okay on first watch. I thought it was okay. Then I watched it again, and I was like, "Oh no, this is not a very good film."
That babysitter death was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it was so weird because that like broke the trend of Jurassic Park. Like the really brutal death scenes always go to like the
People that
worst.
deserve it.
the people who
Yeah.
deserve it, and the people who don't get the quick deaths.
Yeah.
Except
then-
for the one guy in Jurassic Park 2 who was trying to save everybody, and he gets ripped in two for some reason.
Yeah.
that was, but again, that was a whole cavalcade of stupid things in Lost World. that was
Yeah.
that was like a buffet of bad ideas, and they grabbed every single one from the table.
There were some concept arts of them pulling like a crazy movie idea of them mixing human and dinosaur DNA, and there was concept art somewhere of this online.
Yeah, that's been going around for years, and I'm so glad that they didn't do that. Like, I don't know why they keep floating this idea around, because it has been around. Like, it was pitched all the way back for Jurassic Park 2.
Oh my
And
God.
obviously, every single time it's been pitched, it's been denied. And I'm like, stop pitching it. Nobody wants that shit. Okay, nobody wants hybrid human dinos. Fuck off.
Okay, not in the Jurassic Park franchise.
Yeah, especially
Maybe
in the
I'd be
Jurassic
interested-
Park franchise.
Yeah, maybe I'd be interested in like a different movie or so, but I'm just like left wondering, like, why human DNA? Why mix it with that? What on earth would possess you to do
Yeah.
that?
Well,
I know
the
that's somebody to do.
the Indominus Rex was like,
Oh my God. I still
Um,
despise that name.
I know that was basically them conceding a little bit, because apparently whoever keeps pushing this they just keep pushing for the hybrid dino thing. So as like
See-
a concession, they made the Indominus Rex a hybrid specifically to like satiate this whoever the hell keeps pushing this fucking idea.
See, when you talk about it that way, it sounds like there's one really super autistic furry behind the scenes who keeps trying to push their lizard people into Jurassic Park.
As I said,
Look,
I
look
can
at this
understand
really cool
people
OC. I
help
mean, design.
yeah, exactly. I can hazard a guess who would do it. Oh,
And assumed to know what was in James Mangold's heart when he committed to this decision,
Money.
I think the choice ultimately
I was
makes
about to
sense
say
to
the
the
same
story
thing.
he and Harrison Ford set out to tell. For starters, Mutt simply couldn't return. I don't know when the
How?
last time you Googled Shia LaBeouf was, but the dude was never going to be in this film.
Okay.
okay,
Moron.
Shia LaBeouf, maybe
Have you-
not. They could have recast him.
Yes, have you
Yeah.
ever heard of recasting? Jesus Christ.
Yep.
I hate this idea that like you just can't have a character exist ever again if you can't get the original actor back. That's so stupid. Just
Yeah.
recast them with someone who fits.
Yep.
Shitty attitude towards Spielberg following Crystal Skull's release wasn't enough to rule out the triumphant return of Mutt Williams. His public meltdown and alleged domestic violence definitely sealed the deal.
Wow.
You
I
seem
don't
like
wanna
a
get into that,
supporter
but
of
Me
cancel
Too is
culture.
a horrible mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, he
You
does seem like a
cancel
supporter.
culture advocate. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I mean, if he gave him shit after Crystal Skull, it was completely deserved because Crystal Skull was fucking shit. I would not be surprised if it like was the start of like the downfall of Shia LaBeouf's career
Mhm.
because it was awful and people were pissed about him being in that film. And I
Yeah.
can completely understand why he would be upset after that movie was done.
Oh shit,
I'm
Calvin, I
pretty
thought that
sure
was
Spielberg was like, "This is gonna be a next star." Blah 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 blah. I was like, okay, yeah, sure, Spielberg. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's the latest on Shia LaBeouf, and I kind of don't care too much. I know I've watched his most. I don't know if it's his most recent, but there was a movie with him called Peanut Butter Falcon. I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
I have not.
I have not.
No.
It's a really wholesome movie. I can't remember if Shia LaBeouf's character is related to this person in the film or not, but it's essentially this kid with Down syndrome has dreams of becoming a wrestler and be in a wrestle match. And I'm pretty sure Shia LaBeouf takes him through a journey through some sort of swampy state in the US. I can't remember what that state was. And to meet this this Salt Lake wrestler in kind of like the swampy area of this like rookie wrestling. It's really wholesome. Yeah, and I'd recommend to watch Peanut Butter Falcon. So it's like from that movie that I saw, like the guy can act. So is it necessary to kick him out? I'm not sure. Then again, I'm not updated on the latest on Shia LaBeouf. So
Yeah, I mean, apparently he did have like a real mental breakdown. Like it wasn't just like cancel culture. He apparently did also have actual mental breakdowns for a while that were really bad, to the point that he would like disappear for days on end and people would not know where he was. He would just wander off and just like wander all over the place and just like scream in the middle of the like street and shit. It was weird.
Hmm.
Damn.
He was probably on drugs, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
He probably was depressed. Something probably happened. There was a downward spiral. He probably started taking drugs to cope, and yeah, he did not react well to them,
What?
most likely.
What probably happened is he lost the world's biggest game of capture the flag.
Yes, multiple times. In fact.
Oh my
lost the,
god.
he lost a rank match 4th time in a row.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're referencing
Yes.
something specific. Yeah, I
Yes.
thought so. Okay, I
very
wanted to make
specific.
sure. Yeah.
Where we also learned what weaponized autism really looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Leave it to 4chan. They will find anything.
Especially if you challenge them.
Oh, yeah.
Because first time around, they were just, screwing around. After he started moving it, it became a challenge.
Indy 5, the filmmakers were left with a mutt-sized problem. He was a major player in the last film and is Indy and Marion's son, so you can't discard him entirely. You could try.
I mean, you kind of can, though. They're not tied at the hip now. You can have a new Indy movie without his son. You could just say, oh yeah, his son is off on his own adventure. He's exploring the temple of some place in some other place,
There's also no reason why you can't just do a movie that takes place in a different continuity where he didn't have a son or a wife.
Well, we don't want to start going down that road because that brings us to what the Terminator franchise has become. And that's another completely fucked franchise. Hasn't every movie in the franchise been wiped out at one point or another now?
Probably.
Salvation. No, wait.
No, yeah, okay, so no. There's 1, 2, 3, Salvation, Genesis, Dark Fate. I believe Genesis wipes out 1 and 2. Salvation...
It wipes out everything. 3 and Salvation.
Yeah.
Without 1 and 2, 3 and Salvation can't happen.
Yeah, and then Dark Fate reestablishes 1 and 2, then wipes out everything after that. Like, it is so fucked.
Yeah, Terminator should not have been a franchise, although I would have liked to see more stuff like Terminator franchise in that kind of timeline, you know? Of the machines, you know, taking over war with them. I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been good, but it just should not have been. It just should have stuck with the first 2 movies.
Yeah, even
if
2...
you can't do it well, don't do it.
2 is one of the best sequels ever, but even 2 is kind of pushing it with, yeah, but they sent another set, actually. You know?
Yeah. I will be right back. Go on without me for a bit.
Alright.
Okay.
Explain his absence by saying he's off screen somewhere doing his thing, but that feels off.
No,
The revelation.
that feels off.
yeah,
Him
but-
being busy with his life somewhere. You could literally just say he has a wife and kids now, and he's settled down. You don't have to make him dead because it's Indy's fault.
Yeah.
There's so many ways that... how does that feel off? What, killing him doesn't feel off? That's perfectly fine? God, these fucking videos sometimes, man.
Was Indy's son, was a key part of Indy's journey in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. The character represents the things Indy thought he would never get to have, a family. So having him just be off screen would have felt like an attempt to undermine the previous film. Not
Oh, don't worry, it already does that.
Are you fucking kidding me? How do you say this shit unironically? His son being off screen would undermine the point of the last film that Indy finally got what he thought he would never have, a family. But killing him doesn't do that. What?
Yeah. I don't think he thought about this at all. He wrote this, scripted it, edited it, recorded the audio. Didn't think at that point.
Yeah. When you cover videos like this, you tend to find out that a lot of people miss that whole thinking stage of making videos.
would waste the dramatic potential presented by his absence. From the outset, the intention in making a 5th Indy film was to wrap up Indy's journey by telling a story about a hero in Twilight.
What, you mean wrapping up a story which has been done twice already?
Yeah.
One of which
That was
was...
what the last movie was supposed to be, was him finally passing the torch on and him finally having a family.
God, this fucking video is driving me mad.
I'll be right back.
Oh no, both my hosts have abandoned me. It's a good thing we have a guest today. Unplanned, but still, it works out. How are you liking this video so far?
It's vapory. It's meandering. It's just I don't feel any passion or anything like that. It's just, you know, the relaxing music is just making my eyes just, you know, slowly fall asleep as well. It's like monotone voice, and it's just like, yeah, I want to sound smart, and it undermines this and that's it's just like, okay, sure, making a little editing. I don't know, throw in an edit. I guess that's my bias as a memer, but you know.
Some edits would definitely be nice to spice this up, but yeah. It sounds like this game is giving you the Starfield effect, where it's giving you content that just puts you to sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's just, you're not saying anything smart.
Actually, he's saying some pretty dumb things with that whole having him off screen would undermine the thing, but killing him wouldn't.
Mm. Definitely. It's I don't know how he came to this conclusion that Indiana Jones style Destiny. It's just Spielberg walked away from this film. He started working on it, and he walked out. That is a giant ass red flag.
You're damn right it
I like-
is.
This movie was doomed from the get-go, and I don't know why any... I don't know if he calls himself Indiana Jones fan. I don't know how any Indiana Jones fan can unironically be like this film. But hey, those are just to my sense. I've noticed on my icon a little blurry. I don't know why.
It's hard for me to tell. Hold on.
On the YouTube thing itself, it's a little blurry. I don't know why. I don't know what I can do to fix that. It just
Yeah, I'm
seems to be
not-
a little more...
Sure.
Maybe that's just something with my image. I need to fix it for the future.
Maybe.
Yeah. On the Discord itself, it seems fine. But yeah, thanks for inviting me on as well. Like, this is my first time on like a Discord thing, so
No problem. It's nice having you on.
yeah.
I'm gonna put the link in chat on the re-upload, which is gonna take a little bit because I've got a bunch of others to re-upload. But if you post your link in the Discord, I can post it in chat. And everyone in chat, go check out True Pop Culture Savage channel.
Oh, thanks, man.
No problem.
Yeah.
you-
So, sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say, while you're doing that, I'm gonna continue the video. But if you've got something to
Alright.
say, there's no rush to do the video.
Let's get on with more of the video. I want to cover a good portion of it with you guys.
All right.
Way into that idea than by disrupting the domestic life he built for himself at the end of the previous film. Killing
No,
Mutt isn't
no,
a
no, no, no.
mean-spirited
That's not a good idea. What gave you that idea? What gave you a good idea to disrupt a happy ending that was established by the last film?
I actually missed what he said there because I was pointing the link or posting the link.
Okay. Can we turn it back?
Yeah, I'm gonna rewind it just a bit. That should be good, I think.
him just be off screen would have felt like
Actually,
an
that's a little
attempt
too
to
far.
undermine the previous film. Not only that, but it would waste the
let's just let it
dramatic
play.
potential presented by his absence. From the outset, the intention in making a fifth indie film was to wrap up Indy's journey by telling
Right.
a story about a hero in Twilight. And what better way into that idea than by disrupting the domestic life he built for himself at the end of the previous film? Killing Mutt is
That does not sound like a good idea on paper at all. I don't know what is. It's just like, and this presents a great opportunity to. No, it doesn't. I don't know how else to tell you this.
When people reach their like senior years and they're coming towards the end of their life, they don't become pathetic losers. You could make a story of Indiana Jones in his twilight years if you really wanted, that doesn't involve him losing everything. It doesn't involve his only child dying a fucking miserable death in a war that's like oh my god.
That's just killing him off screen. That's cold. Even for Disney, it's just like damn. They must have really not liked Shia LaBeouf. That's what comes to mind. And it's just you ticked off all the boxes to make him as miserable as possible. I don't know how can you think that subverting a happy ending of Crystal Skull, the only thing that it had good going for it? Yeah, let's throw all of that in the baggage. Like, no. How about you build on top of that instead of constantly deconstruct? We're bored of it. Everyone's bored of it, of this deconstruction mentality.
Yeah.
But you don't
true
like
skill-
subverting expectations
Well-
just to subvert them?
Yeah. But here's the thing
Yeah,
too,
well-
we could have had this whole story, not the one in Title of Destiny, but a fifth indie movie where it's all about him and Mutt traveling, even if you have to recast Mutt, whatever, going on their adventure and doing things, and you could even make...
Him passing on the torch.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
And him passing on the torch and, building on top of that instead of
Exactly.
pulling
And-
out the Jenga tire from underneath.
Yeah. And you could even make a Last Crusade reference by putting Indy in the position of Henry Jones Sr. You know, like just a little reference, not completely turning him into the same character, but, you know, showing how much time really has passed. That would be a better way of doing it than here's a bad CGI Indy that survives purely on luck for the first 20 minutes of the film, then here's pathetic loser Indy for the rest of the film. God, this movie just,
It's just by the numbers Disney deconstruction money, and it came for Indiana Jones. We hoped it wouldn't, but it did.
Isn't a spirited solution to a logistical production problem. It's a way to expose Indy's soul, a decision that
Oh my
honors the
God.
character's importance in the previous story while finding an interesting way to tell a new story without him.
you're wrong about everything. Jesus. It
How do you come
exposes
to-
his soul.
Sure.
How does it do that? How does it?
Would it not expose his soul to spend time with his son and see how much he cares for his family and whatnot, and show his true character and how he fights for his family? No. that wouldn't expose anything. That would reveal much more to his character. No. You're gonna deconstruct him. And when you deconstruct, you can tell what choices characters make. You know, they're always going to be miserable. They're always going to be drink themselves and shout at their neighbors for playing the music too loudly. You know, it's predictable. But if you put him in a happy ending, wow, that's something new. That's something that shows depth. Like, if a character has a son or someone special to him, they make all sorts of decisions, good and bad, on behalf of them. And when you're just sour and dour and in the dumps, the only choices you make is just misery, because you're sad.
Yeah. That's one of the really unfortunate things for people who have to deal with depression, is that it very much can be a self-feeding loop.
Mm-hmm.
That's how a lot of people get stuck in, like, just horrible ruts in life sometimes. It sometimes even leads to the end of their life, you know?
Yeah.
Argue that having Indy and Marion losing their son means the story denies Indy a happy ending? That is exactly the idea the film intends to explore. Can Indy, having lost the family he thought he'd never get to have, ever come back? Or is he doomed to wallow in the pain of that loss indefinitely, consumed by regret and...
The answer is yes, he's doomed to be miserable forever. Like, Marion
that,
coming...
that sort of thing is permanent. Like losing a son. Like...
Little spoiler there for you. What's this guy's name again? Film something? Hold on.
Film speak.
Film speak. Little spoiler for you there's Film speak. Marion ain't having kids again. There's no second
Yeah.
shot at this. There are fucking cobwebs in there.
Yep.
Well, they could always adopt.
Like, her coming back at the end doesn't solve all of this. It doesn't give Indy that happy ending, because he's still gonna be a man who thought he'd never have a family, got one, then lost it all for inane bullshit reasons. Like, man, that's gotta suck even more. Like, there's no getting over that.
And why? Because the writers wanted him to be sad. It's all incredibly forced. There's no depth to it whatsoever. Just no, we have to make him miserable, and we are going to bend all of reality and character to do it.
Yep.
Yep.
Death is kind of permanent, yeah. Yep.
And meanwhile, the world outside his domestic nightmare has seemingly moved on without him. The thing he has devoted his entire life to, the preservation of history, seems of little interest to an upcoming generation more fixated on making their own history. Indy and his generation fought to prevent societal regression at the hands of the Nazi, to essentially preserve the world, and now, as a result of their victory, the next generation has become focused on defining its future rather than worrying about the past.
These run-on sentences are really getting to me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just phased out. What was he saying?
Yeah, it's really easy to phase out with this guy's videos because he starts a sentence and then 5 minutes later it finally ends. It's like, oh, he said something there, and there's numerous things where I wanted to stop and talk about it, but he just kept going and going and going, and like it becomes hard to divide it into like chunks you can process and talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I'm getting from the section we just watched is, you know, he fought the Nazis who were seeking to destroy history, and now that he succeeded at that, the newer generation cares about making their own history and not preserving history. But, like, I don't know what any of that is supposed to connect to. Like, yeah, people don't care about him anymore, but that was the writer's decision. That doesn't necessarily mean that the world doesn't care anymore, because it's not... Like, you're still gonna have people who care about archaeology and, like, protecting relics of the past. That's not... It's not a trade that is gonna go out of business anytime soon. Or a profession, I should say. It's the audio version of Empty Calories. That is the best way to explain this video. Holy shit.
What if I want calories?
So the Nazis desecrate history, but kids just kind of don't care about history at all? That's kind of what this boils down to.
More examples set by the previous generation in winning the war against fascism has demonstrated the power people have to change the world for good, setting a standard that the next generation has embraced, standing up to unjust wars while fighting for a better world. But this apathy for history and
Stop. Alright. This whole fighting against fascism, but it's just like it's an Indiana Jones movie. He's after artifacts and he's punching some Yahtzee bad guys. What is this like political theory that you're bringing into it? I think it's a little simpler than that.
He's trying to now claim that the people have carried on this because all the hippie losers would spit on soldiers and attack people like at random. They're just against unjust wars. Whatever. Learn. Why don't you, hey, film speak? Why don't you crack open a history book and actually look at some history?
Yeah. I mean, like, when is like in the first Indiana Jones movie? I don't know. How is that fighting against fascism? He's punching bad guys in uniforms, and it's just like this whole intellectual kind of mumbo jumbo. It's just, I don't know. It is just not speaking to me at all.
Yeah, he's drawing something. He's drawing something out from this that isn't exactly there. Like, yeah, he's fighting against the Nazis. Did he decide to set out on a journey specifically to fight Nazis? Or is he after ancient historical artifacts that the Nazis also happen to be after, so he gets embroiled in fighting with them? Because those are two very different things.
Yeah.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Retardation.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Wait, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing in substance.
Yeah. Since you missed it, I'll read out the comment again. It's the audio version of Empty Calories. That's the best way to describe this video.
has taken a toll on Indy. He's disengaged, Once enraptured students are barely able to stay awake in his lectures as he half-heartedly spoon-feeds them information from his slides like every bad professor you've ever had in college. Indy has been
Do you not see how that makes him pathetic? It doesn't feel like the world around him is changing in any, like, significant way. It feels like they've stripped away the character of Indy to turn him into a loser that nobody cares about.
And it wasn't just that his students were enraptured with him. Again, you don't have a student like that is enraptured and just interested in what you want to say. Close her eyes and has "love you" written on them. Okay, that's not enraptured. That's she wants some of Indy's Jones right there.
Why is it always the damn teachers? It's been I don't know, ruined, I guess. With the teachers. If you look at the statistics.
It is always the teachers.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just weird. To go from that, and again, being vice dean, to now he's just a pathetic loser in every regard.
He freaking found the freaking Ark of the Covenant, Cup of Jesus, as you said.
Yeah.
Shaman technology. Who knows what else? As well, Crystal Skull. I guess he could have found
and again,
some
it all
stuff
depends
between
on
movies.
what's all canon. Are the comics canon technically? Are the video games canon? Are the is the Young Indiana Jones series canon to the film universe? Because if so, they found a lot more than just that. Like he's an action stud.
Yeah, he's had an entire life of adventure if you count all the outside movie media as, like, canon, then yeah, there's no way he should be a pathetic loser at this stage in his life. Even in old age, he should be a rock star. He should be the Rolling Stones right now.
Yeah.
Who are still fucking going out on tour in their mid to late 80s.
Yeah.
by the passage of time and has resigned himself to dwelling on the past at the expense of the present. He's immersed himself in history, but is unable to reconcile his place in it, not even seeming to realize the fact that he is living through one of history's greatest moments, the Apollo 11 mission. Unlike the relics he spent his life chasing, the past he holds on to is intangible, forever destined to slip through his fingers like sand. Yet, he still tries to hold on regardless, clinging to tokens of
What the fuck are you talking about?
Where's any of that in the movie? Like, what?
The time slipping through his fingers like sand. That is just so...
Yeah, I hate this
Again,
flowery bullshit.
And he wasn't holding on to the past or, like, trying to relive past adventures. He literally told his friend that he was a cuckoo man.
How would... Okay, let me ask you guys a question. How would you portray Indiana Jones as having been clingy to his past? Like, maybe what I would have done is, okay, maybe he's holding his dad's watch or photo. Or maybe he's holding it. So, does he do any of that in the movie?
His father's watch is mentioned, but it never comes up outside of the time it's stolen.
Yeah, by one of our two new supposed to be endearing characters.
Whose backstory is stolen from Short Round.
Yeah.
Not clinging to anything. I mean...
Yeah, like, the way I would have shown this was to actually have him still holding onto the hat. Like, the hat, maybe it's gotten wears, it's threadbare now, there's some holes in it, it looks bad, but he can't, like, not have it there on the mantle with maybe the dusty, beaten-up jacket under it and the whip beside it that's now frayed and come undone, but it's still there waiting for him. Maybe he's got his pistol there as well, as if, like, at any moment I can jump up and just do it again. You know, that's the way I would highlight that he's clinging to past glories. Like that having that right there by the front door, ready to go.
Past glories. I mean, that's difficult overall to do in a film. You can you could easily do of him clinging onto other characters in his past life, but past glories, that's just I don't think I don't get the impression that he's clinging to past glories. I get the sense that he's
which is
just
not supposed.
uncomfortable in his current time.
Yeah. Again, like
That's it.
that.
So
That's
no
why
need for this
I'm
flowery
trying to
bullshit.
answer how you would showcase that. I'm
Mhm.
trying to answer how you would showcase it because this is what the guy claimed. This is what Film
Mhm.
Speak claims is happening, which it
And
isn't happening in the movie.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's just like a bunch of flowery nonsense. Like, how did you interpret this?
Like again, when
Sounds
things go
nice.
down, he doesn't jump into action. He tries to call the police for God's sake.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like clinging to his past. He is painfully aware of what he is.
Yeah.
I gosh, man.
His wedding ring and the photo of Marion on his fridge.
That okay. Okay. That is a recent tragedy. That's not clinging to the past. His son died in Vietnam and his wife filed for divorce.
Wow.
Okay?
That's just
That's like holy cow, that is a trauma. That's not clinging to the past. Oh my god.
what on earth? I want to know the reason. What on earth persuaded her for a divorce? What happened? No, it's just like hand waved over. Oh, sad things happen, and it's just divorce. Like, what happened? I want to know exactly the reason why. We finished on this happy ending in Crystal Skull.
No.
Yeah, this divorce it's just happened.
Well,
Just accept
it's
it.
because Indy had a fight with Mutt, and Mutt signed up for the military and went off and died in Vietnam. Therefore, we can't be together anymore.
Yeah, apparently she's just so sad after Mutt's death that she divorced him.
She,
That's like the opposite of what you would do.
if I remember correctly, there was a bit at the end of the film where, she comes back and she mentions something along the lines of she didn't feel that he was as affected by
As
their
her.
son's death as her, so she just
Yeah.
couldn't stand to be around him.
Basically, because Indy didn't break down like a woman.
Yeah.
She had to leave. Even though he was clearly affected by it, like, constantly.
I'm sorry, it is just such a terrible plot point to add into this movie the way they did. I don't think there's any redeeming quality to fucking killing off Mutt off screen like this and placing the blame on Indy.
Yeah. The more I think about it, it's just that more is just cliche, old man sad, just lodged in there and like a jigsaw piece that does not fit in at all.
Yeah. But by God, are they going to hammer that jigsaw piece in?
While all reminders that time is moving on, like the clock he's gifted upon his retirement, which he promptly unloads on a random passerby on the street. When asked about what he would do with the
Yeah, that was just a dick move, but it was also a really tacky fucking clock. Like, I don't know. That's one of those, like, here's your retirement gift, and it's a really shitty thing. I'd just be like, oh god, you guys really fucking hated me, didn't you?
Yeah.
I don't get the impression that we spent much time with him, like, there's kind of like a restful stage of a character where he's, in his environment and doing, ordinary things like cleaning, interacting with people and stuff like that, and then the plot happens and, the character springs into action. I don't get the impression that we kind of dwell on that too much. And this guy is going on so much about it and how Indiana Jones is reflecting on his time period and blah blah blah. Does he though? He just immediately bumps into Shaw, and then the adventure of the dial starts.
Yeah.
You know, that's not really focused on much.
There's no.
Now that I think about it.
I don't feel like there's any point in this movie where there's even time to dwell on the past, really. Because it just gets going, and it just keeps going and going and going, and doesn't really stop. In fact, the one line in the movie that I like is when Helena is, like, going on, "Whoa, we escaped on the boat." And Indy is just like, "My friend just died." It's like, okay, finally, the one moment in the entire movie where a character has a reasonable reaction to something.
Oh,
and
you've just
Yep.
reminded me of that.
Yeah. And it seems like the only moment in the movie where, like, there's even a moment to process anything that's happening, because everything is just going so fast-paced.
Yep, it's why I was so offended earlier when he said, "Oh, this movie has such a meditative tone." When we get one moment in the entire film where we can just stop and take in what just happened, and everything else is just ADHD all over the place.
And 30 seconds after, it's on to the next thing. Oh, the code on this, it's wax. We can melt it and find something inside. This is heavier than what wood should be. Blah, 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 blah. And there's just that few seconds of acknowledgement that his friend died. It was murdered in cold blood after his entire crew was slaughtered. And then they just move on.
Like reshoots. That is just like, that had to be reshoots. There's no way that was like the initial plan for Antonio Banderas' character. Like, that's perfect casting, in my opinion. He suits in like a glove in Indiana Jones films. The type of characters he plays, you know. I like Antonio Banderas, and they did not utilize him for this film whatsoever.
Yeah, I do think he would fit in a proper indie film. This was definitely not it.
Even more insane was when they just randomly cut one of the lines down to the divers, and they got the exact one they needed.
Yeah, the lookout.
That was like, what? You're telling me they didn't accidentally cut Indy's line at all? Or, like, no, it was perfectly just the lookout. Just him.
He also had that pack thing that would shoot him up to the surface that he didn't use. He just dies.
Yep. Yeah.
In fact, I'm like 95% sure that's the, even more promising guy.
Through time, Indy gives a very telling response, explaining he would try to dissuade Mutt from enlisting. While this is an understandable sentiment from a grieving father, it illustrates Indy's inability to deal with his grief. Rather than working through his pain in a healthy way, his mind is still caught in the past.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people, if they had their to go back in time and tell their loved ones to do or not do something that would save their life, they'd probably fucking do it.
Yeah.
There's family of mine who have passed away a few years back and about a decade ago now, where if I could go back in time and tell them one thing that would prevent that from happening, I'd absolutely do it in a fucking instant.
Yeah.
I wish my son didn't die. Wow, how stuck up in the past, Lamau. And then just angry emote from Tentacle Dude following that up.
Yeah.
That sounds super normal. Yeah, it is normal. It is normal to be sad that your loved ones die, especially a parent grieving their child. I don't know why this is being treated as though it's unreasonable or being stuck in the past or whatever. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure most parents who care about their children would want their children back if they died. I'm pretty sure most would take the opportunity to go back in time if it were given to them to save them. Because, like, you have to understand that parent losing their child it can be an extremely devastating thing for many people. Like, not to get I mean, it's hard to not talk about this without it getting grim, but
Maybe I have an idea. I'll explain it in comic book terms because I'm a bloody nerd.
all right.
I don't know if you guys have seen or heard of Flashpoint Paradox.
I've seen the animated movie.
Oh, great. So, in that movie, it's a lot more poetic because Bruce Wayne dies in the alley and the parents survive. And that damages them incredibly because, in a way, they have failed as parents to protect their son. And, that drives Martha insane to become the Joker and the dad to become Batman. And it's interesting because in the reverse of that, Bruce loses his parents and, he takes that burden and, carries it forward to kind of save people and whatnot. So with parents losing their child, it's like a really different sort of trauma based more so on a failure to do their job. It's a lot more tragic. And with Bruce, it's also tragic, but kind of in a different way of losing precious people who are meant to take care of you. And I think that's kind of like a difference between the two. And of course, you would want their son back. And that's also demonstrated with Thomas Wayne sending the letter to his son because it's that important to somehow reach their son. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that moment at the end of the movie where Thomas Wayne's letter gets to Bruce. That's really good.
Yeah. It just makes me want to watch Flashpoint again.
I did quite enjoy that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's
Thomas Wayne becomes a real killer Batman. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Punisher type. So.
But yeah, there's people who have kids and their kids become their entire life. So losing them would obviously be devastating.
And it's that. Yeah, it's not a bad design to have. Actually, it's perfectly normal, in line. It's.
In fact, it would be shocking if Indy didn't care about his kid. If he was just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't change anything. Yeah, I just want to die. And at the end, he's just like.
I just wish my bitchable wife would have stayed with me, but
What are you doing here, Indy? I came to this island to die. Fucking goddammit.
Oh, look, it's Han Solo. On character, mate.
His son dies, and he's just like, God, I can't believe my tenure means nothing.
Still lingering on regret, the things he should have said to make things right, rather than the things he could be doing in the present to get through what has happened. Like Voller, the prospect of time travel only exacerbates Indy's unhealthy relationship to the past, fueling the notion that he could have made things right.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something else. This is something pretty much everyone goes through. Like, pretty much everyone. Oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, Oh, I did something that was embarrassing. I wish I could have done that again so I wouldn't have that embarrassing memory, and so, people wouldn't have seen this embarrassing thing. Or especially with talking about, like, missing family members. Like, again, I lost, an aunt a few years ago and an uncle about a decade ago, and there's things I regret involving, those family members, not talking to them enough and stuff. And I wish I could change that.
Definitely the same thing with I can really empathize with that. Same thing with my granddad. I don't feel like I talked with him enough, and it's just, I guess you don't know the value of something when you lost it. So, yeah, that's definitely
Yeah, you don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Yeah. And it's perfectly in line for him, Indiana Jones, to desire his son back. What's the deal, you know? Sorry guys, I'll be right back.
Alright.
You know,
A talk that ensures closure will continue to elude him. So, when Indy is thrust through the time fissure at the climax,
it's toxic to think about the past and regrets. Just get rid of that. Have no regrets. That'll allow you to get closure. Never regret anything.
That it will also not... That'll make it so you don't learn from your mistakes. This reeks of, ignore the past or bury the past, kill it if you have to. Like, I hate the whole kill the past concept, but this reeks of that mentality.
Ugh.
Also, mourning a dead son is quite a bit different than trying to revive the Reich. Or the Reich. Yeah. Yeah, there's just a slight difference between those two things.
I like the survive the reek. Yes, the stench is coming back.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. But, yeah, those things are massively different. Like, I don't even know why you would try comparing them. Oh, the bad guy is trying to revive the Reich? That's kind of like trying to revive your dead son who died hating you. See how you're the same? No. Why are you sad about losing your son? It's in the past. Just make a new one. Yeah.
Wild.
Watch 17 more years.
Fuck, that sounds familiar. That sounds like it's from something. I should remember it.
It is.
It's
Think,
from,
Mark, think!
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Look what they need to match even a fraction of our power.
What did I miss? Anything important?
No,
sure.
just more stupidity.
More that apparently, if you have any regrets or you think about the past at all, that's a toxic mindset, and you'll never be able to let go. So never have any regrets, and you can move on from everything.
Oh, okay. Regret-free life. That's nice.
Yeah, that's accomplishable for anybody.
I'm sure it is.
climax home, his unwillingness to engage in the present is literalized, giving him the means to physically escape into the past he's been mentally trapped in the entire film.
Do you have anything to say that has any actual fucking substance?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wager no. I'm almost certain this is what the entire fucking video is just him just saying inane bullshit that he thinks sounds good, that makes the show or makes the movie sound better than it is, with no evidence to back any of it up.
Yeah, because it's second monitor filler. That's what this is.
Yeah. What word salad was that? Something, Indy is so trapped in the past he won't engage with the future. Or sorry, with the present. But how? How is he not engaging with the present? Because he doesn't care about the moon landing? Because, I mean... I don't know. He's an archaeologist. He's not like a scientician looking to go out into space.
Yeah.
This feels like a logical endpoint for Indy's personal relationship with history.
Oh my god, fuck off. This is the logical endpoint, where... Again, he becomes a miserable loser, finds a time travel device, goes back into the past to see history, and then just sits down and wants to die, and has to be fucking knocked out and dragged back to the present. That's the logical endpoint of his story. His, relationship with history. Fuck off.
crusade that Indy's passion for archaeology stemmed from a desire to get his father's attention, a childhood spent bringing him relics like the Cross of Coronado in the hopes that it would earn his approval. Through these attempts to win his father's affection, Indy found his own sense of purpose, protecting history, a mission he would go on to devote his entire life to. But that mission merely filled a void. So it makes perfect sense that when presented with the opportunity to retreat into history, to soothe his broken heart and be surrounded by the thing he has spent his entire life protecting, he would opt to take it.
God, this video's getting insufferable in the amount of word salad it has.
Okay,
Why would
can
he?
we turn it back 10 seconds or 20 seconds? Like, I need to hear that last bit again.
I kind of want to hear it again too. I'm trying to fucking parse through what he said. But
Right.
what it sounds
I
like
understand. Okay, he's trying to protect history. Okay, you got me there. But the last bit is just like.
But then he's sad, and then he retreats to the past, and something retardation.
Devote his entire life to. But that mission merely filled a void. So it makes perfect sense that when presented with the opportunity to retreat into history, to soothe his broken heart and be surrounded by the thing he has spent his entire life protecting, he would opt to take it.
Okay,
Opt
but
to take
no.
what? Okay, I'm confused.
Opt to take the chance to stay back in time. That's what he's trying to argue here, is it makes sense for Indy to do that.
Why did you have
Except-
to say it that way?
But he defeats his own argument by explaining it the way he does. He's devoted his entire life to protecting this thing. So why would he not stay there to protect this, for the thing he spent his life protecting? Because simply by existing, you're going to destroy the thing you were protecting. Just by default of being there, you are changing the timeline. Again, I'm going to reference the butterfly effect. Let's say he stays back in ancient Greece times and he survives his bullet wound, which he has at that point, by the way. Let's say, he magically adapts to the culture, learns the language perfectly, yada yada yada. He fits in perfectly within the world. That's still one person that's there that wasn't before, and it's going to affect things by default of being there. If he goes to the store and buys an apple, then that's an apple that's going to go to him instead of the person who would have bought it otherwise. Therefore changing the timeline. Is this apple going to fucking change the entire course of history? Probably not. Point is, he's there changing things. It's like, how the fuck does The Simpsons get this better? Where Homer time travels with a toaster, sits on a lizard, and changes the entire timeline. I'm glad I wasn't muted for that.
In a way, that's what he's always done. But to stay would not only be an admission of defeat, but more significantly, a betrayal of his devotion to history. Early into the film, Indy asks his students a simple question. How do we know history happened if we aren't there to see it? The answer to the question is remarkably simple. Through what remains. Relics like Archimedes' dial or the Ark of the Covenant. The film argues these objects prove history, thereby implying that it's the work of archaeologists to selflessly protect those remnants and share them with the world so that they can continue to be remembered. We see this idea expressed most clearly through Sala, who Indy helped relocate to America during the war. For Sala, it's important that his grandchildren know their history as both
An object. Why are you making this comparison? We're talking about historical objects, and then it just moves to Stella, and it's just...
This guy takes a
Sure.
lot of time to say nothing.
Yeah. How did we move from historical objects to Stella? That's what I'm not getting. Are you calling him a historical object?
But he's not a
doesn't work
woman.
as an example. I don't get that. It's just like, okay, finding historical objects and blah, 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 that's archaeology in a nutshell. I don't know why are you dumbing this down so much. It's just like, I don't know, get to the point already, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. This is annoying because I want to pause and just, like, not let the video play. But this guy's saying so much nothing that it's like, okay, he's building to a point, but he's taking so long to get there that you essentially have to play a large chunk of the video just to get the full point. It's very irritating.
Mm-hmm.
Both the Egyptians to preserve that connection to their culture through its history. It's also important to them to keep personal history alive, as we see in the closing moments of the film when Saleh recounts the events of raiders to his grandchildren, ensuring that piece of history is preserved. In a meta way, this speaks to the importance of keeping the stories and films we love alive by passing them down to our children and grandchildren for them to be inspired by these stories and then go on and have adventures and stories of their own that they can then share one day. If Indy stays, he would be...
What the fuck does any of that have to do with the movie?
putting himself over this mission of preservation, altering history irrecoverably to satisfy his own needs. So this is the choice Indy has to make at the end of Dial of Destiny, to save history one more time by denying himself the chance to escape into it. But even when confronted with that fact, Indy can't bring himself to make the hard choice. How could he? He is talking to Archimedes, a man whose work he has admired from a distance his entire life.
Well, no, he's also dying and isn't going to survive. Like, he's shot. They don't have the medicine to fix that.
And it's I don't remember. Helena Shaw maybe was kind of more so attracted to Archimedes, but I don't see how Indiana Jones was gushing over him as much. It make it seem like he was an absolute simp.
Yeah, it's like this is
Not
the only
really.
historical figure Indy cared about when, like, no, he cares about all of history.
Yeah, there's no particular. I guess that maybe he has some favorites, but it's just like I don't remember it being him, to be honest.
No. This is what I thought would sound deep when I was 14. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has studied over and over again. For a man who has lost so much, it's too much to ask. But luckily, the burden is taken off of his shoulders when his goddaughter, Helena Shaw, knocks him out and brings him back to the present.
Oh my god. No, guys, it's totally cool. It's totally awesome, and it makes so much sense that she punched him in the face and knocked him the fuck out and brought him back.
Because she woke him up from his daydream of the past and the nostalgic glasses and the bloody. It's just.
But how? How'd she bring him back? Okay. For anyone who has not seen the movie, you need to understand the insanity that happens at this very moment. Archimedes is there, Helena Shaw, Indy's goddaughter, is there, and Indy is there. Indy is shot. He got shot about an hour ago. He's been bleeding for at least that long, but probably longer, given, like, we cut from scene to scene and we don't see we don't see them travel to the planes. Because, like, all that shit usually gets cut out, because the movie would be 10 hours long if you saw the characters walk and drive to every destination. So he's been shot and bleeding for quite a while, and he's still getting into fights and stuff, and his injury is catching up with him finally, even though it should have, caught up with him pretty much immediately. And here he is, injured, in front of Archimedes, and he's like, no, I want to stay. Helena's trying to convince him. By the way, she didn't care about him for the rest of the movie. She locked him in a room with people with guns who wanted to kill him. But you know, it's fine. She's like begging him, "You can't stay here. You gotta change the timeline." "No, I want to stay here and die." There's a bit of a back and forth, and then she finally punches him in the face, and then the screen goes black, and then when it fades back in, he's waking up in his bed in whatever city he's in America. Meaning, after she punched him out, she dragged him. She drug him to the plane. They took off from this like ancient past history location, flew back to the time portal, coming out in Europe where they were before, and then flew across the ocean. At somewhere during this time, or maybe even after, I don't know, or maybe before, somewhere in that time span, they patched him up, saved him from dying, put him in his pajamas, put him in bed in his home, in his crappy apartment, all without him waking up from being punched in the face.
And don't forget, he's also still a wanted man for killing those teachers.
Well, for being blamed for killing those teachers, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know he didn't do it, but I mean, he's got a lot of explaining to do for the police. Why haven't they arrested him?
They also had time
waking up in the jail
to
cell.
get in touch with his wife and get her to come to the apartment to make amends with him.
Wait. And through all this journey, he was unconscious. And what? Wait, did the time portal? No, but did it close? Did it open up? Was it always open there? How long is it open for?
There's the implied existence of a ticking clock by saying we have to go now, the portal is closing. But, like, okay.
Sure.
It seems like a line they just threw in to add urgency to the scene.
Mm-hmm.
God, how is there still 10 minutes left of this video? More than that.
In the end, the depression Indy almost succumbs to can only be broken by radical intervention. Indy's place is
Is
in
that what we
the
call
present,
punching somebody in
but
the
it's
face now?
only by
Radical
being
intervention?
dragged back and surrounded by the family he didn't realize he had that he's finally able to recognize that and come back emotionally, reconciling with Marion by sharing their pain rather than disappearing into it.
But she was, like, fucked over by the pain too. And the family he thought he didn't have... Motherfucker! Helena Shaw was a bitch to him for the entire movie up until the last, like, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
She constantly abandoned him and treated him like a loser and put him in the situations that was going to get him killed.
Yep. Not to mention, his wife left him. He
Yeah.
didn't leave her.
In fact, what he just said contradicts all of that because he just said because Indy disappeared into his feelings. But the whole reason she left him was because, like, she thought he didn't care. Hold on.
Finally able to recognize that and come back emotionally, reconciling with Marion by sharing their pain rather than disappearing into it.
Reconciling with Marion by sharing their pain rather than disappearing into it when she left him for not, like, for assuming he didn't care.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure, let's go with that. You still...
The most beautiful sequences and line deliveries ever in these films. Like, it's just so good. The "Are you back, Indy?" question is one of the most amazing lines. I just melt every time. It brings me to tears. It's
What a fitting visual reference, because that's what I felt. Not the melting he means, but the fucking dying inside at this awful, terrible writing. Hey, Marion, we threw you away to make Indy more of a loser, and now we're giving you back to him so he could be slightly less of a loser. He didn't regain anything of substance, just... Well, I can't say anything of substance. His wife is pretty substantial. But they took her away purely for the sake of giving her back at the end.
That's so stupid. It's such a like a cheat code, isn't it? It's just like, okay, we have this happy ending for Indiana Jones. How do we end our movie happily? Okay, let's take it away temporarily and then give it back to him.
Yeah.
It's just screw that. That's not as productive at all. Like, if you want a happy ending, at least think of something new, rather than just, I don't know, temporarily take away his happiness and then just give it back. It's just
Yeah, it's really
sometimes
dumb.
like, I don't know, because I'm pretty sure this was talking about. I recently finished the breakdown of Flash of the EFAP, and they were discussing about Michael Keaton's Batman.
Right.
And you know of him being like a breakdown character and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure someone said like, wouldn't it be cool if Michael Keaton actually was happy, you know, that Gotham was saved, that he had Catwoman, Michelle Pfeiffer by his side, and you know the Flash like essentially tells him, oh, the world is in danger, and blah blah blah. And Michael Keaton says, no, I'm not for that life, but he has to like. Even though he has a happy ending, he has to risk it to save the world. You know, wouldn't it be cool if something like that happened in this movie? You know, he already has a happy life, but he has to risk it because he needs to save, I don't know, a historical artifact or a historical person or whatnot. Like,
Yeah.
it's something that you can play around with a lot more, and you don't have to do this stupid gimmick of taking away his happiness and then just giving him back right at the end. You know, it's just, and that writing method that I just mentioned would raise the stakes a lot more, makes it a lot more personal, because he already has some sort of happiness in his life and he doesn't want to lose it. And instead in here it's just, okay, we take it and we give it back quickly, you know.
Yeah. No, I agree. Taking something away purely for the sake of giving it back is really dumb. There's so many things they could have done with Indy as we see him at the end of Crystal Skull. And they chose one of the worst options.
Yeah.
Such a great line. Indy's unhealthy obsessions with the past throughout Dial of Destiny speak to a broader theme.
What unhealthy
Unhealthy
obsession with the
obsession.
past? Asserting
No,
it doesn't
no.
make it true.
Saying it does exactly. Like it's a fun interpretation they had a film. Like, gee, I wonder what film he watched.
Yeah.
Does not show. I don't know. I don't get the
theme.
I don't get that he has an unhealthy obsession with the past. I just get the impression that he's just not fulfilled with the present. That's it, really.
Of obsession. In a way, it's a theme that every Indiana Jones film has touched on to some extent, most notably Last Crusade, which dealt with Henry Jones's obsession with finding the Holy Grail. And much like that film, Dial of Destiny argues that the only way out of those kind of obsessions is by cultivating healthy interpersonal relationships. This idea is made clear in the way Helena is able to save Indy.
No, there is no interpersonal relationship there at all, and if it is absolutely forced. Nice try, but that relationship does not work.
Yeah.
From his obsession at the climax of the film, but this relationship is counterbalanced through Indy's relationship with Helena's father, Basil. Following his experience in the film's prologue, Basil becomes fixated on finding the Dial of Archimedes, an obsession that consumes him. Basil's obsession answers an interesting idea that I'm honestly surprised none of the previous films have asked. How does traveling with Indiana Jones impact the lives of his associates after the adventure ends? On these adventures, Indy and his compatriots encounter things that defy explanation. How would that change you?
I mean...
That is an interesting concept that they do not explore fully.
Yeah. You just have the Basil that just goes like
crazy for some
Crazy.
reason.
yeah.
Didn't
It's not
he
even-
say to him? Wait. Didn't Basil say to him, destroy the dial?
Yep.
Yes.
And he gave it to him. So, in a way, he goes... It's over his obsession. Obviously, Indy keeps it for some reason. So, I guess that kind of negates your point. That, okay, he's... I mean, it's not like, Lord of the Rings Gollum. Like, if Frodo was saying, yeah, destroy it, I'd say maybe he's on the right track there, and he's becoming less obsessed. But
Yeah.
hey, that's just me.
Style of jests. Yeah, that'd be a lot to process. Basil's experience in 1944 changes the trajectory of his entire life, sparking an obsession that causes him to lose his grip on reality. He starts behaving erratically to the point where it starts to scare his daughter, prompting an intervention by Indy. After several...
Okay.
How does it scare his daughter if she's, like, even more interested to get it?
There's so much wrong with this, though. First of all, his experience with Indy in the opening scene changed him, so they became obsessed with the dial. What experience? Finding out that the dial exists? It's not like he saw actual magic at play. It's not like he saw the Ark of the Covenant, or the Blood of Kali, or the, Jesus Cup. He found out a thing existed that might have power, and we don't know if he even believes such power exists. Now, later on, when he's freaking out, that's not him, like, actually going crazy. That's him being paranoid about a genuine artifact that can help you travel through time, which he believes it does, and it should be destroyed for that reason.
Yeah, because who would you trust to go back in time and not screw everything up?
My answer is literally no one.
I wouldn't even trust myself to do it. I know I would, like, try to change something.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Even-
Literally no one.
Unintended. Yeah. Unintended, like, if I heard somebody screaming for help, I'd probably go help them, and that might fuck all of history over.
Yeah. I've already said it on stream. There's, family members I'd want to save if I had access to such a thing. I would have to make that hard choice of, I can't change the timeline. Or, maybe I would give in. I don't know what I would do in that situation.
Yeah.
I would need to experiment. Okay, how does this time travel work? Does it make a alternate thing or blah 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 and blah blah blah? I don't know. I reckon you could get away with recent history. I don't know. It's the further you go back, the more complicated it gets, I guess.
It's a trolley problem. Yep. And I've seen... I haven't watched all of EFAP's latest anniversary stream, but I did get through that whole trolley problem section where they did the quiz. That was definitely something.
That was fun.
I mean, the lobsters versus cats one was like, okay, but why would you ever pick the lobsters over the cats?
Yeah.
To save.
Right, there was a different one. I think dolphins and something else. Dolphins are kind of intelligent animals, don't you know? So that would be a tough one. Dolphins and something else. I can't remember what it was. But hey, them dolphins, they're smart animals, right?
Yeah.
And mammals as well. Surprising. I don't know why I'm talking about dolphins.
In dialogue between Indy and Helena, Mangold finally shows us this moment while Indy is en route to Morocco, cleverly subverting the expected visual language of an Indiana Jones film.
He said the thing, subverting.
Oh my god. Who cares about the visual being interrupted? It doesn't fucking mean anything. So we get a flashback to when his friend was crazy. We get an incomprehensibly stupid fucking scene where Indy randomly doesn't believe in magic after he's seen magic numerous times. And... I don't know, fucking... He thinks his friend is going crazy, even though he should realistically have no reason to believe his friend is going crazy. Like, I need everyone to understand, when they do the train thing in the opening scene, that's in, like, what, 1943, 1944? This is right before the end of the war. This is the latest point in the timeline aside from Crystal Skull for the main movies. This is after all 3 original movies. He has seen some shit at this point. Even if we ignore all the comics and video games and any potential novels that might exist, I don't know if there are any novels, and Young Indiana Jones, if we ignore all that shit, he's still seen magic 3 times. He's been under the influence of literal mind control magic. And he's seen his father with a bullet wound where he poured water from the cup of Christ onto the wound for that wound to be healed. The bullet got spat out of the fucking wound. And then he's like, oh, you're talking crazy, Basil. Time travel? And, like, there's no reason for him to be acting this way. None.
Yeah. Again, Jigsaw crammed into the wrong place. It's like no one did their homework on the previous freaking 3 movies.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so insufferable when people defend garbage like this and they don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
Comfort of the intervention, we fade into this moment in place of the usual red line on a map that typically accompanies travel in these movies. The scene itself is also a break from form, uncharacteristically domestic for one of these movies, playing a bit like one of Ford's iconic 90s thrillers like The Fugitive, with Indy confronting Basil in his tightly packed office. Indy tries his best to get through to his friend, but he's clearly not equipped to help.
Okay, so he's not going to give all the details, so I'm going to go into it because it bugs me so much. Basil has been sending Indy letters for years at this point about this half of the Dial of Destiny. He believes it's a time travel device. He believes it is dangerous and should be destroyed. So does he destroy it before Indy comes over? No. He demands Indy comes over. They have a confrontation. Then he runs upstairs and locks himself in his room. Indy believes he's going insane, and Basil's about to destroy the artifact, and Indy stops him and saves it, and promises Basil to destroy the object, which, of course, he doesn't because this whole movie happens. But if you thought this device was that dangerous, that it should be destroyed, because we can't let it fall into the hands of the wrong people, then why in the world would you not destroy it as soon as humanly possible? If I had a magic thing sitting on my desk that, you know, if you activate it, it'll wipe out half of all life on Earth, I would fucking destroy that thing immediately. I wouldn't talk to someone else who might take it away and might use it at some point. Even if it's someone I could trust 100% to never use it, I would feel responsible if it got, well, obviously he's dead by this point in the movie, but I would still feel responsible if someone else took it and used it. I would feel obligated to destroy it fucking immediately.
And this dial, like, it's not even... There's a second piece to it, so you could, if you destroy one piece of it, you can save the one for, I don't know, historical value, so it's not like you have to completely destroy it, just a part of it.
Yeah.
And the shit's useless.
So he opts to do what he does best, take the artifact and run. He convinces Basil to relinquish the dial and promises to destroy it in the hopes that will stop Basil's obsession, but it doesn't. So when he later learns that...
Wait. He missed the part where Basil told him to destroy it. Basil did... You'd watch the movie again.
Again, he gave up his obsession the moment he told Indy to destroy the damn thing. He's no longer obsessed with it. He knows what needs to be done, and now he trusts that Indy's going to do it. Like, that's not,
And he
like,
doesn't
there's
because
nothing
the
else
plot needs to
after
happen.
that. He doesn't suddenly like keep contacting Indy like, oh, I really need that back, or did you write down documents for it? I need to make no. None of that happens.
About to obsess until his death, Indy is confronted by the thought that, like with his son, he could have done more to help. He could have stuck around. This characterization of Indy as someone who struggles to stick around is in conversation with the way Indy has been depicted across the previous films. In The Last Crusade, we learned that Indy's commitment issues stem from his contentious relationship with his father, issues that have trickled down into all of his subsequent relationships. When things get tough, Indy bails, which we see again and again in his relationship.
How the fuck?
Whoa. Yeah, well, just like how Indy, because it was tough to walk into the fucking lion's den, having to actually go
Repeatedly.
to Berlin and attend a rally to try to get the journal back.
Not
Like,
just that,
oh,
but
man.
he repeatedly takes insane risks.
Yeah, he is not somebody that backs down when things get tough. He understands what the risks are, and he knows that sometimes, like, the stakes are too high and the risks have to be taken.
Yeah, he does this repeatedly. He, in the first movie, he confronts the Nazis multiple times. He takes their uniform, we've seen clips of it in this video, and gets inside their base. He points a rocket launcher at them as they're carrying the Ark towards the end of the film. They sneak onto the dig site to try and find the Ark in the first place, and not only do they go into a part of the ruin where it'll tell them where it is, but they actually go into the part of the ruin where it is, and they get locked in as a result. In the second movie, a random village asks him for help, and again, as such said, he goes into the fucking lion's den. He goes to this ancient haunted castle in India, and deals with this insane cult, this blood cult that sacrifices people to their god, lures them into a pit that fucking evaporates them into hell or whatever, and he saves the village. He brings back the magic stone for the village. He loses 2 of them, and the remaining 1 he gives to the village, rather than keeping it for himself. And, of course, there's Last Crusade, where, again, there's the Lion's Den thing Setch mentioned, but he repeatedly does the same thing. He goes to the castle the Nazis are occupying in the first place to even find his dad. He, God, what else? They go to Germany, then what happens after they go to Germany? They try to go to find a temple where the Cup of Christ is held, and he encounters the Nazis again.
Yep.
Like, I don't know how you can have all those instances of him jumping in to do insanely dangerous things for what he thinks is right, or for what's important to him, only to say that, yeah, he's the man who runs away, he's the man who backs down.
Yeah. And Crystal Skull, as terrible as it was the whole point of him settling down, like, family-wise. He was saying, like, I am now here now. My adventuring time is over.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that Film Speak hadn't watched any of the other movies.
Kind of feels like it.
In his life, but Dial of Destiny supposes this has impacted his non-romantic relationships as well, whether it be with his son, who he was so at odds with he wound up going to war to spite him, or his friend Basil, who he's seemingly given up on due to feeling guilty for exposing him to the Dial.
Okay, now you're just pulling stuff out of your ass.
No, source not found.
I don't know any part in this movie that even implies he feels guilty for Basil being exposed to the Dial.
Yeah.
Especially when that was something completely out of his control.
They were after the Christ spear in that beginning bit. It's not like his fault, like, oh, Basil, here's the Dial of Destiny. Do you want to look at it? Let's obsess over it.
Yeah.
Nothing like that. So it's not really his fault if Basil gets, I don't know,
Basil.
bothered by it.
Basil, look at it. Look at it, Basil. Look at it. Is it not so round and shiny, Basil? Don't you want to know what it does, Basil? Come on, Basil.
oh no, he's addicted to it now. What have I done? I gave him a new sort of drug. Oh, this is terrible.
I just imagine the fucking Fallout notification thing coming up on screen. You're now addicted to the Dial of Destiny. No! If we're talking about Indy running away from his relationships too, I think that's also a very big no. Because, like, again, he goes after his father when his father is missing. It's not running away from your relationships. He, sticks it through with Marion for the first film, like, right to the very end. Why is she not in the second one? I don't know. It's something they wrote off screen. Maybe they just decided he should have a different female companion for the second and third movie. Yeah, it just feels like he's pulling shit out of his ass at this point.
Guilt is made manifest in Helena, who resents Indy for essentially abandoning her and her father despite his duty as a godfather to help.
That's also something this movie invented, was him not giving a shit about his goddaughter. I almost said granddaughter. It's a very different thing.
Yeah.
It again speaks to how this movie is making him into a pathetic loser who's just, like, completely irresponsible. There's no duty as a godfather. I don't know how godfather stuff works. I'm not gonna comment on that. But I don't know. It's just something this film invented out of nowhere, and it seems incredibly dumb to try and, like, say, yeah, this was part of his character the entire time, though, when it wasn't.
She took it upon herself to pore over her father's dial journals, memorizing them, presumably in hopes that completing his work might bring him some peace. But in the end, her father dies, having lost his mind. So when faced with the prospect of losing another father figure to an obsession at the film's climax, Helena reacts emotionally. Like Indy with Basil, she recognizes her part in putting Indy in this position.
But
What the
wait,
fuck
but
are
she
you
tried to
talking-
get him killed multiple times before that.
multiple times. Like, it has to be stressed.
What I've
What the
noticed
hell?
is this guy absolutely loves Helena Shaw. And that was your first mistake. It's this, as soon as you like her, that is just like, oh, so you don't have a brain, do you? Because she's terrible.
Yeah,
Like-
I don't know how you watch this movie and come away liking her. She is fucking
No.
insufferable the entire time.
Yeah.
It's just like the most giant red flag.
Yeah. In fact, that's one of the titles Gary from Nerdrotic gave the movie, was Indiana Jones and the Insufferable Feminist.
Yeah. Or Dial of Dysentery.
Yeah.
That was a-
Yep.
Dragging him into the situation, and so she takes responsibility for that and drags him out. But unlike Indy, she sticks around after, where Indy, overcome with guilt, left Basil to wallow in his obsession. Helena tries to help him heal.
Oh, and she is the greater person. She is the role model that Indy should follow. Yippee-ki-yay. Because, yeah, Helena Shaw has 3 movies, and we've all connected to her, and, you know, we absolutely love her.
As
Oh,
it
no,
turns
wait,
out,
sorry.
Indiana Jones was a massive piece of shit the entire time. He was a horrible person, and no one should like him. But Helena Shaw, who tried to get him killed multiple times, she's the good guy. She stuck around.
Uniting him with Marion so he can finally overcome what's been holding him back. In more ways than one, Helena is framed as a younger Indy. Not because the film is setting her up to take over the franchise, although I'd be very happy to see this character again.
Wow, what an indictment of you as a person.
This is like they made a cheap clone of Indy in here. It's how do you come to that conclusion? At all. She's the most insufferable. She's the most entitled Indiana Jones there is. She even has her own short round.
Yeah. And again, it has to be stated, her companion, the little kid, well, he's not quite little, but you know what I mean. His backstory is lifted 1-to-1 from fucking Short Round. Oh yeah, I caught him stealing from me, and we've been hanging out ever since.
Yeah. I guess they probably didn't know what Short Round's backstory was. They didn't even know Short Round existed. Probably.
Imagine watching this movie with this insufferable fucking bitch. I'm not talking about the actress. I don't know what the actress is like as a person. I'm talking about the character, Helena Shaw. Imagine seeing the movie with this insufferable fucking bitch and thinking, you know what? I would really like to see a set of her own movies as the main character, Indiana Jane.
I'm pretty sure Kathleen Kennedy's. Well, she didn't say no. About the news. Oh yeah, we're definitely open to making Helena Shaw, and the whole internet was like, no.
God.
But I think she was just talking out of her ass. Because I'm sure. What's that series called? Star Wars. Crap. What's that series called?
Acolyte?
Acolyte. Yes, I'm sure that's happening. You know, I'm sure Ahsoka season 2 is happening. I'm sure, I don't know, Boba Fett season 2 is happening. I'm sure Kenobi season 2 is happening.
God.
Just at this point, you're just talking fluff to save yourself. I don't believe they'll ever do with anything with Helena Shaw.
Yeah, hopefully this is the last we see of her.
Yeah. Also, pardon, like, again, for going in and out, but I have good news. She started eating on her own, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm very glad to hear that, like, genuinely.
Yeah, she's not very coordinated right now. She keeps spinning every now and then. But now she's eating on her own, and she's got a bit of a fever, I can tell, because her ears are warm.
Alright.
Yeah.
Still, hope she gets better, but it does sound like she's doing better than earlier in some ways, which is good.
Yeah.
Pet cat?
Yeah, she's an old cat. She's 16, and she stopped eating, and she was, like, laying around everywhere, so I was nursing her back. And now she was spinning to the left. She would walk to the left a bit, but she would do it to get to where she was going. Now she can't stop spinning every now and then to the right. She'll get in a little, like, spin fits. But she's also got a fever now, so I'm thinking it's the fever that's messing with her. But now she's actually eating on her own, so.
Good luck to giving her any fever. I said pets hate any medicine whatsoever. Oh, this poo? Yeah, sure, I'll eat it.
Well, that was
medicine? No, I'm not
the
gonna
force
eat it.
feeding thing that was rough because we weren't
Yeah.
like doing kibble or anything. We were doing just in a dropper. It was a special mixture I had made. Chat jokingly said yesterday I was trying to buff her up because I took my workout mix, which has proteins and a bunch of vitamin stuff in it, mix it with milk, and then
Just comes
we got
back as a
kitten
small
milk.
cat. Yeah.
Yeah. Then I got kitten milk, and I mixed a little bit of my protein milk mixture into the kitten milk, and then we would use a dropper to put that in.
Yeah.
No, I am super relieved that she's actually eating something.
Oh yeah, appetite's usually a good sign. When you're ill, you usually don't eat anything.
Yeah, and in cats, that's very scary because cats, after a very short time, their liver starts to break down. So I'm super happy she's eating something on her own now.
Mm-hmm. How far are we into this video? 33 minutes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's welcome to STAG.
Honestly,
for
this is
hours.
not the worst we've done for getting through a video. We're actually making pretty good time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you don't have one half of the big tangenters here most of the time, so I was taking care of it.
Yeah. But still, there's videos we've watched where it's only 10 to 20 minutes long and we're 5 hours in, as opposed to a 40-minute video, which we're about 3/4 of the way through and we're only 6 hours in. That's honestly pretty decent time.
Alright. I'd like to get through this as much as possible. Alright, let's carry on.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it.
Again, but rather in that she represents everything Indiana Jones once was. A jaded rogue more concerned with chasing fortune and glory than doing what's right.
What?
Fucking excuse me, you cunt.
Did you watch the other movies?
Indy was never a jaded rogue only doing things for the money. One of the first lines from him in the first movie is it belongs in a museum.
No. I think he was saying her character is that.
No, but she's saying that's what Indy was like. She's like Indy was.
Yeah.
Didn't he just say
her
in this video that he's protecting history? This happened like 5 minutes ago in the video.
Did like
And now you
five?
say this.
Did 5 different people write the script without editing any of the other parts of the script that other people wrote, and give it to another guy who knows nothing about any of these movies?
Hey, I have a 10 memory short span too. Oh. I mean, if we weren't pausing it all the time, I would have probably forgotten that you mentioned that.
I do want to wind that back just to make sure we're right about what he said.
Yeah, because I wanna make sure that he's not talking about her, because I feel like that's what he was.
Rather in that she represents everything Indiana Jones once was. A jaded rogue more concerned.
Once was.
Yeah,
He is
once
talking about
was.
That
Indy.
is so fucked. How do you say that?
What the fuck?
That
Have
he's
you never
obsessed-
watched the movies?
That he's obsessed with fortune and fame, by the way. And it's like, where? He works as a professor at a college, and he became vice dean at a college. Oh yeah, that's a glamorous lifestyle.
And he wants to preserve history. Does that sound like an egotistical goal? You just said that earlier in the video. I swear, I am not making things up. You said that clearly, definitively in the video that he wants to preserve history.
And I'm going
to really think that is in line with what he's saying now. It's just stupid.
And building off that, I'm going to reference the line again. It belongs in a museum. If you're after fame and fortune, you're probably not going to sell like these historical artifacts to a museum. You're going to sell them to the highest bidder who wants to put it in their private personal collection.
Yeah, much like she tried to do at this this black market auction.
God, what a shit fucking video. I genuinely hope EFAP covers this video so I could hear the reactions to some of this shit.
With fortune and glory than doing what's right. She's essentially Indy in Temple of Doom before his experience at Pankot Palace forced him to grow beyond his single-minded pursuit of wealth and fame. Helena...
The fuck are you talking about? He literally agrees to help this fucking village find their magic stone.
Yeah, how's that gonna make him wealthy and famous? It's a random nothing village. Holy cow.
I don't know. Film Speak probably needs to watch the movies again.
Yeah, I think so.
Remember when Indy tried selling the Ark of the Covenant at a public auction covered by the press so he could brag about it? Yeah, that was my favorite part of Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Remember when Basil was like auctioning off dinosaurs in that second Fallen Kingdom movie?
Yeah, they
Those
take place in the
bands.
same universe.
Honestly, I would have thought dinosaurs would have gone for more. I guess dinosaur boats would have probably gone for a lot as well. But hey,
I'm surprised like somebody wasn't trying to get some of those for like a couple billion or something. Like holy cow.
no, they should be like in, because in that movie they were in the millions. It should be billions. Like these
Yeah,
are
that's what I mean.
extinct animals, real breathing animals. Like dead, they'd be, I don't know, maybe half price or third of the price. It wouldn't decrease the value that much just because they're extinct dinosaurs that are roaming the earth. And this movie is stupid.
You're actually making it sound more reasonable than it actually was in the movie, because the reason why they're selling them isn't because, oh, it's for these people's personal collection. It's for like, oh, buy an Anki so you can be better than a tank and you could kill all your enemies with this APC like beast. And it's like, I'm sorry, what?
Yep.
Oh, this Ankylosaurus, mate, it's bulletproof, mate. I'm sure it'll withstand all the missiles and whatnot. Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm positive that a 20mm autocannon on a Bradley won't just rip this thing apart. I'm positive.
I mean, even if they were, you just fly in a warthog and those dinosaurs are still going down.
Yeah, Gowie, you just hear, all right, dinosaur survived the 20, Mike, send him in, and you just hear.
True pop culture, if you've never heard the sound of a warthog firing, oh my god. It is amazing.
Okay. I'll Google it later.
Yeah.
It'll send shiver up your spine for sure.
It's just like in a land of Texas, there's a little girl asking, "Daddy, what's that way you hung up at all?" "Well, that, my dear, is some stupid lizard that was on my garden," and it's just like a big little template of like a raptor with its claws out, and him just proudly showing it off. Like literally, you'd have that in every house in Texas, of people just hunting down dinosaurs and putting nice decorations on their walls. It's so stupid that Dominion has this like idea of oh no, dinosaurs are invading the world, when in reality I think we'd be the predators, not them.
Yeah.
Those dinosaurs would get wiped the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, they had that whole thing of you're not allowed to hunt them, which is fucking stupid, because they're an invasive species that's killing everything, but you're not allowed to shoot them or defend yourself or kill them to protect the local fauna and wildlife.
Not only are they an invasive species, they're the most invasive a species can be aside from literal alien fucking invasion. You're talking about dead creatures from millions of years ago being thrown into the modern age with modern animals. They would wreak havoc upon the environment.
Yeah.
It belongs in an eBay auction.
I've been wanting to read that one. Tell me you know nothing about Indiana Jones without telling me you know nothing about Indiana Jones. Yeah, that's his entire video. He's been doing a real good job of it.
Actually fell asleep for about 30 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow! You fall asleep on the Indiana Jones stream, but you don't fall asleep on the Starfield stream yesterday? Wow.
I literally had just woken up the other day, okay? I woke up to you streaming. Of course I'm not going to immediately fall back asleep.
Yeah, but it's Starfield. Why wouldn't you fall immediately back to sleep?
I know, but I've also been up now for, since I woke up then when you were doing that stream. I haven't gone to bed yet. I'm still tired.
Even short round in the form of Teddy, a young street urchin that tags along on her misadventures. Dial of Destiny feels like something of a spiritual successor to Temple of Doom, which, if you know me, you know that Temple of Doom is my favorite Indiana Jones film, so I'm gonna eat that shit up. And this is mainly in how it differs tonally from the other adventures, and nowhere is this more apparent than
Wait a minute. I just heard that as I stood up.
World.
Felt like that. And if you know me, Temple of Doom was my favorite Indiana Jones film. How did you get it all wrong then?
I was more seeing, like, hearing the part, and I eat that shit up. You eat shit?
That is one of the best notes from Happy Gilmore. Is like, I eat shit for breakfast. You eat shit for breakfast?
Yeah, that's what he was referencing. Oh my god! I showed him that the other day. I showed him an edit of that clip the other day, and it was so fucking funny because we were watching something, and I remembered this edit of this exact scene, and I was like, "Oh my god, you have to see this!" And it's voiced over of that exact dialogue.
Her world feels like an extension of the world of Lao She and Club Obi-Wan we caught at the start of Doom, complete with a black market antique sale. Just as Indy likely wouldn't have wound up in India had he not gone into business with gangsters, Helena only finds...
Oh, okay. Do you remember why he went into business with gangsters? Do you remember what his purpose was there for? As if he was trying to get the relics and save them. It's like he doesn't like these people.
Yeah, it's not treated as though they're on good terms, especially when there's a constant back and forth of each side trying to get the upper hand on each other.
Yeah. Also, my apologies. I must depart. I'll be right back.
Alright. How can you love something but know almost nothing about... How can you love something but don't know almost anything about it? Yep. And they also fucking poison him, yeah. There's that whole back and forth where, what's-her-name is going after the diamond, and he's going after the, poison cure. It's also funny starting that movie up, and it, starts off with a Chinese version of Anything Goes from... Well, most people here are going to know it from Fallout 3.
herself Mahler's Nazi plot because she offered to sell him her father's dial before reneging on their deal because she thought she could get a better price. Likewise, had she not climbed into bed with a gangster, literally, she might have been able to retrieve the dial on the streets of Tangiers without her former fiancé undermining her attempts.
You are trying so fucking hard to defend this movie, aren't you? Like, you can't even admit that any part of this is, like, bad or contrived or stupid. Everything is all just oh so wonderful and perfect and fine and, like, God. I'm playing heavily modded Fallout 4 and that song just played for me. Lol. I actually really fucking like Anything Goes. It is a great song.
I'm pretty sure with Helena's show, it was like when that husband or whatever came in, it was like an incredibly convenient time. Weren't they getting like arrested?
Yes, they were getting arrested by the cops, and the gangsters showed up, and the cops were like, they left immediately because it's like, yeah, we know who these people are, we're not fucking with this, and they peace out immediately. Well, he did just call her a dumb slut. I actually missed that, but yeah, she is. Temple of Doom soundtrack is a banger. I actually haven't heard the full, like, I usually, music goes over my head oftentimes when I'm watching movies, unless it's super, super standout, like Lord of the Rings, or, Duel of Fates, or something like that, you know?
Is more or less the daughter Indy never had. Because although he didn't raise her presence, or rather lack thereof, in her life played a significant role in the person she became.
Indiana Jones's daughter. What are you on?
The daughter he never had. I mean, it's probably a good thing he didn't have a daughter if, like, his daughter is this much of a fucking insane bitch.
Yep.
Chase through Tangiers in the back of a tuk-tuk, Helena throws a couple jabs at Indy for his role in her turning out the way she did. After her father lost his mind, she had no other parental figure to turn to, so she became self-sufficient, mirroring Indy's own less-than-ideal childhood.
Less than ideal child. I don't know, man. It seems like he had a pretty decent childhood, and one instance of trying to save a historical relic and, like, dealing with a rough situation doesn't mean he's a delinquent. If anything, that opening scene from Crusade seems to imply that he's willing to risk getting in trouble for doing what he believes is right. Which would be consistent with his character, unlike anything you've said in this entire fucking insane video.
This idea home in the aforementioned flashback sequence. As Indy goes to leave the Shaw home, having retrieved the dial, a young Helena has a brief interaction with Indy while her father raves like a man possessed in the background. Mangold's camera holds on Helena's face as Indy pulls out, framing this moment as a kind of abandonment. Indy insists that her dad will be fine in a few days, but it's not clear that'll be the case, and you can see that fear on Helena's face.
Okay, I guess Indy should be fucking, like, burned at the stake for not being able to predict the fucking future?
Yeah, like, her dad wasn't dead or anything. He's still living in the house with them, and now that he took the thing and said that he would destroy it, he should calm down. There was no reason to assume that he was gonna fucking die or some shit in like a week.
I also like this comment from Calbeck. So Indy's responsibility was to kidnap Helena, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
What happened to Basil? I'm forgetting.
Okay, they make it very vague. He had the dial, it made him crazy. Indy took the dial, something, he died.
Really?
Yeah, it's not really explained how or when, but sometime after he left Helena with her father, he at some point died, and she was basically on her own after that. And it's not explained how long this was, like how long she was with her father before he died, how long she was on her own. We don't know any of this stuff. It's just implied that, you know, something bad happened and somehow it's Indy's fault for not finding her somehow and taking her in when he had no way of knowing pretty much any of this or where she was.
Again, this is invented neglect in this film to make Indy a loser who apparently doesn't care about his responsibilities or anything. That's what they're building this up to be. When they could have, again, like, they could have done something similar without making him a fucking loser. That's the thing that bugs me so much about all of this. There's no care for the character. He's just pathetic. He's stupid. He has no responsibility or anything. Indy is legitimately the least person responsible for how Helena turned out. Yeah. Like, surely they would have had other families she would have gone to, right? Or, if not, in the worst case scenario, like, she probably could have been adopted. I don't know why it has to be Indy that takes her.
Indy pulls
Then
out, not soon
transitions
enough.
Beautifully into a reflection in the window of a plane before panning across to adult Helena on her way to Morocco to sell the dial piece.
That scene transition was terrible. He's describing it as beautiful. It was awful. It sucked. I don't know what they were doing.
Linking the past trauma to Helena's current behavior. It's a wonderful piece of visual storytelling that wordlessly conveys the experience that informs the character's greed. We get
No. Oh my god. I'm so glad this video is almost done.
You know what? If it was so beautiful, maybe I would have remembered it.
You know, if it was so beautiful, maybe you could show fucking clips of it in your goddamn video when we've already established that you can do that and you're just not doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you already put footage from a bootleg in already. Like, what the?
Get another moment like this with Teddy in Sicily. Throughout the film, Teddy has been anxious to get back to the wheeling and dealing he and Helena got into prior to meeting Indy. Teddy's proudly in it for all the wrong reasons, and while sitting alone, we get an indication as to why. Overhearing some rich Italian kids mocking his less than well-to-sew clothing, Teddy gets out of his way to pickpocket the kid and then use the money to buy himself a gelato. Like Helena, Teddy's greed is
Okay, he's building something there, but, like, I don't like how he's portraying this as a good thing that he just stole from someone. Like, even if that person's a dick, that doesn't entitle you to steal from them.
response to his unstable home life. He's grown up poor and is self-conscious of the fact and is intent on lifting himself out of that situation. Indy serves as a contrast to their self-serving tendencies. While he used to be that guy,
He was never
He was
that
never
guy!
that
Shut
guy.
the fuck up, you retard! You
was
don't know what
never
you're
that
talking
guy.
about! Indy was
No wonder
always
he likes
self-serving.
Yellowstone.
That's why he risked fighting the Nazis to prevent them from having the Ark of the Covenant.
Guys, no wonder he likes Dial of Destiny, because he doesn't understand Indiana Jones, and
Yeah.
there was no Indiana Jones in Dial of Destiny, which is why he liked it.
Man, he was always self-serving. That's why he went to go get this poor village is back at their fucking magic rock. Super
Yeah.
self-serving there.
Yeah, because when he agreed to help this village, that was before the character change that this guy described that he receives in Temple of Doom.
Damn.
Indiana has grown over the years. Instead of leaving a trail of enemies in his wake, Indy has friends like Sala or Ronaldo, people who are willing to put their neck out.
What?
Not
Yeah, dead friend.
Who do you think all those
Sorry.
people were in the other movies? They were his friends. What?
For about 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm still not over Antonio Banderas' death for about 5 minutes. That was it. Yeah. I listened.
because of some transgression. And through spending time together, Indy draws this quality out in Helena. Early in the film, she leaves Indy in the hands of the Nazis in Manhattan. But by the time she has another opportunity to leave Indy behind with the eels and make off with the Graphicos, she chooses
Note that this contradicts what you said earlier. That at risk of losing her father figure, her new father figure, she would save him from himself. But you just said that she left him with the Nazis to die. Like, come
I was muted.
Work for the CIA. I just struggle to believe that they even that the fact that they just shoot someone willy nilly is just on a whole nother level to comprehend. Like, oh, but then Yahtzees, they do evil things, but just like they still work for the American government. They have rules. Who are they going to blame it on? What is the forensic evidence going to uncover? Like, so many stuff could go wrong with killing it and just blaming it on someone. It's just so many levels of stupidity there, and it's just
Not just that.
Especially when they pose no threat and there's really not much of anything they can do. Because even if they call the police, they could just tell the police we work with the fucking
Yeah.
CIA or whatever, and then there's nothing they can do. So there's no point to killing them. They just do it because, oh, we're the bad guys, we're evil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And the thing that's annoying about that too is if you want your villains to be threatening, they should be competent. Like, oh god, what's the security
Andor.
force? Yeah, that Andor is what I'm going for. What's the security force called?
The ISB.
The
security
ISB,
bureau?
the ISB. You want your villains to be competent like the ISB, where they're actually making intelligent moves to, like, try and track down people they believe to be threats, and making plans that they believe will work. They're not cartoonishly incompetent for no reason. They have methods that work, and they're going to use them. As opposed to, yeah, here we are on this covert mission, and because I'm evil bad guy man, I'm going to shoot and kill an innocent person that's going to make things 1,000 times worse. Like, let's imagine they're not smart enough to say they're working with the CIA, and then they have to run because they've been caught. The police are going to be much less after you for that than they are going to be for you killing someone. It's only because of cartoonish bullshit that they even think it's indie in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, breaking news, guys. Aquaman trailer will be in 4 days.
4
After all the news
days.
cycle.
Oh no.
After all the news that it wasn't, where's the hell is the trailer? The movie is in 2 months, you know? They finally put it out, I guess.
Oh man.
It received enough rap to
Was-
actually release it. Just
Was
bully people into doing-
Aquaman? Was that the one that Amber Heard was gonna be in?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. she's
Oh
in it.
no.
She was in the first one, and the first one was a terrible, terrible movie. I hate it a lot.
Hey, it made $1 billion. All right. So
Yeah. And she's allegedly in the second one, or she might not be. It all depends. Like,
Yes.
we're getting conflicting things on if she's going to be in it or
There's lots of back and
Isn't it?
forth on that because it was filmed before the trial, but she's obviously not a very popular person after the trial, and there's a lot back and forth on her scenes being removed or reduced or being kept in, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot that the first thing I ask about the movie is this specific actor in it? And if so, I will definitely not go see it. And I'm sure that's a lot of people's sentiment.
Because that went so well with Ezra Miller and The Flash.
Yeah.
oh god.
Will she also take a dump on Aquaman's bed? The answer is yes. In fact, she's already done it.
I guess you
Yep.
can say it's dead in the water. Alright, let's carry on with this misery.
Use it come back for him. Moreover, when the Nazis attempt to buy her help to decipher Archimedes' code aboard the boat, she plays into her past behavior to throw them off the scent and buy herself time to mount an escape using a stick of dynamite.
Okay, I need you to understand how stupid the scene is, chat. They have this, like, block of wood that's written in, like, cipher or code or whatever that she could translate that the Nazis can't. So what she does is, actually no, they ask Indy to do it first. He says no, they kill his friend immediately. Then she stands up and is like, yeah, I'll do it. And she takes the thing, and she turns this into,
And just
like...
what? This mate just sacrificed himself, and you are just... Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
How about maybe you should have decided to do this earlier, before he started killing people dead.
Yep.
But
Whatever.
anyways, she starts turning this thing into a guessing game where she's reading through it, and she's like, oh, and this is, this could mean this thing, but it also means that thing in this cipher, and that thing is related to... And she waits for one of the Nazi guys to answer, and she's walking around the room doing this the entire time. And keep in mind, she's not actually obfuscating any of the information, she's not making shit up, she's giving it to them one-to-one. So they have the information.
And they're dead in the water in that ship, and it's just like Mads Mikkelsen's character. Oh, they're going east. He
Yeah.
doesn't know what outlook on this.
Yeah, just-
that must be the stupidest they must have noticed, like, while editing it, like, hang on, how does he find them? And they just put that scene and they just hoped for the best, you know? It'll make sense, right? Right? No, it doesn't.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bird, but no matter how stupid I try to be, I can't match the idiotic might of Disney. God, we're so close to the end of this video, though.
I can taste it.
Refreshing about Helena is the way she's allowed to grow into a more moral person without losing her edge. The film
Shut up. Shut up.
See, guys, there's this arc with her. At first, she's selfish, but then she gains, like, selflessness character types and blah blah blah, and I have nothing to support this blah blah blah. That's all I'm hearing.
It doesn't
She
seem...
goes from being a horrible bitch to a slightly less horrible bitch by the end of the movie. Character
Wow.
development. Wow.
Wow.
Where'd the files go?
filmmaker develop a conscience while remaining flirty and rough around the edges, a privilege rarely afforded to female action heroes.
Shut
Name
the fuck
one.
Up.
The fact that she's so flirty is actually pretty obnoxious on this movie. It's not because, you know, she's badass and flirty, because no. It's more so that the movie feels tone deaf because of her flirtiness. We get the scene with the mafia son guy, it's like, okay, whatever. We get the scene of, ooh, more promising for a guy that's gonna die in 5 minutes. You know? And, yeah, I don't know, it just seems really out of place that she's constantly flirting. Even in the original Indiana Jones movies, if we're gonna pretend for a second that Helena Shaw is like the young Indy wasn't like super flirty in the original movies. He was mostly about the business and he had a female companion.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, like, there's loads of flirty, well-constructed characters. We've got Black Widow, MJ. I could go on. And it's just like comparing her to those is just okay. Yeah, sure.
Well, you also
whatever.
have Ellen Ripley in fucking Aliens, right? Like when they were having a moment of calm and she was learning to shoot, she was teasing and flirting with Corporal Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, good lord.
All right, we're near the end. I can see the finish line.
I can't. I've gone blind from the stupidity of this video.
It's over.
And Helena saves Indy from himself at the end of the film, it doesn't feel condescending. Like
That's exactly what it feels like. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean it doesn't feel condescending? That's the exact feeling that all of us got while watching it. Was like, you fucking bitch. What the fuck?
This guy has to be fucking paid to defend this garbage. How the fuck
Yeah.
do you say that unironically? It doesn't feel condescending? That's one of the most condescending fucking things of the entire movie. The Indiana Jones, the guy who's cared about history all his life, is going to stay back in time and destroy the entire timeline because of his own petty fucking selfish desire to die. Like, are you kidding me? And the solution to this is for her to punch him out and magically heal him and transport him to his home. That's not condescending.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what movie you watched.
Certainly wasn't the fucking Dial of Destiny.
Just one that he imagined, you know? Whilst watching the film, which I don't blame him. It was pretty lackluster slog to get through, and I would be imagining like a movie as well. So.
Yeah, but he also imagined shit during the Temple of Doom, which is apparently his favorite fucking film, but he can't get basic information from the movie right.
a perfect teaching a grumpy old man a lesson, Rather, it feels like repaying a favor. Indy may have made Helena the person she was, but he also helped
What?
make her the person she has become over the course of the film. And that perspective that he has given her empowers her to stop Indy from making the same mistakes she's been making by giving in to his selfishness.
Well, a load of horse shit.
Yeah, he didn't make her the way she is. She chose to become a thief and a fucking criminal all on her own.
Dude, I'm
Also,
happy for
Indy
you.
shouldn't be a fucking selfish prick who's willing to destroy the entire timeline so he could fucking die. Like, fuck off.
Dude, I'm happy for you. You know, you watched the movie, you enjoyed, sure. 2 + 2 = 3. You know, whatever. Fuck off.
In the Dial of Destiny, man, it's a film that shouldn't work, so I really can't blame people for being cynical.
It's a film that shouldn't work, and it doesn't in the real world.
Yeah, it doesn't at all. You have to be fucking delusional to think any of this is done well.
Yeah.
When you look under the hood, it's something really, really special. Every aspect of this film feels designed with love and care. The film is chock full of little details. Every narrative decision and payoff, from Helena's cavalier morality to the lighter Indy uses to set fire to the Graphicos, is given a thoughtful setup. Every action beat is
No. God, like, I'm just remembering a lot of the different scenes in this movie that were all so bad. The fucking water displacement puzzle where, like, how did this not get solved by just rain?
Yeah, or the pillars falling over. Thank goodness that pillar didn't fall over just exactly.
Or the scene at the auction where things get chaotic and Indy pulls his whip out and he whips both sides of the table a couple times and stops. And then everyone pulls their guns out, he ducks, and they all shoot the window behind him, or the wall behind him.
Oh, also, my favorite part of that scene, it's clearly pitch black, dark outside, nighttime
Yes.
in that shot, and then they go outside and it's like midday.
Oh, good point. Good catch.
That was the funniest part during that, when they went outside and everyone was like, wait a minute.
Why is it
Why
day?
is it so bright?
exhilarating and propels the story forward, and every character, no matter how minor, feels essential. Prior to making Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Steven Spielberg had considered moving on from the series, falling back into
And
an
he should've.
executive producing role and handing the reins to a younger director who could bring to the film a passion he no longer could. Kind of like what Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell wound up doing with the Evil Dead franchise. While Spielberg ended up making Indy 4, that vision for the future of the series has come to fruition with Dial of Destiny. You could say that it was the destiny of this franchise. As I said
What?
before, James
Boo.
Mangold is no Spielberg, but the end result is a film Spielberg couldn't have made. Not just because his heart was no longer in films of this kind, but because of his proximity to the material. Crystal Skull.
What, because Steven Spielberg would have cared enough to not make it this fucking dog shit?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just wild. This is just
What-
wild.
What deep insight into Steven Spielberg's
Like, I don't
character.
know. I can't understand how people can watch this stuff and be unironically like, it's so good. I can't grasp the like mental headspace you have to be in. And then also the mental headspace to claim your favorite movie is Temple of Doom, and yet you know nothing about Temple of Doom.
How do you know whether Spielberg had a passion or not for an Indiana Jones film? It seems like he was. He was gonna work on this
I just
film
realized
until
I
he went
guys, I
away.
apologize. My sound cut out. And if you guys were talking, I cut you off. I apologize immensely. I'm gonna try and fix that now.
All right. Essentially, what I wanted to say was like, you can't read his mind, right? Maybe Spielberg had passion for it. It's just like he's just saying things at this point without any source or proof or example from the movie. All this video was just a bunch of talking, and nothing really using like the actual film to support your argument. There's in English class I used to learn PPE paragraphs. Point, evidence, explain.
Yeah.
I skipped over the evidence part by like a margin fold. So
In our experience, that happens in a lot of these videos.
Yeah. Claims are made and they don't do anything. Also, my sound's fixed.
Nice.
Yeah, it's very rare for anyone we cover to actually make to show evidence for how they reached any of the conclusions they have. It's usually just they invented it out of their own mind, and then they just say, "Trust me, bro," with no evidence.
Source: it was revealed to me in a dream.
Yeah.
Also, I want to grab this comment here from Kelbeck quickly. Here's an example of that allegation stack I was talking about on Rad's video. Film speak is just piling one allegation on another, treating each in turn as a given in order to justify the next. Yeah.
Yep.
For anyone who missed it, when we covered Super Rad's video, he was talking about how Fallout New Vegas is totally about communism, or a critique of capitalism. And he just kept saying it's true without actually pointing to any evidence that it's true. And he just kept building arguments off of the idea that it's a critique of capitalism.
Yep. Or one of my personal favorites, whenever we cover somebody and they'll say something like, "I wrote a paper, I'm an expert."
Yeah, that was wild. In Half-Life 2 video, that was insane.
Yeah, oh.
I wrote a dissertation, therefore I am smart, and you read it, and it wasn't even like it was like double spaced, maximum font you could get, and it was like, oh god. It was the most basic bitch bare minimum effort you could put in. And even starting to read it, you realized he was full of shit.
I think he admitted he wasn't even peer-reviewed or anything. He just wrote a paper and then was like, "Well, now I'm an expert because I wrote a paper that wasn't peer-reviewed."
Yep.
Of an unclear vision for the project, caught between two creatives who couldn't decide whether the film should take big swings or pay tribute to what came before. As a result, the final product does neither effectively. But Dial of Destiny threads that needle in a way that seems effortless.
Sure, let's go with that.
How the fuck do you say that Crystal Skull takes big swings and misses, but Dial of Destiny threads that needle? Like, they're both pathetic. They're both terrible.
They're both cash grabs, and both fourth and fifth film. Like, they have learned nothing from Crystal Skull.
I also want to point out quickly, too, since I know it was hours ago at this point, but when he talked about how the Nazis went back in time and immediately started destroying history, he didn't describe the actual events of how they were destroying history. So he just left it as a vagary, as if they were like, they landed on the ground, took crowbars, and started wrecking the place. As opposed to shooting Romans from a fucking, I almost said spaceship for some reason, from a plane.
Oh, that was stupid.
Like, he has to ignore the insane retardation levels this film reaches to try and make it sound good. And, like,
destroying arts and paintings and burning them, like in that movie, what was it, with George Clooney, Mountains Man? Where they were stealing all sorts of art. Yeah, that's desecration of history. Shooting spars, yeah, sure, that's the same thing.
To the works that preceded it, while taking Indy somewhere he's never gone before. Forward. While Mangold's position as a fan.
Backward, like.
Oh, fuck off. He's never gone forwards.
Yeah,
Shut
sure.
up.
Now, I would assume, ruining his entire character, making him a loser, is sending him backwards, not forwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's complete
and
regression.
puts him at greater risk of becoming blinded by reverence, it also gives him perspective, enough to rip the Band-Aid off and not only push Indy into a world that no longer needs him, but have him grow to accept that fact.
Grow to accept that fact as he shows a clip of Indy drunk in his underwear watching TV. Well, fell asleep watching TV.
I have literally seen the
Jesus
same clips
Christ.
over and over again so many times I've forgotten.
Yeah, I'm sick of it. It's clear he's using trailer footage on loop. You know what? That's fine for like a 10-minute video, not for a 41-minute video.
No,
Yeah.
it is. I just, and he puts for some reason the Mads Mikkelsen punch in reverse. I don't know why.
He showed
dumb.
that punch like 30 times. It's so obnoxious.
Why in reverse?
I don't know. Like the first time he put it in reverse, I think he was trying to make a point of like something going backwards, and then the next time it was in reverse too, and I think, oh, he accidentally copied the wrong version of that clip at that point.
I could edit this shit. I could edit this shit.
Repairing the relationship with his dad was not moving forward. Apparently not.
Because the world doesn't need an Indy stuck in the past. We'll always need heroes like him in the present, even if it's just to say one last goodbye.
Oh, fuck off.
Whatever.
What a pathetic fucking video.
Yeah, dude knows nothing about fucking Indiana Jones. He's just talking out of his ass.
Oh, it's done. It's done. Oh, good God.
Do you see what they're
Thank
recommending? In defense of Blue Beetle, why DCU's first hero deserved better.
Actually, it's not DCU's because I'm pretty sure the actors are just staying the same, and that's it. I don't know if James Gunn is going to acknowledge the events of Blue Beetle. I'm not sure, but technically is and isn't, depending on whether it makes money. If it makes money, oh, it's definitely part of the DCU, you know?
Yeah.
If it doesn't, maybe not so much. Okay, we have finished this video.
Yes. Thank you for coming on. Sorry for dragging you away from, well, life and existing for a few hours to cover this terrible video.
It is nearly 2 in the morning for me.
Oh my god.
I guess I kind of like you guys and talking with you. You know, I'd never been on a Discord call, and it was an adventure, I suppose. But with God, that time flew by. But now I'm really tired, and I don't think I'm gonna get up in the morning. I need to get up in the morning. Yeah, I guess before I make my way stage left. Yeah. I'm True Pop Culture 7, everyone. I edit little EFAP and open bar and FNT highlight streams, and sometimes I kind of animate them in like a internet historian style where I just kind of like move some images and stuff like that. And sometimes I just make like simple edits. Yeah, I do a stream, much shorter than this stream, 2 hours, talking about some pop culture news. And yeah, I recently launched my vlog on the Nedrotic meetup in London. That was a great experience. I've got tons of photos from there.
Nice.
And I just recorded my journey in there. That seems to be blowing up on my channel. Like, I didn't know people were that interested in traveling, but hey. And yeah, I hope to make some more movie reviews on my channel. Probably not gonna do on Dial of Destiny. To be honest, I want to forget about Dial of Destiny. That happened. What a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And thank you, Creetosis, for having me on and showing me this piece of shit and dragging me back in. It was wonderful. You know. I think I'm kind of like a level of sleepy that I'm just I'm saying like the first thing that comes to my mind, and it was a piece of shit. I'm gonna be honest.
That's
it
fair.
was- It's exactly what people expected it to be. Of the 5th movie in the franchise, and it's a shame because James Mangold is a great director. He even couldn't save this movie. I'll see you guys later. Whether it's on Twitter or hanging out in the chat. It was wonderful to do this with you guys, even though it was kind of painful. But hey.
Yeah, they tend to be painful, but yeah, I'm glad to have you on. You're definitely welcome back in the future. You don't have to stay up so late. Like, if you needed to go at any time, you could have left.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. It's my first debut. I thought I'd finish it till the end. Screw it, you know. That'll be a problem for future me. You know, being tired in the morning. All right.
That's tomorrow me's problem.
Yeah.
Today me is dead tired.
Yeah.
Eating the past 15-minute me.
Not
So-
tomorrow, today, not tomorrow.
I know exactly what you're. I saw that meme. It's pretty good. All right.
Anyways,
Yes, guys. I'll see you all later.
yeah, have a good night, man.
Stephen, be well.
Everyone in chat, check out his channel. There's no link in the description currently, but there will be on the re-upload. And I posted the link a few times in chat. So go check his channel out.
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks so much.
Have a good night.
Good night.
All right, Pagan. Chill.
Shit, I'm falling asleep, guys. I don't think I'm gonna be able to chill.
Oh no, he's been Starfielded.
Yeah,
Uncle Pagan.
but I have a YouTube. I will do something with it eventually. Working on getting a model for it now. And then I will start doing mostly gaming streams, but I also want to do some reviews. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, hi, it's me, the based one. I have an unfortunately sick kitty right now, but she's doing better at the moment, so you know I'm happy about that. I am on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick. Tomorrow I will be starting our long playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 again. This time I'll be playing as the Dark Urge character, trying to resist the Dark Urges. I'm gonna let you know that I very often let the dice kind of fall as they may. So sometimes I'll be like, no, this is one super important, and I'll try for it. But we're probably gonna fail a few of these resistance things, and I know the Dark Urge can get incredibly dark, incredibly violent, and just oof, yeah. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys for that. I'm also working to get a model, and my character sheet is actually in. So hooray! You know, that's a big step towards the model, and I'll be able to likely get that put together and get that worked on, just like how Cree did. So
Yeah.
yeah. What about you, Cree? You gonna shill? You gonna shill? Or you're just gonna say goodbye?
First of all, so what's next? Starfield stream? 2 weeks from now is the next STAG, and we will be talking about Starfield on that stream.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it'll be, because honestly, it's going to be really fast to get through most of the main story, since so much of it is fetch quest after fetch quest after fetch quest, and most of those are just like literally getting the item with little like variation, little story happening. The biggest story moment is the Cape Canaveral launch site place. It's also a museum for some reason. And even then, that's like 4 terminals worth of information. And even then,
Yeah.
most of that you could skip because all that matters is the one.
Yep.
And there's the ending, whatever that is, since I haven't seen it yet. Besides that,
Yeah.
I am working on stuff. I've done a lot of streams over the past week and a bit. I definitely want to do a lot more gaming streams. I've had a lot of fun this last little bit doing a lot of gaming streams. I don't know if I'll be able to keep that kind of momentum up now that I'm going back to work tomorrow, but I'm going to at least try to stream more often video games. I'm working on video stuff. I've got a script started for my next video for covering something. It's going to be a standalone video. There's nothing else attached to it. I'm going to start scripting the Starfield video very soon. This first Starfield video is just going to be a review, and even then I don't know how long it could be. It could be up to 2 hours, depending on how much I want to get out in this review. Besides that, I have officially reached the point at Starfield where I've decided that yes, this does need a full analysis. Yes, it will be made. Yes, I'm going to start working on it. Besides that, I exist. Don't you have a Skyrim analysis to finish? Yes, I know. I have not forgotten about Skyrim. My time is limited because of my work shifts, and I can only do so much, and I have to prioritize certain things over others. Skyrim is not the top of my priorities right now. I want to do a standalone video while it's somewhat relevant, even though not quite entirely. I want to do the Starfield videos. I want to do the one Doctor Who video, which, sure, that's not really on a timeline thing, but it would be nice to get it out before the next era of Doctor Who starts. And I want to finish off the Fallout 4 analysis still. So, a lot of things I need to do. But anyways, yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. Thank you again to True Pop Culture 7, who's hopefully in bed by now. Trigun review, when? Yes, me and Pagans do still need to work on the Trigun video. So, I posted True Pop Culture 7's link in chat again. Yeah, fuck Trigun Stampede. I hate that show. It's garbage. I'm going to read through the manga at some point, and then I'm going to start working on the script with Pagan for Stampede, because Jesus fucking Christ, that show is terrible. Anyways, yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Night, everybody. Night. Goodbye.
Say the fuck goodbye, Pagan.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, pretty accurate.
More of this.